future is electric, so what? Soul will remain forever.
Wow, this is the Grand Prix de l'Âge d'Or, the longest standing premier French historic meeting, and it's a glory to be at this fabulous circuit. My first visit after trying to come here for about 40 years, and along with lots of drivers here for the first time, this circuit offers fantastic flow. It's got gradient change. The weather's been a bit mixed so far, but I think from now on and right through to the end of Sunday, the people on the banking are going to be lapping up the sunshine. It really is a heady place to be here, and to see these historic cars, a lot of them of course were racing in period before this circuit opened in 1972, but a man who's been coming for a very long time, since the 70s, to cover Formula One is my co-commentator, and it's Andrew Mariott, who hopefully can hear me down on the grid as we get ready for the historic, the HGPCA grid of cars. Fantastic 25-minute race coming up for them, just setting off on the parade lap. Andrew. Bruce to Andrew. Well, it's very, very quick fire here, and Will Nuttall is already leading the cars around, and he's comfortably on pole in this HGPCA race. And while the cars are coming around, I'm going to welcome Nigel Greensall. If it's got a steering wheel and pedals, he's been driving it, and he's going to come and have a few words just as we set off. So stick those on your head, Nigel. No, not enough time. I just spotted that one. So Andrew has sprinted back to the box, but just stick those on. Right, Nigel, we're looking at a fantastic array of cars coming out to play, and a lot of these, of course, were racing before the circuit opened in 1972. 36 cars on the grid, mixture of front-engined and rear-engined Formula One cars. We're in for a real treat.
It looks fantastic, doesn't it? Yeah, it's a wonderful spectacle, great grid of cars, and top drivers as well. So, yeah, I think we're in for a real thrill with this one.
Now, you spent a lot of time racing with John Spires in all manner of machinery, but here we are, and he's out to play in this one just to sort of get the juices running.
Oh, he is, yeah. So, yeah, John, this is one of his favourite cars, is the Maserati 250F. You know, he says to me, you know, we race a lot of cars together, and the Maserati is one of his absolute favourites, because he said it's such a joy to drive. It's a really lovely balance on the car, and he really gets the most out of it.
Looking at this circuit, it's been treated to the early shots, halfway around on the sort of addition, if you will. From Bretel, you go on that extra loop. It's so steep as you climb the corner and go up the hill there. You turn right and
it's fantastic, yeah. That's a really exciting part of the circuit, because as you arrive at that corner, with the track climbing so steeply, the car really compresses, and you get a huge amount of grip just at the turning point, and you can gain a lot of time by carrying much more speed than you'd expect for a corner like that, and relying on the compression to allow the car to grip and rotate, and then fire it up over the hill.
You're supposed to keep the secrets, not give them away. But again, we're looking at cars up to sort of about 1966.
Yeah.
A few of them have just gone to 2.5 litres, but a lot of the ones at the front of the grid are 1.5 litres that race between 61 and 65. But it's just a real smorgasbord of historic cars here, isn't it?
It really is, and it's you know, it's from a great era of racing where there was so much development, so much evolution, and you get it when you look at this grid of cars. There's so many shapes and sizes and different engines, and engines at the front, engines at the back, and so on. It's very exciting, and different sounds as well from all the motors.
Absolutely, and Andrews, we've just been treated to the sight of 36 cars going around. It's a heck of a grid here. Front engine, rear engine. They're taking the climb coming up to the start, and you have to expect Will Nuttall in that Cooper T53 ought to run off into the distance, because he's just magnificent in these.
Well, he's from Nottingham, and he is the class of this field, really, in a car which is not as good as some of the ones behind him, not so modern, but Will is a superb driver. previous meeting at Hockenheim, the crown wheel and pinion broke on that car, so he didn't get a result. And he hasn't made a very good start, look, because I think it's the Brabham that's gone into the lead of Michael Kuiper.
Yeah, it's the red and white with the white stripes. That was a car that went racing and hill climbing in Switzerland. We forget, of course, they did lots of hill climbing, a lot of these cars as well. But again, through the first corner, into the compression, up through the sweeper, then you've got the S's. You're busy all the time.
Oh, it is, and one corner feeds into another, so it's interesting watching how the drivers set themselves up. As you can see, the leader just locked up slightly, just over the hill where the left front wheel unloads.
Down to the corner we were talking about before, the tight right-hander where you get the extra helping hand, and already Will Nuttall is trying to fight his way back. I think he just moved from third up into second place.
I'm just wondering, Nigel, knowing they'd got a brand new crown wheel and pinion, who took it a little bit easy at the start, because that's the sort of exactly when it breaks. So anyway, we know it's brand new, and I suspect that the next couple of laps Will be at the front.
As Andrew, as you say, it'll be interesting, because I wonder if they're starting to feel the conditions, because we obviously had some rain showers, so you've got to be careful of the painted curbs and so forth as well.
Extraordinary thing is that the guy that is leading the race started racing in this car. He'd not raced before, and he'd helped build up a racing Peugeot 205 GTI. His dad was a big Elvis fan from Germany, but he started about 6 or 7 years ago, and he's just got quicker and quicker, has Michael. So I think he's going to be right there, although the lead has changed, Bruce.
No, it's still Kuiper just in front. There was a shot there, that another red and white stripy car further back. But the front runners, as we're looking at it, as said, Michael Kuiper leading the race. Will Nuttall 1 and a bit seconds behind, and then they're just starting to close in. And actually, looking at Will, there, it is a little bit greasy coming through the rise out of the S. You could just see he's got the confidence to just push a little harder and just see how much the tail's coming around. Number 10, there he is down the dip. Now this is my favourite part of the circuit, and
but John is in 9th place, so he must be the leading front engine. His great rival, Fierro, is in front of him. They're both in 250F Maseratis. Fierro's won at Monaco in that car in the past.
Yeah, I can see John just closing in on it at the moment. So I think their lap times are going to be super close.
Yeah.
Mistake at the first corner, just went between cameras, and our leader is now down in 6th place. If that doesn't make no sense at all, it's Michael Kuiper who's suddenly in 6th. So Will Nuttall leading the race now by 2 seconds from Clinton McCarthy in the Lotus 18, and Tim Child, the best of the Brabhams, is BT 3-4 in 3rd place. But I didn't see what the slip up, but certainly going across the start-finish line, Michael Kuiper had a 1 and a bit second lead, and he certainly didn't by the second timing sector. All the laps, of course, split. This is an international thing, 3 points around the circuit, but obviously, if you can take something like the Nürburgring Nordschleife and split it in 25 different timing sectors if you want, but the international standard is 3 sectors, and if someone suddenly disappears, you can work out at least in which sector they've fallen away. But right now, Will Nuttall, the number 10 Cooper T53, Clinton McCarthy now being harried and pushed very nicely by Tim Child, who's making great moves there. Good to have Tim running nicely up at the front now. It's the red car with the green nose tucked in behind. Actually, we've got a good little battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th. And Michael Kuiper, I think, trying to sort himself out and see if he can get back. But right now, I think we're seeing, Nigel, we're just seeing the metronomic approach of Will Nuttall.
Yes, yeah. I mean, he's a super talented, super experienced guy, and a real good friend. And yeah, he's you can see he is driving with such precision as well, as he gets to feel the conditions, and is just building up the speed.
And he's got his dad in the race as well, of course.
Yes.
His dad's in a much older car.
Cooper Bristol, whole host of those. He's running in 10th place, so that's a good, tidy run there. Quite a lot of place changing up and down the order. If you look at one sees a timing screen, it's bobbing up and down all over the place. But again, this is a circuit that does facilitate. Where would you say are the top 3 points around the lap you can overtake, barring another driver making a mistake?
From the start-finish line to the finish line.
Yeah.
It's a joy, this circuit, because it's fast and flowing, and it's actually quite wide in most places. The overtaking can be inside, outside. So like coming down into turn 1, for instance, you can cruise around the outside of people quite nicely, or if they run wide, you can take the inside.
Yeah. Michael Kuiper moving up now back into 3rd place after that incident happened off our cameras. Obviously went wide somewhere, but not all from McCarthy. The lead now is 1.5 seconds. Mark Shaw there, who started 3rd, is down in 5th place.
Yes, I thought Mark, you know, I've watched Mark race over the years. He's always mighty in that Lotus. I thought he'd be faring a little better, but like a lot of drivers, they went out. It was slightly greasy. It rained overnight, but now from here on, it's bright sunshine, which is great news on this fabulous circuit. Will Nuttall going as deep as he possibly could into the corner at the far end of the circuit, the parabolique. Yeah. The climb out of it just so super steep. But the fact that second, third, fourth, and fifth are nose to tail that's what it's about in these cars. You can get in really close, and you know these tiny little Formula One cars, the turn of the '60s, really do make tracks look large. They'd sort of fit Monaco, wouldn't they?
And of course, they allow you the nature of these cars. You can follow someone very closely and set them up and try and overtake. So it looks like second place might change hands coming into the final turn, maybe.
Well, it's a 25-minute race, the first of two 25-minute races, and Michael Kuiper is now very, very keen to make the move. He's made the move up into second place now, so fighting with Tim Child, chopping and changing, but that's what it's about. And to come to these circuits where you can race, and of course this circuit wasn't open until 1972, and then later it got the extension, but it's somewhere that just sort of was built with the nature that would have been right for them in period.
Absolutely. I can see that John Spears in his Maserati has set the fastest lap for the front engine, so he's chasing down Guillermo for the lead of the front engine as well.
And just behind him is Rod Jolly, who's been involved in the historic Grand Prix Car Association forever. He's probably raced these sort of cars for 30 years. He's in a very interesting machine. It was built for a one-off race. We won't go into the detail of it now, but it's a Lister, which is based on a sports car and made into a sort of almost Indianapolis type car. But Rod Jolly can take a big tick for helping the young Michael Kuiper into racing. So he gave him all the information he needed and recommended he bought the Brabham. Michael bought the Brabham, and he was too tall to get into it, and it took them a year to modify the chassis so he could sit in it, because he's even taller than Nigel here.
I was going to say, no Brabhams to be sold in Holland, would they? In the Netherlands, of course, for the taller drivers, but yeah, a bit of an issue, isn't it?
And he's set fastest lap as well, so it'll be interesting now to see if he can chase down Will for the lead.
Yeah, and he's got clear, you know, just one little twitch, one little error, and it's made his race all the harder. But he showed great pace and certainly plenty of aplomb right from the outset.
Nigel, you've raced a lot of single-seaters over the years, some much more modern than this. Have you ever raced? Have you tried the 250F of John's?
No, I haven't yet, and I really want to get into the HGPCA because it looks such a great grid, and these sort of cars where they slide and drift is just perfect, isn't it?
Now, one thing is just this mix of cars. We talked about front engine, rear engine. We're just starting to see that the tail end cars in the rear engine group, sort of Maseratis from the 1930s, 6EMs, etc., starting to be picked off. But there is space for them to do it here, so that's great. But again, it just shows the span of performance. And after the Second World War, of course, a lot of cars from the 30s all they had to race. We see this at Goodwood, you know, for the revival meeting. Those post-war cars.
Bruce, the transition from front to rear engine cars is very quick, about 2 years. I mean, I actually saw the last ever win in a Formula One race by a front engine car, which was the Ferguson P99 at Alton Park. But that was a rather special car, and it was wet, and it suited the conditions.
And the fact it was four-wheel drive was the sort of key, wasn't it?
But the amazing thing was, within 2 years, we went from all, you know, marvellous 250F Maseratis and great Ferraris and stuff, and suddenly it was all Coopers and Lotus, and of course.
And then Brabham got in on the act.
And then Brabham, and a couple of people got a bit late and didn't really make the move. Aston Martin built a car too late, front engine. So did the American Scarab outfit. But those cars are still around. It's nice to see them. But in period, you wouldn't have really seen a mixture like this.
No, I mean,
this is a wonderful volume of history here.
Exactly. There would have been a brief period in those the sort of many non-championship Formula One races, where the older rear engine, front engine cars would have remained for a little bit longer in the hands of privateers.
Just seeing the time, it's showing Tim. It's the timing.
A new leader as well, haven't we?
Well,
yeah.
Okay, well, let's pick up. There's Mark Shaw at the moment, just number 99, the Lotus. But there have been a few little glitches on the timing screen, so we'll just double check. But what's happened to Will Nuttall?
No, we're not at the front of the field right now.
We're just outside. That's the top 5 going through. But car 63, that's Michael Kuiper.
Yeah.
18 is Clint McCarthy, so that's 3rd, 4th, and Mark Shaw still in 5th. So that's that little group we're looking at. They were in that 4-car train, but Right, Michael Kuiper going up the hill, next in line. That's third, fourth, and fifth.
So they're the two Lotuses.
Yeah, that's Clinton McCarthy and Mark Shaw going up the hill. So Tim Child, car number 76, if you're looking for it, is it's the red with the green nose, ex-Brabham Works car. Tim Child listed at the front of the timesheets. Just need a long shot to absolutely be sure about what we're seeing.
Yeah.
Fabulous views though, just the fact, you know, you've got gradient change, you have, as you pointed out, Nigel, plenty of width, but it doesn't really matter how much width you've got. Two cars having a really good scrap. Clint McCarthy, number 18, the 99 of Mark Shaw tucked in behind, the Scottish driver, ex-Jim Clark's works car. But a lot of these cars had a very short racing period until they went into privateer hands, and Jim Clark raced that in 4 races in South Africa, all of which were non-championship races, and then that was sold. Good. Exactly.
Yeah, but, well, of course, we were going also just at the end of that 21 into away from space frame chassis as well. So these are all got tubular chassis, but that will change just after this particular car we're seeing on the screen right now.
It does look like the Brabham is leading from the Cooper now, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know what. So our timing screen showing Will Nuttall in second place. Maybe he did have a moment, or maybe
he's backing it off.
Maybe he's cheating the timing system. We'll catch up with it pretty quick. I was showing a 3.3 second lead now.
Now, it's great when you start to see the Maserati 250Fs. I think they look fabulous standing still, but out on the circuit. And when you can see them just going over a brow with sky in the background, fabulous gradient change here. That's.
And I think the Lotuses have just swapped places, haven't they?
Yes, they have. They've been hunting for quite a few laps, and Clinton McCarthy in the older one, the Lotus 18, you know, inevitably was likely to have to cede.
You could convert the 18s into 21. The bodywork was less boxy, but you could actually do a conversion. So
I can see John still chasing Guillermo for the lead of the front engine at the moment.
Well, it's impressive. They're both in the top 10, 9th and 10th, Guillermo Fierro Ileta, and the gap between them about a second. So that they've got plenty more time. It's about another dozen minutes. Yes, there are 12.5 minutes, a halfway point in the first of 2 races.
See, the gap is widening all the time. Maybe Will has got a real problem. He'll drop back into the clutches of the Brabham and the 2 ex-Team Lotus cars there.
Yeah, well, Tim Child in number 76, as I said, the ex-Brabham Works car, red with the green nose, just pulling clear, 5.5, 6 seconds clear. Clint McCarthy still fighting with Mark Shaw. They're swapping positions, which is what it's all about. But then, of course, as they come up to some of the front-engine cars, they've got to pick their moment where to go past. And I think Clinton McCarthy was quite brave there and made his move, and it paid off. He's now got to work his way around those 2 cars up in front.
Just interestingly, Bruce, you mentioned that the Brabham was used for hill climbing by Charles Vogele from Switzerland. He has been racing in this series very recently. I'm not sure he's racing this weekend, but his sons are racing, and a grandson, I believe. So,
and it
what have we got here?
It's just slowed down just after the hairpin when he was dicing with McCarthy. I saw him slow coming out of the hairpin. He's dropped back.
I'm just wondering if he's starting to have gearbox trouble, because he certainly, you know, when it's been in a battle, in fact, he just pulled off, well picked up by the camera crews there. You can see the blue and white, the Scottish sort of almost Jim Clarkey helmet there, Mark Shaw climbing out. So whatever it was, he's probably being wise, because he knows there's a race tomorrow. Yeah. You might as well, you know, scrap the end of this one. He's had a good scrap with Clint McCarthy.
He's got it nicely out of the way.
Indeed, intelligent driving.
Yeah, it's good respect for other competitors, isn't it, when somebody pulls off safely and doesn't interrupt the race.
At meetings like this, do you get a chance to do a proper track walk on, say, the Thursday, or is it straight in on Friday and lapping?
Sometimes. I was here on Thursday afternoon testing with Rolf Siegrist, who I'm sharing the Chevron B19 with. There's a lot of people testing that day. And I think then Thursday evening there was a track walk that people could do.
Where were you eating supper at the time?
Exactly.
We saw there obviously a gearbox problem.
Yeah. Gesticulation.
Yes, that's an international language.
Yeah.
So circuit looking absolutely tip-top as it becomes brighter and brighter, and any of that little sort of greasiness that would have been on the bits you're not supposed to be driving on, the curbs and the grass beyond after rain last night, you know, should be fine, should be cleared. And I must say, while this is going on, the circuit filling up with people, and all the displays around the infield, all the car club collections, it really is fabulous.
And I can see John's now within a tenth of a second in the battle for the top Maserati 250F. Engine battle.
Yeah, of course, they're now up for 8th and 9th with Mark Shaw having pulled up. But Tim Child leading this race by 5 seconds from Will Nuttall, who they're sort of fairly equal at the moment.
Well,
but certainly
Will's just going to lose second place, actually.
Yeah, he's got Michael Kuiper right on his tail. Look for the red and white Brabham. As you say, the ex-Charles Fergally car. Right, the green nose. That's Tim Child. That's our race leader. Count 1, 2. Second car is the red and white Brabham. There it is. It's car number 63. And Will Nuttall just a little bit further back. Not too much, but...
I mean, he was almost 4 seconds a lap quicker than anybody in practice, so he must be fighting some problem. I suspect he hasn't got a full selection of gears.
Well, he was slow off the line.
Unless the engine's misfiring or something.
Yeah. OK, car number 76. This is our race leader, Tim Child. Hunting, but he's at the point, in a 25-minute race, you are going to be having to come across back markers, but he knows full well he's got that 5-second cushion. You can afford to be a little bit cautious and pick your moment. And
yeah, and you can see that the driving standards in the HGPCA is excellent. The awareness, and it's something that John always speaks about when I'm chatting to him about these races, that all these drivers have got great awareness. You can see one of the guys just being lapped there and pointing the leader through.
I think there's a lot to be said, Nigel, for the fact that a lot of these drivers know these cars supremely well. The circuit is the issue, not so much the car. They've raced these cars for a very long time, and that certainly is a big helping hand.
Yes.
And also, they know who their rivals are.
Yes.
Yeah. No, it's like a big travelling family, isn't it? It's wonderful to see. It really is. They're all so proud of the cars and realise that how privileged we all are to be here racing.
Yeah, and
these cars.
And I think also, this is the HGPCA is like a guest this weekend, along with Peter Auto, because all the cars in Peter Autos are touring cars or sports cars or prototypes. Yeah. So it's great for the fans as well, the spectators here, to have more of a Catholic mix. Yeah,
and they've got a full season of racing, and they'll go to Silverstone Classic or Festival, whatever they're calling it this year, later in the season. We'll see them there. And most of the other races are outside the UK. Just with Will's car, that's a car with a great history. It finished with Bruce McLaren second in the World Championship, that very car. And actually, the sister car won the World Championship with Jack Brabham. They dominated that season.
Yeah, 59 and 60, just mighty. But then it was the absolute tipping point. As you said, anyone who wasn't running a rear-engine car was missing a trick.
An interesting thing is that both Bruce and Jack Brabham went off to found their own racing car companies.
Well, we were talking about this earlier, weren't we, about how certain nations dominated single-seaters, and obviously this was very much going into the age of British dominance with those, albeit an Aussie and a Kiwi, but based in the UK.
The number of countries that crack Formula One is pretty narrow, actually, and because now I think it's 8 of what will be 11 teams are based in the UK. It's a terrific business story, apart from anything else.
Except the big difference now, of course, is they just build the cars to their own team. They're not putting them to sell next year.
That's absolutely right, yes.
To privateers. And I think looking back, people who've just come to Formula One recently, by dint of the fact they're only 20 years old or something, they will have no notion of just about how many Formula One cars each of these constructors could put out and had to put out so they could keep the wolf from the door.
And there was non-championship races, and you say that the Brabham was bought to do hill climbs or mountain climbs, really. And there was series in South Africa and in Australia. They could race them in lots of other places other than Grand Prix.
And I think we've got quite a big battle going on for place at the moment. Looking at the timing screen and watching them come through the parabolic, they're all very close.
Yeah, so let's see that lead, certainly with Will Nuttall losing ground hand over fist, unfortunately for him at the moment. He's really fallen back. He's now 12 seconds off the race lead.
He might be able to hang on to a podium, hadn't he?
Yeah, I think that's his target. He's got about a 10-second advantage over Clint McCarthy.
Yeah.
So look, this is a good mixture of cars. We've got a pair of Brabhams, a Cooper, 2 Lotuses, another Brabham. That's the top 6. That's sort of how these races would have been in period. So that's great accuracy. Great to see some of the other cars out there. The old Team Camaradi car, number 44. Lucky Kasner used to race that. Klaus Bergs is driving it now. It's a Lotus 18. But
running in the American racing colours. And a lot of these cars, of course, in the nation's colours. In the old days, that's how they did it. And the most famous colours, of course, red for Italy, green for Britain, Yellow for Belgium.
Yellow for Belgium.
Blue for France, and then white with the blue stripes for United States.
Yeah, they were sort of the big five. I'll test you later on the colours, the racing colours of Egypt.
Here's Rod Jolly's unusual lister coming through.
Yeah, for the Monza-Napoli race. So
yes.
a lot of big front-engine Indy cars came to Monza, raced on the banking, and Formula One was a little bit...
Yes.
Thought it was going to be outgunned and didn't really fancy the banking and didn't really play, did they, very much?
No, it was outgunned. They were outgunned. But that lister was a sports car. It was taken to pieces. They built a new chassis for it. More of that later. But it's an unusual-looking machine, isn't it? Rod is a panel beater by trade.
Handy.
I saw on the last lap that in the battle for the Maserati 250S, John had lost 9 seconds to Gwen.
Oh, do you think it's...
but he's now fought back and he's only 2.8 seconds behind, so I'm not quite sure what's happening in the battle for the lead of the front engine class.
Well, you know what, Nigel, I'm going to enable you to stand back and watch that because you're in the hot seat and we've got Mark Gordon coming to join us, so if we can pop off... Thank you very much. Great to have you here, and hopefully you can go down and cheer on John for his podium class.
Great to have Nigel. Have a great racing weekend. I'm sure we're going to see you on the podium, Nigel.
So final few moments here of another 3.5 minutes of this race. It's been chopping and changing. We thought we were going to see Will Nuttall canter into the distance. He had a problem at the start.
Yeah.
And we had Michael Kuiper going to the distance. He too, he made an error, but whatever it was, we've had Mark Shaw drop out, but Tim Charles driven brilliantly.
He hasn't put a foot wrong, has he? And I just saw... Did I see Will Nuttall in the pits just then? I saw a Cooper.
I fear you did. Yes, he's just entered the pit, so he didn't get to the podium he was seeking. But you know what? He has so much experience. He's just not going to be the sort of guy that goes, "I've just got to get to the finish." He's thinking, "I've got another race tomorrow." Mechanical sympathy.
Mark going to join us?
Yeah, Mark's going to join us.
Bruce, I'm going to pop down and see if I can find out what's wrong with him.
Yes, good idea. So I'll turn you off. So now, final few minutes of the HGPCA race, and we're going to see, but it does look as though victory is going to Tim Charles. So, Mark, I know this isn't your regular element, but can you hear me now? Okay. Right, just sorting something out. But anyhow, Tim Child is having a really good run. But for the HGPCA, they've got it for tomorrow as well. So if you have got any mechanical problems, you think they're getting worse, don't push to the end of the race. But now, this, Mark, is not your regular cup of tea looking at historic single-seaters, but it's quite a mixture and a fabulous mixture here at Dijon-Prenois.
I think they're fantastic, these cars. They are absolutely incredible. And I think it requires a huge amount of bravery to race open-wheel cars. You touch your wheels and then you're sort of finished. Whereas in a closed-wheeled race, in which I race Lotus Elite, E-Types, Jaguar XK150s, you've got a lot of steel around you and you've got a lot of metal around you, which gives you some protection. These guys have got nothing. Yeah,
they're sort of totally exposed, but you know, like your regular competitors, the HGPCA, they race all over the place, but they do all know each other very well. They've been racing these cars, and what a mixture. You know, we were talking with Nigel Greensall just before we came in about this was the time of change from front engine to suddenly becoming rear engined and the size going down and down. Pivotal times, but then much with your Elite, things were changing pretty fast there. Not quite the same, but in fact your Elite was helped enormously by the changes in Formula One and people putting the engines at the back. Colin Chapman sort of completely on top of all of that, and of course selling road cars and race cars was what kept it going. He was amazing, Colin Chapman. He was absolutely amazing. The whole fiberglass business as well to increase the lightness. Of course, it made it also more dangerous. But there is nothing like looking at these cars. They are absolutely beautiful. The way they sort of move around the track, it's a work of art. It is, and actually what we're about to see is our race leader, Tim Child, is coming across a pair of Maserati 250Fs, and I'm fairly sure they're the ones fighting for the rear engine class. Gianfiero Iletta and John Spears. They are very close indeed, and the clock's getting very close. They'll have this should be the final lap. 20 seconds remain. 31.34, so it's still Fiero Iletta just in front, but importantly for Tim Child, he had the start-finish straight on which to pass them, so that's good. Because once you turn into the first corner, then you go into that compression and up into the S's, it becomes a little harder. It's much harder to overtake there, and it's a really difficult section.
there. You've got to concentrate like crazy. If you lose your track line, you lose speed incredibly quickly. So you've got to focus. Overtaking is really, really hard if you're with somebody of around the same speed. Actually, even if you've got a slower car there, overtaking somebody is a lot harder. You've got to know that they know you're there and you're about to take them.
Yeah, now, Dijon-Prenois, have you raced here before?
I've raced here once before, a couple of years ago. Incredible circuit. It's there's no time to relax except for that short time on the straight where you can sort of come up the hill, blind hill of course, onto the straight, and you're hoping that there's no one has done any damage or spun up there.
No, that's the point. There are so many points at which you have a crest and you're just aiming at it. But right now what we're witnessing is car 76, Tim Child, been driven absolutely brilliantly. He sort of got in the battle for second, third and fourth. Others had a few problems around him, but he totally deserves his victory. And how he's sitting on the best part of a 15-second margin, that is a massive accolade. Checkered flag is waiting to greet him, and it's victory for Brabham, the BT34 of Tim Child. Michael Kuiper should be next in line, but we are just waiting for that. But I want to see which of those Maseratis is going to come through in the background. Is it going to be 31 or 34? It's very tight between Guillermo Fiera Ileta and John Spears, and just waiting to cross the line. 0.145 of a second between the pair.
And Bruce, I'm back. In fact, my cameraman was there and I didn't take the microphones. A bit silly, wasn't it? I don't know if you could see me there, but talking to Will. But what actually happened was that at the start, the rev limiter kicked in at 6,000 and it goes to 7.5, that Climax engine, and that's where it stuck. So he lost 15 to 20% of his performance, and nothing he could do about it. So in the end, he decided to call it a day. I reckon they'll have that fixed for tomorrow. What do you reckon, Mark? They'll sort that one, eh?
Yeah, the mechanics have got plenty of time to sort that one out.
Yeah.
He says as a driver and not as a mechanic.
Yeah, absolutely.
How do they fill their evenings?
Yeah. I do have an enormous admiration for these people. They are working essentially around the clock to keep us as drivers on the track, and they do an absolutely incredible job.
Particularly with older cars like this, because all right, you haven't got all the crazy electronics, but you've got a lot of other mechanical things that can go wrong.
There's a huge amount of things that go wrong. Although I'm always surprised that even, with, in our modern ages, despite the fact that these are older cars, you would have thought that the technology of getting things a little bit more right in terms of reliability would be around, but it doesn't seem to be the case. I don't know whether it's a whole conspiracy from the mechanics and the garagistas to keep earning lots of money because everything needs repairing regularly.
It still all looks quite solid state, doesn't it? It's still the odd lump hammer to be found lying around, and that's all part of the appeal. And what I really love at these meetings is, Peter Auto do it brilliantly, opening the paddock up, and it's visceral and it's visual. So someone you can look and vaguely, even as a non-expert, work out what someone is doing to fix something that's broken. And I think that's quite good, because if it's just the case of plugging in a laptop, no one has a clue, do they?
Look at that great shot of 250F Maserati. Doesn't that look absolutely beautiful?
Yeah, well, in the end, Guillermo Fiera Ileta just 0.145 of a second clear of John Spears. So, they'd have loved that race, because whatever you're racing, whether you're at the front or the back, you want someone to race with, don't you?
Yeah, much nicer to have somebody to race with. I mean, it requires a lot more concentration, a lot more effort. Sometimes it's nice to have a clear lap and see if you can do your best possible lap when there's nobody around. But of course, if you're racing with somebody, it gives you great incentive, great motivation. It really gets you going.
Yeah, and at the end, looking back in years to come, you won't remember your best lap time. Well, you might, but you will definitely remember your best scrap, won't you?
There's no doubt about that.
So I was saying before I left the commentary box, you just stepped in, Mark, you've got a very good fixture list this year with the HGPCA. You're going to lots of interesting circuits. You had Hockenheim already, you're here, but you've got lots of other great tracks to go to.
Oh, there are some fantastic tracks to go to, and it's going back to your point about being able to see all of these cars close and up close. It's fantastic. It's also fantastic educationally, because of course these are such old cars. How are you going to inspire the next generation about what people did in the day and what people are still doing today? And this is a fantastic way. And allowing the paddocks to be open is absolutely tremendous. It's essential, because otherwise you won't get the next generation of youngsters to be doing this.
Yeah, and it won't give the sort of older generation, whether a parent or a grandparent, a chance for their moment in the sun to show they know something.
A moment in the sun, yes, with the overcast weather that we've got here.
Yeah.
You have to understand, I'm an eternal optimist
Yes,
in life.
Let us hope, because I've got 2 races this evening, or this afternoon, 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock, and I very much hope that the rain does not come down.
Yes.
Oh, Tim Child looking to the heavens there, but
Yes,
the
he
heavens
was.
weren't required. He did that all on his own. Great run to victory there in his Brabham, and that's where you have that little moment where you just breathe out and go, yeah, that's okay. That's good, isn't it?
So Brabham 1-2 here for the opening race of this weekend at Dijon. 2 solid days of great racing coming up. Shake hands, so you can see.
That's Michael Kuiper getting out, and again, it's always good to see that they respect each other. But that ended up being a big victory, 14 seconds to the good for Tim Child. So he'll have that sort of glow of radiance of happiness tonight, won't he?
But you see, Dutchman Michael is much younger than a lot of the people here. He got into racing because his dad was a fan of Elvis's. I happen to be a fan of Elvis as well, and that's absolutely marvellous. There they are down there. Well.
As I was saying earlier on, it takes, in my opinion, enormous bravery to drive these open wheel, open top cars. I only drive the closed wheel stuff.
Yes.
I think on the recommendation of my wife, who suggested that maybe this was a little step too far.
What did you start in? What did you first race?
The car I'm racing in today, actually.
Okay.
I started 10 years ago in a Jaguar XK 150.
Yeah, that's fun, isn't it?
It's got a nice, good hard top. I mean, it's not obviously a race car in one sense, but actually it's a wonderful car to slide around. And I should have probably sold it many years ago, but I absolutely love driving it. And luckily, last year I won Goodwood Revival and the Ford Water Trophy in the XK 150.
Remember it well. Well, looking back at the restart of the race, and we expected the number 10 Cooper to go off into the lead, but poleman Will Nuttall was in trouble, dropping 3rd, 4th place by the time they got to the S's, just 2 quarters into the race.
Couldn't get the revs.
Couldn't get the revs going, and that was good news for Michael Kuiper. But there was a fair bit of sorting out through the course of the race, with a few mechanical problems, including Mark Shaw ending up not where he wanted to be, but pulling to the side of the circuit. But great to have the Maserati 250 Fs in there. Fiera Iletta going really well, but John Spears was on the charge. Real mixture of cars from the rear engine that redefined Formula 1 and the front engine that they superseded, and great to see them out racing here just on this circuit with so much elevation change and flow. So everybody out there really enjoying their time. But Tim Child started working his way to the front, and you just had to look for car number 76, and he worked his way very well through the traffic, Andrew, and that was what it was all about. But we do know that one of the big guns, Will Nuttall, had to pull off, but I'm sure he'll be back for the second race on Sunday.
He's a great driver, Will, but so's Tim Charles, and they all look fantastic in these cars. They're just such a pleasure watching.
Well, it is, and famously you can see what they're doing. There is Nuttall Senior in his Cooper Bristol, but you can the book, all arms and elbows, but it's great to see. But slightly more enclosed in the later Brabhams, and this is our race leader, Tim Child, sweeping round to conclude what would be a very strong victory for him. 14.5 seconds to the good, but that's part 1 for the HGPCA. More again tomorrow. So to the victor, the spoils. Tim Child pulls into the shade because it is slightly sunny here at Dijon-Prenois.
Slightly.
I do like the way you temper my enthusiasm.
Traditional English understatement.
So, crowds coming in. It's a great circuit to be able to walk around here, I must say, because there's very good vantage points. Now, Andrew Marriott's going to whiz. He's like a yo-yo. He's going to whiz down to the pits and see if he can get some interviews for the next race. But I must say, on the Peter Auto Classic agenda, it's quickfire, isn't it? Literally, as soon as you hardly have time as a spectator to go and get a bucket of frites or a tray of coffees, and but what you do have here are some fantastic viewing points where you can see a few corners, which is always nice, but you can see the gradient change, and you can see that wonderful shot as you come down in the Gauche de la Bretelle, the rear shot of a car, historic car, sliding or just loading up its tyres is something, of course, has been lost with tyre technology and suspension technology, but it still has a magic. And they say the food's relatively quite good around here, don't they? Exactly, but it's sort of the gastronomy capital of France, and hopefully... Don't they just? Yeah, well, over the years, I'm sure you've found a balance. But already, you know, we've got the cars coming out for the very next race. This is an hour-and-a-half race now for the 2-litre L Cup. These are early Porsche 911s, and it's this sort of, would you fancy racing one of these? No, that's fine. Declare your colours. No, but it's you know, they either should or shouldn't, like any car. There doesn't have to be any reason why, but now one thing we get a lot of in historic racing. Oh, hello, we've got Andrew down there. Let's hope we can hear him. He's about to interview our race winner, Tim Child. So for the drivers going round there, as Andrew trying to speak to Tim there, it's just a chance to get a feel. But I was just starting to make the point that a lot of these drivers, it's a two-driver format. Some do the whole lot. But we've got gentleman class drivers and elite, a handful of elite drivers. They have to spend extra time in the pits. But I mean, it's very much the nature of GT racing and so on and so forth, isn't it? That you have a gentleman and a pro. It's something that's sort of gone across the years. But they adjust it by putting these time penalties in. Yeah, they are. Okay, I think we're just getting ready. Sorry to cut across you there, Mark. I think we're pretty much ready to hear from the race winner, Tim Child, down in the pits with Andrew Mariott.
Yeah, Tim, congratulations. The Brabham went beautifully.
Yeah, thank you. Went beautifully all race. It was getting quite slidey towards the end. I was just trying to hang on, really, and not make any mistakes.
Willers, of course, is a very difficult man to beat in the coupe, but he had problems and you were there to pick up the spoils.
Absolutely. I figured if I could keep my head down and keep going, then I didn't know who was behind me, but as long as I stay in front of them, I'm P1, so that's good.
See what happens tomorrow.
Absolutely. Thanks very much.
Well done.
Thank you, Andrew. Good to hear from Tim there. And there's the winning car, his Brabham. And already, as that interview is concluded, we've got 25 early Porsche 911s. These are the 2-litre Ls. And in the nick of time, I'm joined in the commentary booth as Andrew comes running back up the stairs. Stick those on, James. Your babies are out to play. Mark, thank you very, very much for joining us. And do drop in any time. Bring cakes.
My pleasure. Thank you.
So, moments to go. Lights to green, flags. 25 cars waiting to play. 90 minutes to decide who's going to do what and where. Good conditions. It was slightly red, has turned to green. Now who's going to lead down to the first corner? Carl Tilley and Seb Perez on the front row. And it looks nice and neat and tidy. Carl's keeping his nose in front. A little bit of working it out. Seb Perez in 177 on the outside. And neat and tidy. It's a great circuit, though. Here's the, as you drop into that compression out of the first corner and then have to suddenly do the switcheroo, as they call them in some countries, and a few tails wagging very early in the lap there.
It looks... it's clean so far, isn't it?
Yeah, clean so far, but the drivers obviously, you beat their brows saying it's 90 minutes, guys and girls.
And behave yourselves.
Well, we were able to get an interview away, but it's new technologies for us here, so I'm pleased with that. But had no chance to speak to anybody who was going out in the race because they were straight out there. And the big thing about this, isn't it, that we've got Seb Perez returning, who is a previous champion, has won this race before. We haven't had him in the earlier races.
He's got the 2024 champion versus the 2023 champion at the start.
Yeah, and We've also got a situation where Seb's got an interesting co-driver.
Senon, who's hadn't driven this circuit or this car before, I don't think, before Friday morning.
That's Senon Fielding, the I think the British GT4 champion a couple of years ago. And interestingly, both drivers come from Chesterfield.
Yeah, I think they're good mates from home. Senon told me he lives a mile away from Seb, so I can't believe he hasn't driven one of these cars yet, given that Seb's had it for a while. But, it's a good, clean first lap. Nice field of 25 cars, and we'll just see how it plays out. It looks like coming onto the straight, Kyle's got a bit of a break on Seb of over a second already, so no DRS for Seb. And whereas for the gentleman, it's a lot closer.
Now, is the big surprise the guy from California, David Dangland, who I believe owns about 90 kart tracks?
I don't know the exact number, but they go up every week.
Something like that, yeah, they do.
No, it's great to see. You've got the gentleman. You know, we love the gentleman trophy, and as you can see, David is right behind Seb at this point as well, so he's not been dropped at all.
We've got former touring car champions in there, Matt Neal. We've got Formula 3 races with Virtanen.
Yes.
We've got all sorts of interesting people. We've got an Englishman who's now got an American passport in the lead. We got a guy whose granddad was Spanish.
I think look, and is that's almost David passing Seb for second place. Yeah. And of course they're teammates as well.
Yeah.
And Seb is of course the sporting director of Tut Hill. So I imagine they had a pre-race strategy, but it may not have involved David going past Seb.
Yeah, someone hasn't read it properly, have they?
Yeah, because you mentioned who's preparing these cars, and there's quite a little needle between the different teams, aren't there? And the Tilly car presumably is prepared by ERA now, his own race team. But
yes, absolutely. It was a historic built car, the Queen of Hearts with that lovely livery.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's British teams, but one of the things that's happened, I think, in the last few years is there's more and more Europeans coming to the series as well. So you've got a real spread of people. The car in fourth place, Nelson Calle, they prepare their own car.
And they're two Colombian guys, I believe.
Yeah, that's right, Juan and Nelson, and they have support from Max Lepage on the engine, but they run the car themselves totally off a trailer, which is impressive.
Who is John Gould?
John Gould, oh man, there's a book, and I can look it up, but it's a magical realism book, and he's a character in it, and it's Juan Pablo Oruela's favourite book.
Yeah, because I just saw someone walking up into the control tower yesterday, I think, and it said John Gould Racing, and on the back it said, who is John Gould? And I thought, I better go and look that up, and promptly forgot. But clearly it's some sort of in-joke, but that's right. Cool.
It's Juan being low-key, and he thought that was a fun name for the team. I asked him the same question.
But he deals in upmarket cars, doesn't he?
I think he's a finance guy.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
But look, I mean, it's fascinating, isn't it? Because Seb is in danger of holding up David at this point.
Yeah, David. I don't think he's ever gone this well, has he?
Well, he's going better and better. He's got a fantastic driver coach who you all know, which is Phil Quaife. And Phil's out here this weekend. And David is a brilliant example of someone who's come to the series not 4 years ago at Estoril and just worked his way up. And he takes it very seriously. But it was great fun out of the car. And he, I mean, literally flew in on the red eye on Friday morning or late Thursday night, and then is here, and he'll fly back to California tomorrow morning early. So yeah, good commitment, I would say.
Excellent.
He's not staying on for Le Mans. Honestly,
he's quite busy.
He's got a business to run.
He's coming back for Le Mans Classic.
Good.
If that helps, and Imola and so on. So no, look, I think this is exactly what we want, is guys like David and Nelson. Of course, Nelson and Juan Pablo race many cars for many years in historic racing, and really nice 3-litre RSRs and things like that. But it is impressive. You can see the pace of the gentleman drivers are ahead of, as you say, touring car champion Matt Neal.
Okay, it's worth pointing out, if people are looking, and you can see it on the Goodwood streaming, you can see it on, of course, the Peter also own site, the coloured backgrounds. The top two cars are elite with the pink, but the fact we've got two gentleman combinations in third and fourth is the point we're making. Danglard ahead of Caille, and then the orange background is for the combined. It's gentleman elite, and of course that has a factor, does it not, when it comes to the pit stops?
Yeah, and it's the only class in which the owner has to do more than half the race, because if you have elite or gentleman, it doesn't make a difference.
Yeah.
Almost by definition. It does sometimes in reality, but in gentleman elite, what we didn't want was the gentleman to feel like he had to get out of the car after 35 minutes and 1 second and hand over to someone who was better than him to show him what he should have done.
Yeah.
You know, it's for me, it's fantastic. When we set the series up, we had a debate about should we have pro drivers, and for me, it's a privilege to be on track with these guys. So absolutely, we want these guys.
But the big point is that Kyle Tilley is an elite because he's won LMP2 at Daytona and things like that. He is driving with Ollie Bryant, who's a former champion and is elite as well. So that he's going to have to really get 40 seconds ahead of Daglan.
Yes, spot on. That is exactly it.
And the Perez car, that too has got 40 seconds. So
yes.
That's what we're going to be watching. We're going to be watching that gap. And if Daglan can hang on, he's going to be in a very, very good position.
In the first season, we didn't have the grading. And I remember being here and sharing, I think, with Mike Jordan.
Yeah.
And it's interesting what the pro drivers can do. But then you benchmark yourself against, as in this case, David Danglard or Nelson. And so we created this category that recognised that. And in 10 minutes, Patrick, Peter and I just printed out the results from that year, looked at the end results and worked out that 20 seconds was about the right amount to penalise someone by, or 40 seconds if it's all pro. So that's why it is where it is.
I was talking to Ollie about this earlier on, and he thinks the 20 seconds is fair. In one of the other races, he got a bigger penalty. He's not so sure about that one.
Yeah, we don't look at the FIA driver grading. No. We have a kind of fairly gentlemanly definition, which is, are they coming here to win the race?
Yeah.
Someone like Mark Sumter, the champion 2019, you know, super successful car dealer, businessman, smart guy, historic racer, but he comes to win. So he is an elite by that definition. But this is, you've got two cars really moving up. In 12th, you've got Alex Van Houten, who started 24th, and in 17th you've got Philippe de Cran. Both of them, I could declare an interest because they drive for my team, they both did track limits so badly in qualifying. They were put to the back of the grid. Of course, they didn't think they'd done 5 times over the edge, but they had, I'm afraid. So the stewards or the race control are fantastic.
Which corner do they tend to?
It's the penultimate one, actually.
Okay.
So it's which you kind of would expect. It's very off camber, that corner, and you can just about go into 4th gear before it, and you come out quite wide. But yeah, that is the corner. I couldn't tell you what number it is. They all have very.
Let's call it. We like names. Virage de la Petite Combe.
You know, I thought I'd take it really seriously and try and learn all the names for this weekend, but I've failed. I like the Curve de Pouzas. That's the last one, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Pouas. Shouldn't have an S. Pouas.
Yeah. So
twin with Pouon in Spa, presumably.
Carl's having a bit of purple patch this weekend because he's on the pole in his Lotus Cortina as well later.
Yes.
And at the moment he's pulled away 4.5 seconds. Yeah, 4.6 seconds from Seb Perez.
He's a canny chap, isn't he? He's just like driving away gently. I still think that it's too close between Seb and David.
Yeah.
And I know Seb probably doesn't want to, but now that Verton has come out, I suppose they're a little bit further ahead of their main rivals, which is the yellow car, number 10.
Verton will get 20 seconds extra in the pits, won't he?
Yes. Yeah. And obviously, and then what you look at is what's the probable time of Yussi Tavori.
Yeah, so we can work out what's going to happen.
Because David is one of the gentleman drivers who does the whole race on his own.
Yes. So,
which is even more impressive because I know I'm exhausted after 45 minutes on one.
Well, as any driver we've had up here so far will point out, there's almost nowhere on this circuit where you can rest.
No, it's
start finish straight is it. Otherwise, you're always being loaded up and down. And
it's exhausting because you're grinning all the way around.
And of course, this track's so famous for that wonderful lap between René Arnoux and Gilles Villeneuve, where they did almost the whole circuit side by side, battling actually for 2nd place in that Grand Prix all those years ago.
I know, and if anyone hasn't seen it, Google Dijon Grand Prix, Arnoux and Villeneuve.
And people forget that Jabouille won the race, and it was the first victory for Renault.
For the turbo car.
Turbo car, yeah.
Exactly right.
So Carl Tilley pulled away from Seb a little bit more. Seb, as you said, champion in 23. Tilley and Bryant, champions last year. So James has just stepped out of the chair. We have another guest with us.
So, John Barber, welcome to the booth. We're dropping people in and out very, very quickly indeed. But this Porsche 2-litre Cup race isn't obviously one you're doing. Has it caught your eye before? Because it's on the same package as in the Peter Classic.
It has. Some of these cars look fantastic, don't they? You'd like to be out there now in them.
But again, on a circuit like this, it seems sort of almost tailor-made for Porsches, because you've got lots of corners where you can really load up the rear and make them sing. Now, tell us about your racing weekend. It's very quick fire here in the...
Yeah, you're on a Lola T296, I think, is that right?
It's a 296, yeah.
Yeah.
This is only my second race in it, so it was at Spa, and...
yours is the one with the sort of Joe Bonnier livery.
That's it,
not?
yeah.
Great looking car. So Spa was less than dry most of the time, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was all a bit hairy. I was staggered that there weren't a lot more accidents in the terrible conditions over that. There was a lot of racing right into the night, but there's very little damage done. It was impressive.
Even I was watching the racing at sort of 12 o'clock at night, and it was pouring with rain.
Yeah.
And the old Jags and that, they were really racing up through our roofs. And it was an amazing race, wasn't it?
Oh, it was astonishing. So tell us about your car. 1976 T96 Lola.
Yeah, so we just bought it from being a friend of mine, Mike Cantillon, and so we're normally sharing the driving, but not this weekend. Bought it from California, shipped it over, and pretty much had to have the whole thing rebuilt again.
And what have you got in the back? What's in the tail?
It's a 2-litre Cosworth.
2 litre.
Yeah.
The FEC engine, is it? Or
it is.
Was it a BDA? They tried different engines in those cars back in the day, because just quickly, can't tell you, is continuing to pull away from Seb Perez, but he really isn't pulling away quite enough. See, Vertelen actually is taking third place at Daglan now.
Yeah, Vertelen was the one on the charge in the red car. He's up to third place. He's now going to put the pressure on Seb Perez, but Seb needs to be stretching any margin he can get, and the last thing he wants to do is be embroiled in the battle. He seemed to have just about the measure of Danglard, but Vertelen, the Finn in the red car in the middle, the jam in the sandwich, is looking like another proposition.
And for those rally fans listening, Risto Vertelen, who's driving that car, is not the Risto Vertelen that was a top-line World Championship Rally co-driver. It's a different other person who raced in Formula 3. But it is now pretty good in this, I have to say. Look at that. 6 seconds the gap at the lead now. Got some... Look at these Porsches dancing around. Big lock-up there from the 35 car. And that's Frederick
D'Egidio, and he went very well at Spa, but there was a lock-up. He's got a little bit of trim hanging off the side of his car. He's always had a little bit of a rub of a fender, as you might say, the other side of the pond, but doesn't seem to be abating his pace, and he's running just at the tail of the top end at the moment. He's in the gentleman class, running actually fourth in class, so there could be a podium in the offing, but you don't get ahead of yourself with an hour and 16 minutes remaining. There's a long way to go.
Look, side by side now, this battle.
That's the battle for second place. Yeah. Seb Perez, well, he saw it coming, still went to turn in, and then thought, oh, no, the Finn is serious, and led him through. So Vertelen into second place. So we've now got Elite, that's Carl Tilley, probably just best part of 6 seconds clear. There we are, number 60 with the Queen of Hearts livery, the cream and red, and in behind, and really starting to put a lot of attitude on his car there in second place. Well, if you finish, you're in a 911, you are going to be going a little bit sideways, aren't you? It's in your bloodline.
I did mention that rallying just a second ago with Risto Vertelen, but Seb Perez is one of those few drivers who is a great all-rounder. And for instance, there's a rally on one of the islands, just can't recall where it is at the moment, but a European island. And he's won that rally 4 times. And his father, of course, is former British rally champion, Steve Perez, who set up an outfit called Global Brands, which is VK vodka and stuff like that. So very much a motor racing family. And Dad Steve is a great bloke, actually. He owns a couple of hotels in the Chesterfield area as well. So Seb's driven a lot of different cars. So he has been champion in this series in both 23 and 22. Won this race, in 22 and 23. So
look at this, John. Your races, you do all of the race, but you say you sometimes share with Michael Cantillon.
Yeah.
It's a very different equation, isn't it, if you do it yourself?
It is, yeah. Yeah, and you're going to have fast times and not so quick spells.
What was your background before you got into the Lola T296?
Well, I used to race caterings previously.
Okay.
But I work in property and construction in London, so
right.
This has always been a passion for me.
Of course, Mike used to knock stuff down, but he doesn't do that anymore.
No, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, so I used to work with Mike on various different projects.
Yeah.
It's always been good fun. It's always enjoyed the racing. So
it's all his fault, really?
It has been his fault, yeah.
Well, so it's important to know those things.
Now, Verton is going really well. Look, he's sort of pegged Carl Tilley back, hasn't he? Just sort of between 5 and 6 seconds. Perez dropped back almost a second, and then Dagland another. They're all pretty close. Actually,
yeah, the story
battle, and. Matt Neal, of course, former British Touring Car champion, he's going well. How many years was it that Matt raced in the BTCC? Over 20.
I was going to say, let's call it 2 decades, and we're there or thereabouts. And before that, in sort of production saloons and all sorts of other stuff. Waved yellow flag greeting the drivers. Now, John, a lot of points on this circuit. You can see the track, you can see the sky, but you can't see what's that far ahead of you. So that's why the marshals are extra important if someone's dropped it just over your viewpoint. Just trying to see if anybody has done anything, if they've continued, but everybody, I think, on the timing screen is... Oh, no, stop.
Oh.
Okay, car number 91, Manuel Dominguez, Portuguese racer, is stopped in the 3rd sector. So that is probably between Courbe de Gourgiol, which is the anti-penultimate corner, or Virage de la Petite Combe. But we'll keep an eye out for that. But I would suggest that is why we had the waved yellow flag.
Well, we have to say, it's early days yet. I mean, we've still got an hour and 12 minutes to go. A lot can happen yet, including, of course, these all-important pit stops we mentioned.
Now, as we said, 90-minute race. What's the rule, Andrew? You're big on the rules about when the pit window opens. I should have asked James.
You should have asked him, really.
35 to 55. There we have it. Oh. Seb Perez is fighting back, and the view of the meeting so far was Seb and Risto Verstappen going sideways on the exit of the first corner, the second, the third. And, it's Matt Neal starting to make progress. I beg your pardon. Sorry, I looked at the wrong coloured car. That's Timo Moll and Matt Neal side by side. But equally, it could have been the blue and red cars further up the track. But Risto Verton, as we know, had got into 2nd place. But
Timo Moll sounds Finnish, doesn't he? But he's actually Dutch. And he drives with Patrick Kolber's been in this series a long time, hasn't he? And lots of other Porsches. He's a quick guy. Where did our Colombian friends still going along nicely there in 5th place?
Yeah, they've sort of got about a 5-second buffer fore and aft,
But actually, Verton is closing a bit up on Kyle Tilley. Kyle, of course, runs the ERA racing team in America. They're running in the P2 category of the American Le Mans Series, and he runs the car in Creventic as well, which Kyle drives, a very nice Ferrari, although it's got a bit of BOP against it at the moment. We've got side-by-side cars here. Bruce, I'll let you call that.
Well, it's Matt Neal on the right-hand side of the screen in the blue car. That's car number 27, and 82, Timo Moll, the red car, who will have the right line when they approach the first corner. You're climbing very gently, and just before the first corner, it flattens out. But on the inside line to the corner, probably the slower corner, but the way to do it. But I don't think Matt Neal's going to be coaxed to going on the outside, because the first corner goes through about 140 degrees and into compression on the exit, so you don't want to be putting yourself on the outside line there, John, do you? Because you really would be out and beyond if you did.
You certainly don't, but this is amazing watching this racing. So close for another hour and 10 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Well, I think one of the beauties about it is, the drivers love driving these 911s. The fans love watching them because they just move around, and the very best drivers just have that, the balance to make them look spectacular. And a circuit like this just multiplies it with the gradient change. Up the hill they go out on the modern loop, you'd call it. That's parabolique. That was added after a handful of years because the track was considered a little bit on the short side. And this circuit actually is the 3rd one in the Dijon area. They had a couple of others, that Urcy and another one called Longvic. They got rid of those, and this was preeminent. But its moment in the sun, and if you say having the Formula 1 World Championship was the sun, didn't last too long. It stretched from the late 70s to the early 80s, but then the Grand Prix moved on. But since then, of course, GT racing has been big here. Lots of national racing, but the international scene largely moved away, and but now people are rediscovering it, and finally, after wanting to come here for a mere 40 years or so, I've made it, and I'm loving it.
Yeah, well, I was here 40 years ago and covered all those Grand Prix, and what's impressed me the most is this circuit still looks very modern. You know, the building we're sitting in, the pits block, is up to standard of any Formula One track. And there's wonderful graphics as well with the history of the stuff that's happened here. They take an old poster, and then there's a story about that race. So, you know, the first ever race here was won by Arturo Mazzario, and here is the actual poster for that race. So lovely tableaus all down the upper level of the pits. I really like that sort of stuff. Meanwhile, Carl Tilley looks as if Verton was closing on him a little bit, but now I see he's opened the lead back up to 5.2. But of course, he needs to be 20 seconds in front of that car when they make the pits. And
yeah, that's the point we need to stress, because while Risto Verton and his elite driver like Carl Tilley, his fellow Finn who's waiting in the pit lane is a gentleman class driver. So Jussi Itavuori will be enjoying this very, very much indeed, knowing the hard yards are being put in by Risto Vertonen in second place. But for Carl Tilley, that pit stop is going to be longer before he hands it over to Ollie Bryant. But you can stand back, John, and go, from the outset, outside, the spectators just be enjoying this race. But of course, with those extra long pit stops and the middle length pit stops, this order is going to be shuffled big time. And it's really where the cars are after 90 minutes that counts.
Yeah, and of course, you've got to look at the gap between Verton and Dagland as well, because there's 20 seconds between those two. So Dagland is definitely within 20 seconds of Verton.
He's 3 seconds off Burton at the moment.
Yes, so he is really the guy that's in the pound seats at the moment.
Yeah.
And they aren't really pulling you away from him. So there's just a chance that he could have a day in the sun. Not that we've got any sun here, but you know
what do you mean? It's trying.
Yes.
Well, the lights glinting off the cars. It looks though Timo Moll's got the better of Matt Neal. Matt Neal in number 27 is running in 7th place. They were very close, but the red Porsche of Timo Moll, of course it's a Porsche, it's a field full of Porsches, you know, is just starting to get clear, and its next target will be Nelson Kaye, who's just in 5th place, about 3 seconds up the track. But Risto Verton at various points on the track gets under 5 seconds off the tail of our race leader Carl Tilley, and then Carl bounces back at the next timing sector. But the general story is that Verton is chipping away.
Matt, of course, is going to hand over to, I believe, the owner of the car, Stephen Edwards.
Right, and we're going to have a handover here, John. Thank you very much for coming to visit. We'll get you up for longer. We'll get you a different batch of cars to look at.
Have a great race in your Chevron.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're...
Lola,
sorry.
Well, yeah, we'll do, and I'm loving the track. I think all the drivers love the track here.
Yeah.
It's your first visit?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a second.
Yeah.
Well done.
Thanks very much. That was John Barber coming to... We're going to have a load of drivers and
we certainly are.
See people cycling through. It's always good to get a different point of view, and also to put people to look at races they're not in. You get so focused on what you're doing. You come here, you might be doing one race, you might be doing 2, but if it's on an agenda of a programme of 7 different categories, it's a rare chance to sit down and watch. So
and we've got so much good feedback from putting it on live footage, because we all know when Goodwood's on, if we're not there, we all watch it all day long.
We
same, and thank you to Goodwood for streaming this, because it's the number of people that have texted me to say that was great. Massive slide in that corner.
Is it a bit of a surprise that Verton and Zach, he has gone well before in this, hasn't he?
No, Risto's really, really good.
Yeah.
Very experienced, and that's why he's in the lead. Of course, what you're looking at in that class, we obviously haven't got last year's champion in that class, so Jenny and Roman. And whereas, so this time, I don't think any of these guys has actually won the Gentleman Elite class overall.
That's good, isn't it?
As you know, it'll be defined by the slower driver more than the fast driver.
Yeah.
And so I've got a theory that our RFID codes aren't 100% accurate. And I think that's definitely young Patrick Kolb, who you probably know does an awful lot of modern racing.
Yeah.
With his Team Lion speed. Because Timo's done a lot of racing, but he's new to the car, and I know how much he enjoys it. I've raced that car here this time last year.
That very car.
I think that's definitely Patrick. Yeah. And I've got a theory. I wonder if it's Senan Fielding in the Tut Hill Seb Perez car.
Yes, that's it.
Yes.
Rather than Seb. So we'll see at the pit stop, I figure.
Everyone has a little transponder on the side of the helmet, don't they? But sometimes they press the wrong button, or somebody presses the wrong button.
Sometimes, you mean invariably?
No, I think that's probably the case. But definitely Carl doing a really nice job in the lead. And as you say, you're managing the net position.
Yes.
So looking at that, that's a cumulative difference back to David of 7 seconds now.
Yeah.
And what are we, 25 minutes into the race. So that's quite interesting, because if you extrapolate 25 into 90, you're looking at more like, I would say, 25 seconds.
Yeah, thereabouts.
So that's less than 40 seconds.
Yeah. Simple numbers.
Yeah.
We've had a couple of gentleman drivers win in the past, normally when there was a safety car.
Yes.
It's quite rare. Last year it got to onto the final lap. And Paul Rainey was so excited leading the race onto the final lap, probably spun. So Ollie won the race.
Yeah. And the thing is that Ollie is definitely quicker than Tilly, but not by that much, I suppose.
No,
but Ollie really can make it fly, can't he? He's got so much experience. And, of course, he's won the 2 previous rounds because Kyle was racing in another series. But they won as a pair last year.
Massive hat tip to Ollie, our 3-time champion. He won the BRDC award last year.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
And justifiably so. And has raced in the series every year. And, of course, used to race these cars before the series started.
Yes.
As well, with Historica in the 60s.
Historica being a well-known team, yes.
Yeah, which exactly.
Yeah.
So Van Houten's now up to 9th, which is pretty good going. And actually, if you look at the lap times,
he's on the money.
He's just done the quickest for any gentleman driver.
Has Kyle dropped off the pace? What's Kyle doing now?
Kyle's doing 1 minute 41.5.
Yeah.
Well, that's his best. I don't know what he's doing now. Actually, I can't tell you that.
I can't tell from that.
But what's happened? Actually, what's really impressing me is David Danglard. When it was really tight at the front, but he's sitting there. He's only best part of getting towards half an hour into the race. He'd be about 8 seconds down. And even if you were running at the same pace, if you're running one after the other, you lose a second or two. The sort of opposite of the concertina effect of running in a line.
He'll be massively conscious of this.
Yeah.
I would say, we're coming up to a third of the way through a race. It's now an 8-second gap. So if you extrapolate that, obviously, it's 4 seconds.
Yeah.
So that's really exciting. I would love nothing more than for him to win. But let's see.
An hour to go, but done the hard yards so far. 8 seconds on the nose.
We mentioned he's a big karting entrepreneur with indoor circuits. I think they use mainly electric karts, do they? But he's got tracks in Britain, in France, the Dominican Republic. It's a massive enterprise, and he's really
K1 Speed.
K1 Speed, yeah.
I don't know the story very well, but he got a one-way ticket from France to America about 25 years ago, determined to set up an electric karting business.
Yes.
So is he French?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Javi Danglars. And speaks French.
We're just.
You've got me.
You were speaking into the ether there. There's lots of buttons to press, and we've now pressed the right. We'll just go back on.
Remember
on
how
David.
that works.
We should have remembered that. We've had so many changes.
Interestingly, in his website, it doesn't mention. It says he comes from California.
He's a pretty low-key guy. Lives in San Diego. Massive Porsche fan.
Yeah.
He's got some fantastic cars that he's bought along the way, and I'm sure we'll buy more.
And got talent too.
Yeah, no, he's and as I say, he will be the first to say that Phil Quaife has played a hand in this. He's given him a lot of good advice on going well. So let's see, because as you rightly said a moment ago, Andrew, there's a long way to go. We've got a full hour to go.
What's the tyre situation? Do these tyres go off after an hour and a half, or are they pretty rock hard?
Look, it is pretty warm out there. They're quite low-speed corners. Paul Ricard is where we probably see the greatest tyre wear, because it's higher speed, higher temperature. I think they'll be okay. We introduced a limit of 5 tyres per week, 5 new tyres per weekend, and teams used to play around with swapping them front to back and side to side and diagonally, or putting the spare one on the outside rear. But I think the rough rule of thumb now is to just keep going like you are. But looking at David swerving around there, it does look quite slippery.
Well, of course, we had the old Grand Prix cars out before. There might be a little bit of oil down there, but not that we saw any. But that's a great shot. They're going up the hill there.
It's lovely. It's a fantastic corner, actually. It's really good, because it's a second gear kind of power slide up that hill. And then you arrive at this one. It is just the best circuit for 2-litre cars, because the cars are just moving the whole time. That corner leads into this one, into the next one, and then you think, okay, I'm coming up to this one, I'll have 4th gear, and you go through this one, down the hill, through this fantastic last corner. And I think it's almost like the circuit was designed for 2-litre cup cars.
Yeah, well, I thought as soon as I started walking it, and I watched a few cars going around on yesterday morning, I just thought it just cups them at various points, but if you can keep your momentum going, which is, of course, the absolute key with the 2-litre Porsche, you know, you will be rewarded.
By the way, that gap's coming down more. It's 3.8 now. That's the closest it's been between Kyle Tilley and Virtanen. Kyle, of course, basing himself mainly in the States now. I think he was originally from Bath.
He travels a lot as far as
he does. I think he's probably on British Airways Gold.
Absolutely.
And they're racing next weekend. The team at Watkins Glen. It was one of the bigger rounds of the WeatherTech series.
So the other factor in the Gentleman Elite is down in 16th and 18th, you've got Jürgen Westphal and Tarek Mahmoud.
Yeah.
And so the gentlemen have started those cars.
Yeah.
And as you rightly said a moment ago, we're coming up to the point at which 35, well, they have to do half the race actually, because that was the rule that we set. But then they're going to hand over respectively to David Voiselbergen and Phil Keane, who's not raced in 2-litre Cup before. He's driven them before and tested them with people like James Thorpe. But
really,
that's exciting for us to have Phil in the race, and Voiselbergen is probably one of the fastest drivers in a 2-litre Cup car. So you can see their deficit to Matt in particular, and Patrick and Risto. So as we get into the second half of the race, you know, I think that the best strategy is to put the owner in first and the faster driver second, but we'll see what happens.
And on what do you base that approach?
I'm not very scientific, but I think probably the track is clearer at the end, and therefore they can put in those fast times consistently, whereas at the start of the race you've got a little bit more traffic. It certainly makes for a more exciting ending.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I concur. But no, on the opening laps, if you're not quite where you want to be, you can spend a lot of time sorting yourself out, can't you, and running.
But it's great that chap John said, isn't this great racing to watch? Because there are a lot of people in the paddock who think we have the best racing in terms of the closest racing. There's fantastic cars, and you know, they're all great categories with really wonderful cars, but this is very close.
But you know, I think, you know, we were talking a short while ago, James, about now it's being streamed.
Yeah.
Lots of people get to watch it, but the thing that really strikes me, it doesn't matter where you are in the world. I was at Shanghai International Circuit last year, and they said, oh god, it was the week after the Goodwood Revival. We had that on in the workshop all weekend, and it was on this giant screen, and whenever they put down tools, so they were running cars in GT3 and stuff, but you know, it is this moment you can get so tied up with a championship or whatever you're doing, whatever you're racing in, but it's actually quite nice almost to be forced to watch something else for a bit, have the time to do so, because otherwise you make yourself busy at a race meeting, don't you?
No, I totally agree, and we've talked about live streaming this series for a long time, and you know, I feel that the series is in a good place. It's full of great historic racers, but there must be people out there who do track days in expensive cars like GT3 RSs and what have you, and who are thinking, I wonder if I could do that. But David Danglard, for example, is the proof that you can go and do that.
Yeah.
You know, he's an enthusiast, he'd done rallying. Here he is, 3 years into his 2-litre Cup career, and you know, really looking quite promising for a good result.
Well, exactly so. And I'm just looking at the way he waited for a moment before diving past someone putting a lap on them, but you know, he's sitting in a position, he knows he doesn't want to lose too many seconds to Carl Tilley, who's leading the race, but Carl will have that much longer pit stop enforced because he's all elite crew, but do the sums, but just no point taking risks.
He won't thank me for mentioning it, but he did unfortunately have a black flag here last year, because the pit entrance at Dijon is completely different to anyone I've seen, maybe apart from Pembrey, because it's just a hole in the Armco. So there isn't a road that comes in, and the number of people that overshoot it, and unfortunately David did that and decided the most expedient thing was to reverse up the track, which did not go down particularly well. So
like on a slip road.
I imagine.
You know, for even more reasons, it's great to see him having such a good race now.
Well, our race leader Carl Tilley will have a slower lap this time around because he's in a sort of gaggle of cars. He's just got to wait for his moment to go past. They will have seen him. His car far brighter from the rear than the front, the red at the back and the cream at the front.
There he is. Well, he's sighed through those, Bruce, hasn't he? And up the hill he goes.
Yeah, a little bit of caution. He got to Parabolique, and that's where it's climbed super steeply as you're turning to the right. But his margin at the front, 3.3 seconds clear of Risto Virtanen at the start of the lap. I think it would have come down a little bit because he had the caution, but Risto is just in the background of the shot, and the three cars that Carl Tilley, our race leader, had to go past will now have to be picked off by Risto, and Risto he's not that far clear of Seb Perez or possibly Senan Fielding. We're not entirely sure of the identity yet of the driver in car number 177, because Senan, new to the car, new to the team, new to all of this.
You see there, we got we could see the crash helmet from that angle.
Yes.
And maybe we'll get another flash of it. I'm trying to think what Seb's helmet looks like, but we might be able to work it out.
We may not, but it's certainly Carl Tilley leading the race, 3.4 seconds to the good, but the field spread around the lap. We started with 25 cars. We seem to have a non-starter in the Dirk Peters Arndt Meyer combination, car number 5. That's a disappointment.
And we get, I don't know if you can see at the bottom of your timing screen, Bruce, but we've got a second infringement for 757, which is one of the fastest gent drivers, which is Jürgen Rudolph, for track limits.
Oh, yeah.
And track limits can be a thing here. So we'll just have to keep an eye on those. But
yeah, he's running in 10th place at the moment, quite a distance behind 9th place, which is car 18 of Patrick Pougin. But once you start getting time penalties, that'll have him falling down the order. And the person who started to be next to inherit would be D'Egidio. Egidio or Egidio?
Well, he's an Italian who lives in France. So
crikey, there we go.
He's in the pit.
He's definitely Italian, so I'm going for Egidio.
Good. And he's in the pits. He's coming to tell us how to pronounce his name. That's
we've got a new fastest lap for Alex Van Houten.
Wow.
This is only his 3rd ever race. He raced at Paul Ricard last year, ever in any car. Spa last weekend or 2 weeks ago, and now this is his 3rd race, and he's just done a 41.5.
And also to reiterate, he started 24th, penultimate position on the grid, and he's up to 8th. So
and his net position is something like about 20 seconds behind David Danglard, and his last lap was a couple of seconds faster.
No, we're not in the window yet, are we? So
no, that looks more.
He's got a problem with the engine, I think.
Oh, no, we are. That's 30.
Oh,
that's because we're 35 minutes into the race.
35 minutes, yes.
Yeah, so we're
just
okay.
in. So he just.
So that's Kyle coming in to hand over to Ollie.
Kyle's coming in.
And that's also the Tuthill car coming in behind it, I think.
Yes. So
Risto Vertinen will have gone into the lead of the race because he continues. He was in 2nd place. He was down by 3 and a bit seconds, closing bit by bit by bit.
So is that Seb or Senna getting in?
Yeah, can we see? Have we got him on shot?
That's Ollie getting in. That's Ollie. Kyle.
Car number 60 in from the lead. Carl Tilley out of the car. Ollie Bryant aboard.
And with the elapsed time back to people like the Gent Elite drivers and also the Gentleman drivers, and these guys having 20 or 40 seconds longer, they're going to drop right back down the pack, I would think, to come out in about 8th or 9th place.
Yeah, I was going to say just tail of the top 10, then they'll have traffic, then they'll have to work their way forward. But if they can attack immediately, that's when the second drivers and the other cars will not be doing. Right, 177.
How's our helmets?
That's Seb getting in the car now.
Okay, so Senna fielding started. God, you're good.
Boring.
It was a 50-50 call. That's all I'm going to say.
I have a lot of respect for Seb, so and Senna. But there you go. And I'm sure it was Patrick Kolb in the red car that's
instead of Timo
as being Timo. But it's definitely Matt in number 27 who'll be handing over to Steve, who is arguably the quickest of the gentlemen who are going to get in, quicker than Jussi and Timo. But obviously you've got this dynamic that in 12th and 19th you've got Tarek and Jürgen who are going to hand over to their pros.
Yeah.
But they've got to do another 10 minutes on the track because the owner's got to do half the race.
Yes, yeah.
Seb asked me before the race if the owner had to start the car, and of course they did that at Goodwood in the Tourist Trophy last year.
Yes.
I think that's a massive step forward. I know Sean is doing that at Motor Racing Legends, and I think that's exactly what we want, really. But we haven't implemented that here yet, so it just shakes up the mixture a little bit.
Say you wanted to change that rule, change that format. Do you have ultimate responsibility to that?
The series is 50% me and 50% Peter also, but they're in charge of the organisation.
Okay.
And then we consult each other on things. We froze the technical rules. Really nice clean pass by David there as he laps these back markers. But we froze the technical rules for 3 years. This is the 3rd year of that. So we're having meetings at the moment to discuss with people how they feel we should evolve the series. But that's more of a sporting rule. I think sometimes you have to see, is there a need for that rule or not? I'm watching this race thinking, this is a really great race.
Yeah, yeah.
And we always have great races at Dijon. If people look on YouTube, there's Andrew Smith versus, I think, Andrew Cocotti and Martin O'Connell, and they're just door-to-door for 45 minutes and, really fantastic. So have they gone out yet, or are they still sat in the, because you have a 2-minute minimum stop time so that it's all calm. There you go, they're just leaving now. and pretty close to one another. So it's interesting because this is Seb versus Ollie, isn't it?
Yep.
Which again is last year's champion versus the previous year's champion.
Yep.
But look at that, Orwela's come out in front of them in the number 10 yellow car, I think. Yeah, he's showing us out. So that he net is the leader of the race in 16th place. Juan Pablo Orwela's overtaken from
in about
Nelson.
5 or 6 laps time. I think we'll get the pattern, won't we? We'll see also where
yes, because
David Dagland is.
Yeah, I think the theory is if you're not handing over, you pit as late as you can in case there's a safety car.
yellow. Yeah, absolutely. But then
Ollie's come out with his pants on fire.
Yeah, I mean, straight on the money for Ollie Bryant. Car number 60. Carl Tilley, of course, led away from pole position in that. But that pit stop, with the enforced longer time at a standstill, it must feel as though the little pages of individual day pages flying off a sort of 1950s movie camera, calendar. But
lovely. But Ollie will know he's got a job on his hands.
Yes.
But I suppose the delta now is him versus Danglard, isn't it? What time is he going to do on his first flying lap versus, David, who's been putting in, I think, fairly solid 42, 43, looking at last lap times. Yeah, just done a 43 dead, whereas I think Ollie would expect to do a 40 or a 41.
And Aristo's gentleman driver, you see, Itavori. Is he quite a bit off the pace, or?
Well, do you know what? Everyone's bloody quick now.
Yeah.
It's, if you're 4 seconds off the pace, there'll be other gentleman drivers who are 2 seconds off the pace.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it relative to Jürgen and Tarek and Timo and Steve Edwards. We haven't really talked about, but I think is the dark horse, because I would say he's the quickest of the gents.
Yeah.
So let's see what happens. But we've all watched Phil Keane do absolutely brilliant races many times, and
many things.
Yeah, I think one of the best races I ever saw was a Goodwood when he started in the pit lane in a Lister Jag and drove up and won it on the last lap. It was textbook.
And he does fantastic stuff in modern machinery too. He's huge. He's not underrated. It's not so many people know of the breadth of his talent, but this is a very good shop window again for him. So
yeah, and I think it's one of the nice things about these cars is you've got people who started racing in these cars, and you've got guys as experienced as Phil or Matt who come and enjoy racing them as well, and they will say they're as pure as anything that they race.
Yes.
So now look,
that's Matt Neal out, Stephen Edwards on board. Matt giving some last-minute advice.
Well, he has pitted. Yeah, so that's going to give Steve more than half the race.
Yeah.
Just, isn't it? Because
it's a numbers game, motor racing these days, isn't it?
Yeah.
High science.
So Rudolph is shown in 4th place now, but he hasn't pitted, and the people in front of him
correct
have.
Yeah. So Van Houter's now pitted. And we've got a yellow flag showing, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, have a quick... No, still the only car that stopped on track was Mario Dominguez, and one car went out on the first lap.
It's gone green already.
Came back in. It was the Koenig's car. So yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
YF to GF.
Yeah, so there is our race leader, Jürgen Rudolph, who's also come very, very close to winning races. As a gentleman driver, Barcelona, he would have been passed with 1 or 2 laps to go.
So everything to play for, really, James. It's a bit difficult to read.
As you can tell, I quite like this series.
Yeah.
So I'm saying this is the best view, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just enjoying it. And also, if people get the live timing up on the Peter Auto live timing, which is just a web page, if you Google Peter Auto live timing, you'll just come up with the Alcamel Systems page, and you get split sector times, fastest laps by category, and so on. And that's just the data that we're looking at.
I mean, that's the thing that always gets me. Commentating on some races, you get people tweeting and showing you their setup, and they've got more screens than you have, more monitors. And you're supposed to be informing them. Admittedly, they don't have a director in their ear,
and they don't have to get the right words out of their mouths all the time.
No, they are allowed beer.
Try to achieve, which yes, they're allowed beer as well.
Yes.
Nice shot of Lucas Boucher in the pit lane having a glass of fizzy pop like Sterling used to in the middle of the race.
Yeah, Rob Walker at Le Mans.
Yeah.
Yes. When champagne was considered first and foremost as a refresher,
Yeah.
Quite. So We've got 45 minutes to go, so Jürgen he doesn't have to pit for another 10 minutes, and neither does De Kraan or Klausler.
And De Kraan's only less than 3 seconds down on Rudolph, so the little battle.
Yep, last year's Gentleman Driver Champion at the fine age of 69.
Wow.
And loving his racing. He's raced Porsches for more than 30 years, Daytona 24 Hours and such like, and as a long-term competitor with us.
So James, as we said, you started this series. Was there a eureka moment, or did you come to it sort of more by osmosis in a way?
I suppose we've always loved Porsches in our family, and I remember Dad getting his first one, but we used to watch cup racing on motors, because in those days there wasn't like masses of streaming of this, that, and the other.
Of course not.
And those 964 cup races, at Hockenheim, they'd arrive 6 abreast at the chicane. 2 would go through the middle, and the other would just go off sod it
over the top
and pass through. And
I love that back section at Hockenheim.
As John Hindhaugh said on our broadcast 2 weeks ago, this is really Carrera Cup before the Carrera Cup started, isn't it?
I think so.
They would have used these cars. I mean, Porsche just put a massive amount into their various race series, and running alongside Grand Prix for so many years.
No, I have a lovely friend called Fred Hampton, who people in the Porsche Club will know very well, and he always used to say, "Porsche go racing so that we can have great road cars."
Yeah.
And I think these cars are well developed. They weren't all built by Porsche at the same time into racing cars, certainly. But look at this. De Kraan is really catching.
Yeah. So the first 4 cars shown.
That's 1.5 seconds off the lead.
He's taken a second out of Rudolph on that lap. He's done his best sector times of the whole race, and. Will not be handing over to anyone, and neither will Jürgen, whereas Cedric, who's in the car behind them, will be, but he's some little way back. Philippe is very, very experienced and very calm driver, so great to see him, because he of course started behind Van Hooter in last place. So Ollie is now showing a net 11th, and Orwela is still quite a long way ahead of him.
Ollie's already done the fastest lap of the race.
Yes.
Yeah.
Look at that.
He's just beaten his own. This is consistency. 1 minute 41.3, 1 minute 41.2.
So just on the screen we're seeing here, we can't see the difference, can we? But
no, I can. I've got it on my.
But you've got it on yours.
I don't know what. But so Ollie did a 41.2, whereas Danglard, who is I think
he's a target. Yeah.
Danglard is just ahead of Orwela. He's done a 42.6. And Orwela's done 42.2. So Ollie's taking a second to a second and a half out of them. But the total difference, but they are, and he's only about 20 seconds behind them now. So he's got another 20 laps.
Yeah.
And he only needs to go a second a lap faster. And my money's on Ollie, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Definitely.
It's exciting to see. I mean, it's not a given, is it?
No, it's not.
And particularly if.
Well, you talked earlier, Andrew, yellow flag periods and things.
Yellow flags
that will abate Ollie running at his maximum pace is going to be.
Yellow flags could change the whole thing. It was a long yellow.
And so that is the Westphal car into the pits, number 68.
Yeah.
He'll be handing over to, that's David Voiselbergen sitting in the car.
You say he's quick.
He was third here last year.
He consistently sets the fastest lap of the race, to be honest.
Yes.
Very, very quick guy. And that looks a little bit more sideways, a little bit more Seb, shall we say, as he drifts through that corner.
Of course, when you say fastest lap, you're talking about within his class, the gentleman class.
Because he's the elite in the car. So
he's the elite, rather than Jürgen.
I mean, a bit of a culture shock probably for Senna Fielding. I mean,
he's never raced on historic tyres either.
I can't remember what he won that championship in. Probably McLaren, was it?
British GT4, I think it was McLaren.
So he's never had a 3-course Peter also lunch.
No, well, maybe he has now.
You only get the 3-course ones, not the 5.
Oh, well,
what colour is your ticket?
We didn't have the cheese.
It's a good lunch. And what I'm also looking at is Seb. So Seb's just done, I think, a quicker lap than Ollie. He's done a 41.2.
Well spotted.
By 500ths of seconds. So he's chasing after Jussi Itävuori. In fact, he's
just passed.
Past. In fact, he's vaulted past Seb Perez as well. So he's up to 7th place. Ollie Bryan up to 7th. Well, we can discount Philippe de Kraan, who should be coming into the pits, and Jürgen Rudolph, who is in the pits. But effectively, we're going to be looking about top 5 and then working forward from there, I would suggest, for Ollie Bryan.
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly.
Oh, actually, maybe, yeah.
The Japanese obviously got a problem here with their car.
Oh.
Yeah, they were. It's their first race with that car.
Is it? They come all the way from Japan to?
I do not know the answer.
Ah, right, okay.
I'm afraid.
They're new, though.
But I should. And yeah, look, we'll see how they're doing. Again, Seb and Ollie are matching each other on sector times as we look at it now. So we'll see. He's only 6 seconds behind him, but I think that is probably the battle for the lead. So that is showing. So Philippe de Crane, David Danglard is really our leader.
He's a target, isn't he, for Ollie and Seb Perez.
And David's got a decent gap on Orwela and is lapping at the same sort of times.
So just waiting for it to settle down, but there are many stories within the overall stories. Those that pitted late will drop down that order, but it's a question of which of the elite combos are going to hit the front, and you have to say it's going to be the one that was started number 60 by Carl Tilley, Ollie Bryant chipping his way through, but Seb Perez, as you just pointed out, James, matching him lap for lap at the moment. It's going to be how they work their way through traffic, but this isn't too bad a circuit for traffic. You don't have to be stuck for too long behind someone else.
There's many ways around it, I think. But the battle for gentlemen is really close now with David. Okay, he's got 12 seconds on Orwela, but Van Houten's coming up behind them at about half a second to a second a lap. And so I think will be a contender for second in class, if not the class win before the end of the race.
So the sunshine that came through after the little flurry of rain last night, and this sort of bit of a damp morning, seems to have gone away. But track conditions looking absolutely fine, and they had good dry running.
It's warm, isn't it? It's muggy today.
It's definitely muggy.
Yeah, it is.
Then he's got his windows shut, so it'll be really hot in that one. We normally open the back windows and let the air flow through, and they're not too bad. But yeah, Dijon is our smallest maximum grid size. You can have 55 cars on the grid at Dijon, which would be just brilliant if we can do that.
Be nose to tail, wouldn't it, around a lap? You get 10 laps into the race.
Side by side.
Just wondering what sort of time Phil Keane is doing as well.
That is a good question.
Yeah.
He's going to be in number 59, I think.
Yeah, he is. He's down on 20th at the moment, but
he's just done the fastest lap. His fastest lap was a 42.6.
Yes.
So a little off the leaders, but he's just done the fastest mid-sector of anyone, purple sector for Phil there. So we'll see how he goes, and that must be de Crane in the pits, and it looks like we're doing a pit stop on the back of that as well.
Oh, he's changing. I wonder if he's got a puncture. He wouldn't normally take a wheel off.
Ollie Bryant really hanging his tail out, and he's got to the Van Houten car, Alex Van Houten, just in front of him. That should be a good little scrap then, shouldn't it?
Well, he'll take Alex up with him to Orwela and David, who are now a shorter distance ahead.
Yeah, left on the clock, 36 minutes, the gap for them to catch up with David in second place. Well, David, effective race leader, is only just around 10 seconds.
That's Philippe de Crane's car. He's done a few years of...
He's done 5, hasn't he? Actually, I don't really like that. I wish people put them on a board.
I'll tell him you said that.
Yes, I just prefer it a bit neater. It starts to look a bit cluttered.
We did the Tour Auto in that car earlier this year. And,
did you?
Yeah, 2,500 kilometres through France, 4 races, 13 special stages. Fantastic event.
I've never done it, but I did it as crew for Lord Beaverbrook a few years ago, and the thing caught fire.
An RSR or a Ferrari?
It was an RSR, yeah. But Maxwell's a great guy.
So David leading the race. I should screenshot that for him, but I'm
busy.
Imagine Quafey is like a good driver coach.
Yeah.
And I have to say, David's doing great. Just a 43.
So Ollie's up into the top 3 already. And now we can see it's 18 seconds
and 35 minutes.
So. Okay, so let's call it 36 minutes. So that's relatively easy maths.
But what about Seb? Seb's 4 seconds.
Second a lap.
Seb's 4 seconds. Is Seb still going a bit quicker than Ollie? Or?
He is, absolutely. On that last lap, a second quicker.
Yeah.
So
that's got to be factored in, isn't it?
He's 5 or 6 seconds further back down, though. Well, that's going to be a heck of a drive if Perez can take that out of Ollie. Ollie Bryant, car number 60.
Well, closing up, and one thing you say, it's a relatively easy track to overtake, but I think Ollie will put up a very good defence if he catches him.
Yeah, I would agree.
As Ollie just going down up the hill and up the inside. Lots of traction up there. Looking down in the pits.
That's Jürgen Westphal, who's just got out of number 68.
Well spotted.
And,
I knew there was a reason we had you.
Got to be good at something. And
well, good at this series, that's for sure.
Thank you, encyclopedic. So this is Alex, as I said, holding on to Ollie, which is what I thought he would do. Outbraked himself into the hairpin slightly, but has caught him up a little bit since.
Yeah, well, it was useful looking at the back of Jürgen Westphal's head, because I just wanted to see where his teammate David Wirselbergen was going, and he's already starting to take great lumps out. Fastest lap of the race, you're quite right. 1 minute 40.6, so he's 6/10 of a second quicker than anyone else. However,
that's not hanging about, is it?
He is best part of 100 seconds down on David Danglard, who's leading the race.
Yeah. Have we got a battle brewing in the gentleman elite category with Edwards closing up on the Finn?
Yeah, good spot.
They're only 2 seconds apart.
Yeah.
And Steve was 4 seconds a lap quicker last lap. He did a 44 versus Jussi's 48. And he's only a couple of seconds behind, in 9th place behind Jussi's 7th. So I think, and there's Matt watching on carefully. So yeah, Steve is looking good, and behind him you've got Timo Moll, I think now in the 82 car, who's done a 49, so he's going backwards relatively. And then we've got, as you rightly said, we've got Wirselbergen on.
Yeah.
But we've been following Ollie, and just see the attitude of the car, James. You can see he's just overtaken one of the gentleman drivers.
No, that's still Van Houten driving behind him.
But it's still, I think, there's just a bit more attitude into the car.
Yeah, Ollie drives fantastically. Yeah. But this guy in this car, the blue car, is in his 3rd ever race.
That's unbelievable.
26 years old. He's done about 3 years of track days.
Yes.
And shares with his dad, Bernard. But Bernard wanted to step back and let Alex see what he could do. And this happens. I remember Max Lynn, who you'll know is big brother Alex as well, and Sean, of course. And when his first race in the championship, when the leaders went past him, he just stayed with them. And it's fantastic when these young guys get into the championship and
he's got
enjoy it.
Perfect opportunity here to follow Ollie and learn a bit, hasn't he?
Yeah, 100%.
Here they are coming under the bridge, past this impressive pits block here, and pits complex, I suppose we should call it.
Yeah, and as you say, so reminiscent of the racing that there used to be here when the French Grand Prix was here.
Yeah, I was very privileged to report those races. And
I want an F1 car around here would be quite interesting.
Yeah, well, because we have got some nice F1 cars, DFV-powered F1 cars going to demonstrate.
Yes.
That's the most fantastic Ferrari, the ex-Chris Amon Ferrari that we'll see all abroad.
Van Houten may not be an elite, may not be a gentleman driver for much longer, because he's just on a 41 dead, which is the same time as Ollie Bryant. A slightly more experienced rival in front of him.
Do you change their status during a season or not?
Yeah, I think.
I mean, if he kept winning.
We try and take a conservative view and try and be sensible.
Yeah.
But we changed Patrick Kolb, for example, last year.
Yeah.
Came second as a gentleman driver at Spa, drove beautifully, and does an awful lot of racing, and so we regraded him. But I think, I mean, if that's a phenomenal time for someone in their 3rd ever race, that's pretty impressive in what isn't the most totally up-to-date bit of kit either.
Yeah, I wonder if he's been doing a lot of track days or something in other equipment, or whether he's just wedded to this.
I think he just smiles a lot, and I think he's just loving it. So it's fantastic. But David is absolutely consolidating this position with 30 seconds to go now, and Ollie is 15 seconds behind, 13 seconds behind. So he's still got to catch him at a second a lap.
Yeah,
which he's going to do as things stand right now.
I'm just thinking that Alex Van Houten is obviously very, very good at taking a visual cue from someone who's more experienced, and nothing like following someone, but having also the skill, the capability to adopt the lines that they're taking. But he's got adapted incredibly well.
He seems to have a bit of a speed advantage. He's 3 kilometres faster on the straight, looking at the speed traps, than that car. And Seb, in the meantime, kind of holding in there. He's 6 seconds behind these two, so he's doing fairly similar times now. And I think that Keane is still in the 42s. Wirselbergen's firmly in the 40s, but as you say, a long way behind. And in our battle for Gentleman Elite, Edwards has now taken the lead from Jussi.
Yes.
And so 43.5 for him, and looking pretty good, I would say, unless Voiselbergen catches him up, because he's 3 seconds a lap faster and 20 seconds behind. So I'll be close.
That will be close.
We've done this before. What sort of horsepower are we talking about here?
Well, when Porsche built them in 1965, they're 130 brake.
Yes.
And they go fine. And then they brought out the 67S with Weber carbs and different cams. Yeah. A lot of these cars run the S cam.
Yeah.
And they were 160 brake.
Yeah.
I think to be competitive, you definitely need 190 now. There are people.
Limits then, by the way.
Yeah, I'm afraid it was. There are people who say they have 200 or 205. They all seem pretty equal. If you look at the speed trap times,
yes,
there's about 3 kilometres an hour between the top 5 cars.
I wouldn't have thought there's much else you could do to enhance the speed with this.
They're quite a draggy car.
Yeah.
And for me, I think we want long life engines. We have a rule that you can only change an engine once during a season.
Yeah.
If you go testing, that obviously pushes those hours up.
Yeah.
People can run on the Thursday, which is a cost saving because the team's already here. So typically, the car will run for 2 to 3 hours on the Thursday. You have a 40-minute practice, 30-minute qualifying, hour-and-a-half race. So about 4 hours, 5 hours per weekend. But yeah, here's a replay.
Here's our violation.
Juan Pablo Orella, you have to have all your wheels inside the white line. They were all outside the white line.
I haven't seen a flag on the bottom of the timing screen
Not yet.
Yeah.
But I imagine they'll
well, 5-second time penalty for third infringement just come up.
Oh, well done.
Yeah.
And that's for number 10.
Number 10, the driver we were watching, one of our Colombian duo.
So that moves Van Houter up to a net second in class.
And Ollie,
he's 4 seconds behind him.
Ollie, I think he'll go up to second on this lap, or certainly next.
Closing, isn't he?
Yeah, he's closing in.
And Alex Van Houter tucked in behind car number 29. He's lost about a second or so to Ollie Bryant, but again, doing a fantastic job for his third ever race. Quite extraordinary. Ollie Bryant, number 60, chasing down the number 10 of Juan Pablo Orella. And in turn, they're both 8 and 9 seconds respectively down on the race leader, David Danglars.
Yeah, and my friend Philippe Decane's just overtaken Steve for 8th place.
Yeah.
But Steve is doing a really nice job of consolidating his lead in the Gentleman Elite, as far as I can see it. Voiselbergen is still 20 seconds behind him.
The rear end stepped out. I thought they were about to rub bodywork, but he managed to save it. Le Mans Classic, obviously one of the biggest historic race meetings of the year, probably the biggest one. You have a race there, is that so? You have a race?
Yeah, we have the Porsche France created a support race. This will be about the 4th edition of it. They tend to move the period of it.
Yeah.
This is Ollie going past Orweiler, I think, now, isn't it, for second?
It's just lining him up, isn't he?
Yeah.
And then down the hill he goes to the Bretelle, double corner of a Bretelle.
He's a very patient driver, Ollie, isn't he?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. We talked about these penalties for experience, and in another category he's got a much bigger penalty, but he says next year he's going to be 40, and that's based on age as well. So he's not next year. I don't think he's going to be that much slower, if slower at all, but his penalty is going to be less.
I think, knowing Ollie, he knows he's going to get David, so he's just sitting.
Where's the best place without any danger?
I think Orweiler's about 5 kilometres an hour faster on the speed traps, so I don't know what's going to happen now.
No.
But we'll see. Maybe with the drag, that will be enough to take Ollie there.
Can you get any sort of slipstream?
Yeah, the slipstream's huge.
Yeah.
But you've still got to have the motor to pull it, and Orweiler has the maxed up Page engine, which does go well.
Yeah. Yeah, he said he's having a look, wasn't he? But
he's not going to do it there, is he?
No.
He's absolutely pulled away from him.
Well, this is really playing in the hands of David Danglars, isn't it? Now that Ollie Bryant's being delayed. We still think there's enough in hand, but for every further lap that he's behind, he's losing maybe half a second. These little things, it is going to come down to probably a handful of seconds.
I think he was just going by there. He got his nose on the inside. Meanwhile, no, he didn't do it. Look, he's trying, going to try around. No, switch back down the inside. But
Juan Pablo's a pretty
Juan Pablo
wily
driving
driver.
well, isn't he?
He is.
Keeping, we'll have another look down the inside again, but he hasn't carrying enough speed, is he there? And meanwhile, I think Seb's not got the pace of Ollie, has he? Quite. No. I don't think he's going to catch Ollie now.
No. But what a fantastic dice to see one of our gentleman drivers up against one of our well, literally our best champion.
Yeah.
And holding him off, but maybe that's the time he's got the run up the inside.
I think this is it this time. Oh, no.
He's going to have to be brave around the outside.
Oh.
Track limits warning coming up, I'd suggest, as he's half over the white lines.
I think he just hung in there, didn't he? But he hasn't got by.
He's going to have to.
Now this time, I think he will. Now he will, I think.
But then remember, Orwela seems to have the speed out the straight. And, I know Lee Max de Page and Adam Lichtig from Max de Page will be watching this and going, God, look at him go.
You need one of my engines.
Got it. Absolutely. Well, Adam, a few people more passionate about these cars than Adam. So
side by side. And you see him pulling out a bit there, can't you? He's using that horsepower. Now they've got some back markers will come into play.
And the gap to Danglard only came down by about 3/10 that lap.
Yeah. But so this has put a bit of jeopardy into this race.
I suspect that Ollie will get more committed.
Yes.
He's been quite gentle so far.
Yeah, now he's got down in the inside, but of course this circuit promotes good racing, doesn't it? The very nature.
Dare I say, it's almost like Arnoux and Villeneuve, but without the wheels. I hope.
Oh, well. The move was coming, and it was the outside, inside, and I think you have to say...
set that up 5 corners ago.
Yeah, I think Juan Pablo Orwela was sensible there. He could have made it a little harder, because when you're coming out of the S's, if you're on the outside, you really start... I was watching it
very nice.
If you push someone any further out, they've got to back off, otherwise they're over the curbs, and you don't want to do that down into the compression at La Bretelle.
And that was fab, wasn't it? Well done, both of them, and that's exactly what we want to see. But Juan's going nowhere. He's sat there, and I don't think he'll try and go past on the straight, but let's see, there's traffic coming up, isn't there?
So just over 20 minutes to go. So we're in the closing stage of this race, and Ollie Bryant just one person to nip by.
Yeah, the gap between race leader David Danglard and Ollie Bryant is now 5.5 seconds, and suddenly the number that doesn't seem that small is 22.5 minutes that Danglard is going to have to defend this lead.
No, I think that's...
It's a 90-minute race, and I think that's going to be too much.
And
however,
much as David would love to win the race, he wants to win the class, and I think that he will probably play the long game in that regard. But look at this, because you've got Orwela definitely lapping faster than
5.3 seconds down on David Danglard. That's the gentleman class. First and third they are overall at the moment. Alex Van Houter is only another 1.5-2 seconds further back in third place in the
gaining
class.
on them both.
Yeah.
But if Ollie can get this back marker, he might be able to use the back marker a bit to pull away, hadn't he?
Yeah, I think he's going to...
Just the Colombian guy might get held up a little bit now.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, as you say, sadly, the kind of push from Seb has faded a little. It's doing much the same times, but he just hasn't closed the gap. So he probably poses a threat to the gents in terms of overall top 3, doesn't he? At the current rate.
Meanwhile, Stephen Edwards looks
doing a lovely job.
Doing a lovely job. I mean, he's got quite a window now, hasn't he, over the nearest. What is it? Oh, over 20 seconds. He leads that class.
That will be Steve, like David, is someone who started racing in this championship. You know, Mugello 4 years ago.
Yes.
Never done a race in his life. Tuthill paired him up with Matt Neal because they're both extremely tall.
Yeah.
And as I described them at Spa, they're like an old married couple and sit there, drink tea and enjoy their racing. So there'll be few more popular victories than Matt and Steve winning.
Isn't it great that Matt's still racing, all that long career in the BTCC, and of course all his wheel business as well, but that he can come to this series, the other side of 50, and still be ultra competitive.
But also having fun. That's the thing, because I think over the years in the British Touring Car Championship,
I don't think that much fun.
No.
We all had dinner last night, actually, Matt and Steve and Philippe and Alex and I, and We had to find a restaurant where one of our friends could have snails and someone else could have steak. But yeah, we had it's the nature of the thing. It's extremely sociable.
We're just seeing replay of the pass.
Gone straight past him.
Yep, that's.
Oh, that's the replay.
It's the replay of the pass, yes.
Beg your pardon.
Well, it was, as you said, it was about a 4-corner move, but then eventually when you go into that compression, dropping down to the left and let Bretel to go onto the extension that was added in the late 70s so we could have a long enough lap. But it wasn't just about lengthening the lap, it was giving us a fabulous right-hand hairpin, steep climb, then up to the slope where you'd rejoin the original circuit, and that's where David Danglars going through.
And they really
he's
are
now
all
seeing
inside
60
of each
coming
other
in
now.
closer, 2.5 seconds down at the start of the lap. Ollie Bryant, you know, I said a few moments ago, he's got 22.5 minutes to hold on to that lead. 3 minutes in, the lead is down to, I would suggest, about 1.5 seconds now.
Yeah, but look, you've got Orwela, Van Houten and Perez all coming up behind as well. So it's going to get very tight.
And James, how did it work with the points? So Ollie will, assuming he gets will have a maximum. Does he get the same points when he shares with Kyle or not?
Yeah, absolutely, and you get a point, you get an amount of points for starting the race, and then there's points within each class, for overall results as well. So we run a separate Gentleman Elite Championship, separate Gentleman Championship. But yeah, these are, I would say that Joan and David are our main Gentleman Championship contenders, with Jürgen back in 7th as well.
Now, hopefully we'll see Ollie closing in.
Oh, he's gone off.
Yeah, he just
locked back on again.
Yeah.
So that's Alex Van Houten, who probably gained the position now. The yellow car of Orwela losing out. Pretty much at the same point, he came under real pressure 2 laps ago from Ollie Bryant, but that was a save, because at that point the track's dropping away, it's turning to the right, and you're going on, straight on.
And now Ollie's with David.
Yeah, we should see them, shouldn't we?
But I think David's focus will be just on going forwards, but let's see. Can take a couple of laps to get past him sometimes.
Now, I haven't spoken for a while about the progress of David Vergelbergen, who set the fastest lap of the race. He's got it down to 1:40.2 now as the lead battle gets closer. He's up to 12th. He should get into the top 10 fairly soon. Up front, however, it's very busy indeed. Car 29. Alex Van Houten riding behind Juan Pablo Orwela, who made one little mistake. He may be able to redress the balance, and as you pointed out, James, he seems to have plenty of grunt out of the final corner and up that climbing start-finish straight. Maybe he can use that little bit of poke to get his way back into 3rd overall.
Yeah, I wonder if tyres are coming into it, because obviously Van Houten's teammate De Craan swapped his rears, and I don't know if Orwela did. And Alex just seems to have much more mid-corner grip at the moment.
Orwela suddenly started looking. He's been looking a little more cautious the last 2 laps.
It was a lockup, wasn't it? Front lockup.
I have to say, really nice by Joan, because he tried to close the door, but he didn't shut it too hard, did he? So maybe he couldn't. But that's a nice result, and just getting closer and closer, I think, when we flick back to the live feed.
Ollie in the lead.
Yep, Ollie's made it through by 11 thousandths of a second over the start-finish line. So that was the move on the start-finish straight. That would have started probably 3 corners earlier, and having those penultimate last couple of corners sweeping through, and the number 60, cream on the nose, the stripes, the Queen of Hearts livery, old Porsche livery, and a red at the tail, but pulling clear.
What's the history of that livery? Do we know?
It's historical love their historical details, and that is off. Do you remember when they ran all the 908s?
Yes.
On the Targa Florio.
Yes. And that was one of the liveries from that.
Right.
And that you had that brilliant shot with the golf cars with the arrows on and so on.
Just enough time for the villagers to move to the side of the road with their picnics, wasn't it?
Yes.
What a thing that must have been. Of course, 911s used to do the Targa Florio a lot. People like Dan Margulies and so on in the day.
Yeah. And of course, we did have a little period where they did the British Saloon Car Championship.
Only for 1 year.
Only for 1 year, yes.
And Vic Elford in Rallycross.
Yes, yeah. There was another chap called Terry Hunter who did some of the events. He's still around, actually, Terry.
So Ollie quite bulked there, which is that's the Jussi Tavori car, I think. And look at that, David has absolutely got the run on it.
Yeah, this could be interesting.
Bit of a dilemma for David as to what to do, but I think he'll probably have a go.
Well, it's almost a double toe for David Danglars. He's going to fight his way back. But
oh, my Lord.
Bear in mind that the Itavuri car was originally on exactly the same lap, right on the tail of Ollie Bryant's car when Carl Tilley was driving it, as Christopher Verton was coming through, but it's now fallen back a lap.
Nobody could argue, really, that the Ollie Bryant, Carl Tilley number 60 car has got the strongest engine in the whole series, could you say?
Well, he was struggling with the yellow Orwela car a moment ago.
Yeah.
And that looks like Seb catching up on Orwela, but not by a huge amount.
Are the engines sealed or?
Yeah, they're sealed by MSA scrutineers.
Yeah.
And everyone looking up into the corner that time.
Yeah.
And so they have to have a seal, and the championship organisers seal them as well. And as I say, you permitted one rebuild during the season. So still 15 minutes to go in what has been a brilliant race. Yeah. I think we can probably going to check out now.
So he's leading. He's leading the elite class as well, sharing with Carl Tilley. But behind, the next 3 cars are all gentlemen crewed. David Danglard just hanging on from Alex Van Houten.
Oh dear. And Voiselberger is now directly behind on the leaderboard.
Yes, it's closed up a lot, hasn't it?
Only 8 seconds behind
Stephen Edwards.
And taking 2 or 3 seconds a lap out of him.
He's going to have him, isn't he?
I think so. Who wins the gentleman's is anyone's bet. That's Carl and Jürgen on the pit wall.
Well, nothing they can do about it now. They've had their bits in the race. But for Carl, his car is leading the race by, doesn't matter. Yeah. It's now 2 seconds clear, but that's in the elite class. And definitely people are starting to find the handling of their tyres not quite as it was earlier in the race. And 177, that was Seb Perez pushing on very hard. Managed to collect it, but they're all starting to have a few minutes. But anyhow, that's what racing's all about, isn't it?
Yeah.
Taking the passage of your tyre from great to, well, you could put it in the bin now.
I wonder if Seb's got enough speed to get it into an overall podium there.
The overall team thing would be if Seb could get past Orwela and Van Houten, then he could protect Danglard, couldn't he, as both Tuthill cars.
You haven't thought of having a team's championship as well, have you?
No, I've always wanted to do a family championship.
Yeah,
we've got so many fathers and sons and brothers and things like that. And so I would like. I think we could run that actually across the whole Peter Auto series.
You mentioned a little bit earlier Sean Lynn, and he's got a new championship coming with siblings. Anyway, I'm not quite sure the combinations. That's coming up soon. I'm not sure what sort of vehicles they're going to.
I think they're going to do it with MGBs.
Are they?
Which is a good idea.
Yeah.
Because if my boys start racing, it'll probably be in those rather than Porsches for value reasons. But Sean, a previous competitor in this championship, both with Richard Mines and with Max, and someone we'd love to have back. And I know how much he enjoyed it when he was here as well.
Yeah.
So Seb's catching on Juan, just as Alex is now 1 second off David, and speed-wise, Van Houten has got a 4 kilometre advantage on the straight. 12 minutes to go.
And Van Houten's also pushing it a little harder in the corner as well. He seems to be just gaining with confidence through the course of this race. And you'd have thought someone with less experience would be the one that has tyres that aren't so good towards the end. But there's some magic in there, isn't there?
I can't watch.
I think Seb going to have a little scrabble at fourth, isn't he?
He is.
At the moment.
But I think I think second place is going to be the one that's super close. But Seb is. You're right. I think you're right, actually, Andrew.
Right, David Danglard in 15, in second place. Alex Van Houten right on his tail. 2 seconds further back, this fabulous scrap between Orwela and
it took Ollie a couple of laps to get past Juan before, didn't it? So we'll see. And he hasn't got that much further ahead, but let's see how these two get on as well.
Van Houten in 29, chasing up the slope towards the dark clouds at the crest, but then you have a couple of left and the long rights into the dip and then onto that climbing start-finish straight. But as you pointed out, that Van Houten's got certainly plenty of punch with that 4 kph advantage.
And Alex isn't doing the full championship. He didn't do the first round of Barcelona, and he's not doing Imola. So David may play the championship game, but you would like to win your class, wouldn't you? So, and I'm not sure that David's won Gent ever before, possibly once or twice.
An extraordinary drive from somebody so inexperienced.
Yeah, it's magic, isn't it?
I mean, not only is he going quick, he's conducting himself well, isn't he?
So far.
So far, yes.
And he, as I said, was at the back of the grid for track limits, which was a bit of enthusiasm. But look at that, he's looking good down there.
Yeah.
And he got a nice exit. David's not giving him lots of room, but he's got enough.
Yeah.
And the car in front.
Oh no, he's switched to the other side. He's got a bit brave around the outside there.
He's got another 5 or 6 laps at the end of the race, I reckon.
Yeah,
and the outside would be brave.
There'll be a bit of a build-up of rubber on the outside there as well, I would have thought.
Can he do the ollie move?
Yeah.
Into the compression, up through the S's, and the tail starting to wag the dog for David Danglard there. That was a bit loose as he exited Sablière, and then you've got to go the drop down to Bretel. All going wide on the outside, locking up. First mistake we've seen from Alex Van Houten, who has to haul it back quickly onto the track, because then he'll have Oruela and Perez onto his tail. Bit of breathing space there for Seb Perez.
David was David was almost out of track limits, wasn't he? There, very close to the line.
And Voiselbergen's taken the lead in Gentleman Elite. So that's the end of Steve and Matt's dream.
Yeah.
But
we'll have to have an extra.
And the lock-up from David this time. And traffic coming up.
Yeah, definitely fast and furious.
Not done yet.
Yeah, the outstanding race on this 2.0 litre cup. And look at this gaggle here.
There's always the concern if you're in really close behind a car and you're chasing back to overtake someone else. Have they seen there are two of you? And again, running very, very close to the edge of the track limits, but he's got it. This is a very good run from Van Houten. He should have more grunt onto the start-finish straight. He was carrying more momentum. Will we have a pass into the first corner? Let's see. Up the climb they come. Inside line, David Danglard. Outside line as before after crossing over Alex Van Houten. Head-on shot doesn't tell us whose nose is in front. I'd suggest it's Van Houten's just, but he's on the outside line, but hangs it there. He's still just in front, but he's still on the outside line, diminishing returns.
Yes, but he had a quick look to his right to see where David was, but it's tight.
Up into the S's they come, and the tail almost coming around, but it looks so change of position there. Van Houten gets ahead of Danglard.
Which is Arnoux, which is Villeneuve.
Look at that, he's just got to get it stopped now.
He's done it now.
That's the thing, when you get the first sequence of corners, they come at you thick and fast, so you haven't had a chance to sort of put the full stop on the sentence before you get to the next one, and that's why with David Danglard still keeping it interesting. Into the hairpin they go parabolic, and they were braking way later than they have on previous laps.
Yeah, Alex made a big mistake there, but he's just got and look at Seb on Juan.
And Seb's been battling to get by him. He's been behind him close behind him now for a lap.
David's done it. Alex has gone wide.
Oh, yeah.
And I guess that's what happens when you've only done 2 races before today.
Yeah. And
well, he's got 7 minutes left.
You just wonder, though, don't you, Andrew, that when you're a novice, and he fully is a novice,
yes,
and you make a mistake, how quickly can you regather your thoughts? How much is that haunting you? How much is it affecting you? But actually,
not very much.
Look at the body language of Alex Van Houten, and up the inside through the sweep through the final corner goes Van Houten. So the Belgian gets back into the second position. He held it briefly, fleetingly, whatever you want to say, but as he crosses the line with just under 7 minutes remaining, he's got a huge margin of about 0.062 of a second.
Yes.
Visually, that is.
I've had some great dices with David over time. We used to wave at each other as we were alongside each other on the Mulsanne straight.
James, you hung up your helmet in this now, or you?
No, I drove Alex's car with him on Thursday, actually.
All right, okay.
And it's what I would describe as a nice old thing, built about 8 years ago. As I say, we run it from my team, but just thrilled to see him do so well. And I've got the Paul Smith car, and that will be back. That I built with Richard at Tart Hill a few years ago.
Yes.
And that's my car, and love that. That will be with me forever, I think.
Yes.
So yeah, I hope to race at Imola. We'll just see. It's I've been lucky enough to race in every year of the championship. So and they are such fun.
Obviously, in the past you worked in Formula One. Were you able to bring some of that professionalism to this series, do you think?
I don't know, I just sold sponsorship, Andrew.
Yes,
so
yes.
I'm good at organising dinners.
Yeah.
But I'm lucky I worked with some amazing people, David Richards, George Howard Chappell, and so on through racing for the last 30 years. So I love it. Used to go to historic races like Coy's with my dad and my brother, been to every Goodwood, raced at Goodwood. I think 2 Litre Cup is something I'm incredibly passionate about, and we just want more people to come and do it. And if there are people watching the feed, ring any team, Google, doesn't matter who it is. There are lots of options, or or contact me and we'll organise a seat in a car.
And presumably if you buy one of these cars, it's going to hold its value, isn't it?
They have, in fact, if anything, I would say they've appreciated from when we started. I've got a list of 125 cars now. When we started the series, there were 80 built 2-litre race cars. Yeah. And this is... I mean, are we going to get a boring final 5 minutes? I'm not sure we are.
Only boring for Ollie Bryant, who's the best part of 9 seconds clear. That happened quickly, but of course the real battle we've been watching for the last 2 laps is 2nd and 3rd, 4th and 5th. But it's now in the order of Alex Van Houten from David Danglard by actually best part of 1.8 seconds now between them, having got through the Belgian's escape. But of course, David Danglard's now looking in his mirrors and actually probably would be delighted to see Orihuela locking up a little bit. The pressure's coming from Seb Perez. Still the blue car of Perez back in 5th place, but not for want of trying. But the clock is counting down. 4 minutes remain.
It's got a nice little number plate as well, 77 Seb.
Yeah, absolutely. No, as you rightly said before, Steve and Seb, lovely pair and really enjoy their motor racing. Steve, we all know from much rallying. He's raced this car with Seb himself. Yeah. And Seb, a very popular champion, sharing with George Gamble, who wasn't a champion because he didn't quite do every race. But drives beautifully and is being very careful with Chuan. So it's lovely to see these guys all racing so closely and so cleanly. But there's a yellow flag I think I saw in the background. There was definitely a yellow light in the background there, but maybe it's not showing on the time. There you go, it's there. And we've got a car in the middle of the track, which is the Duchesne. It's the 19th place 63 car.
Frank Duchesne. Okay, now he seems to have got it going again. But yeah, that would be a moment because particularly there were two-car battles, but Van Houten seems to have got 2nd place sorted. By the by, David Verzelbergen, 1 minute 39.676 seconds. By far the fastest lap of the race. 7th place, that's as high as he'll get. But as you pointed out, James, he'd moved ahead of Stephen Edwards to take the lead in the gentleman elite class. And finally,
but a fight for 3rd place because Jussi Tavori is only 3 seconds ahead of Phil Keane, and
David Danglard has just suddenly dropped back behind Orihuela and Perez. Was he just? He wouldn't have wanted to let them both through because Orihuela is, of course, in the same class, in the gentleman class. Didn't see what happened there. We were so busy looking. Was he caught up by that slow-moving car? He could well.
This is still going on. This scrap. Terrific scrap here.
Well, Danglard fighting back. I'd like to just work out exactly how he lost 2 positions in one fell swoop.
And I don't know that Seb knew that David was actually there, but that looked a little close for comfort. But let's see what happens next. And if anything, I would say the gap to Van Houten's come down because it was out to more, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was out. Yeah, definitely. I think they were all. A few of them were 2nd and 3rd, which would be Van Houten and Danglard, were a bit affected by that slow-moving 63.
I think that's exactly.
They reacted. They backed off.
Yes.
It's a degree of backing off, isn't it? But what's left on the clock? 2 minutes. No problem at all for Ollie Bryant. 12 seconds clear. But really, at the end of a 90-minute race, to have Van Houten, Orihuela, Perez and Danglard covered by between them 2.5 seconds. It's a blink of an eye.
Yeah, and Seb hasn't given up on getting the 3rd place overall, has he?
Look, he's just still chasing him at this point. And there we have a nice Formula 1 car, nice McLaren.
Borough Ensign.
Demonstration coming up.
Yeah, a real treat, something extra. Obviously, it's an unusual meeting for Peter Auto to have the Formula 1 EHG PCA activity as well. And it's great to stir the pot, have different stuff here.
No, it's lovely. We were all having lunch and looking at all those fantastic 250Fs and so on going past.
A commercial question, no sponsorship in any of these cars. Is that deliberate or not?
I think there is some guidance that we'd like them to look, period.
Yes.
Seb has Franklin and Sons written on his door, which I suspect make nice drinks. And but it's done very correctly in a kind of Porsche script.
Yes.
So no objections to that. And I think he'd give a free drink to anybody who wants one as well.
Ollie, final. Is this the final lap, or will they get one more in? Just 11.8 seconds. Well, just
should get one more in.
They should do, shouldn't they? And what can Seb do? Can he stop? Do you know, I saw Seb lock up a couple of times.
Yes.
I just wonder if that tyre has got a bit of a flat spot on it.
But as you say, Ollie's stroking it around. He's definitely going to have to do one more lap, which means that everyone else is, of course.
Yeah.
So the Orihuela Perez Danglard battle gets another lap.
Yes.
Although David's dropped off a little.
Seb gets another chance.
Yeah, Seb just clearing the Stricker, who is, where's Frank? He's down in 18th place, so everyone up to about 13th on the same lap.
What a drive from Van Houten there.
Yeah, very special.
Do we do driver of the race?
Well, no, we have now.
Yeah, from the back row of the grid, I would take my hat off to him.
Yeah, terrific drive.
That's not bad in your third ever race.
I mean, had he not started at the back, it must have cost him. You know, it would have been pretty close to Ollie.
Yeah, I think it would.
I'd warrant he'd be in front and Ollie would be chasing. But this pace, at this moment, we have no idea what pace Ollie is really running.
Well, so
he's wise, he's sensible, he's quick.
Yeah,
and he's going to head on.
He's definitely chilled out since he's managed this gap, hasn't he?
Yeah. So this officially the last lap. 90 minutes have come to an end. This race has not. So with about a third of a lap to go, Ollie Bryant up over the crest from Parabolique. You see the sky, you see the track, you see the trees, and then you turn sharply to the left, and you've got 2 more corners to come, and then the climb up the start-finish straight. You can't see the flag until you're some way up, because it's a bit like various American circuits like to have a bit of a sloping finish to them.
No, very, very picturesque. But as you say, nice clean win for Ollie. Seb not quite there, unfortunately.
No, so it's going to be an elite crew at the taking outright victory. We wondered for a moment if gentleman class crew could do it, and quite possibly if the Van Houten car hadn't started at the very, very back of the grid, he could have kept Ollie very honest and toppled him, but he hasn't. But great runs from both. The checkered flag to Ollie Bryant. He'll be clear by 11 and a bit seconds. It matters not. He takes maximum points in class and overall.
Yeah. Well done, Ollie and Kyle, because Kyle did a great stint at the start of the race as well. You have to say he made the difference as well.
And not yet at the checkered flag, but David Vergenbergen will go through to take 7th place, but more importantly, victory in the gentleman elite class as well. So that'd be a good result, building on the work of Jürgen Westphal in the first part of the race.
And there you go.
So some really good scrapping at the end, an excellent drive from number 29, Alex Van Houten. His father, Bernard, stood down to let his son do the whole race, and it paid off.
Not only okay.
Yeah, worked out okay. Gave him more racing time in what was only his 3rd race. It's all welcome. He raced well, a few little lockups at the end, but not for want of trying.
He had to do it twice, didn't he? So yeah, very good job.
So that was excellent. Thank you very much to James for joining us and making the series happen, because it certainly is one that draws the eyes. And may I suggest they are more spectacular here than they were even at Spa. Just simply because the shape of the track, the way it drops and it flows, and
no, it's the best track.
And I really do think that this is a circuit that's just fabulous for historic racing. The food ain't too shabby around here either in this wonderful part of France. The wine well above average too. So what's not to like?
That was great. Next up, Le Mans Classic for the people doing the Porsche support race. Then there'll be Imola, which is the first time we've been there for a while. Paul Ricard in Provence. Finishing up on the south coast of Portugal at Cascais at Estoril. So yeah, a really nice schedule ahead of us.
It's quite a good gastronomic tour, isn't it? You know,
absolutely right.
And again, it has to be stressed. The racing, as we've just seen over the last 90 minutes, fantastic. The car's spectacular, but there is a bigger picture too.
Oh, I think so. Like I said, we were all out for dinner last night, had beers with Seb and Sen and David before we went out for dinner with some other competitors, and I love that. And everybody stands in the paddock and talks to each other, and it's a really wonderful series, and I just hope it continues and grows. I'm very proud of it.
Look, and I think now it's being streamed live. That has got to be a fantastic shop window, because we are all constricted slightly by where we live on the planet in terms of what you can get to do in terms of racing, but also what you used to be able to see. But now you can dial into anything, take a look, and it might be a 5-year slow burn before you achieve your ambition to come and take part. But that was just a fantastic shop window for your championship. It's not an unknown championship. It's been respected and enjoyed for years, but I just think it's looking better and better.
Yeah, thank you. I do hope that people look at it and think, I wonder if I could try that, because it is effectively the entry point to the Peter Auto series. So if you want to go on and race a DBR9 Aston Martin or a 3-litre RSR or whatever, this is a very sensible starting point, proved by the likes of David Danglard leading so much of the race in only his 4th season of racing. So yeah, very much welcome new people to it, and anything we can do to help, just shout.
And again, just looking at a shot of the circuit there, see where people have got it wrong going over the curbs, but circuits like this give you space to sort of undo your maltreatment of your car or your over-ambition, but you know, it's a wonderful package, and I'm just particularly pleased that it's now got a platform with Peter Auto, with the Goodwood streaming as well, which has, you know, considerable numbers. I haven't phoned them since Spa to find out how much, you know, once it went on their network, because a lot of people, you're about to call them, but it did
look good. I'm going to have to go and do podium things.
You do that. I was trying to flag your way before. Thank you for staying those extra minutes.
Cheers, man.
Nice to see you. Right, lovely series, and down below, hopefully Andrew will also be ferreting around, because I certainly think Ollie Bryant and Carl Tilley will be plenty full of delight, I would say, because that was something they had to work for. The pace was definitely there between the pair of them, but there's some other people showing their hand, and I think shaking the hand would be the right approach to Alex van Houten, who drove solo to win the gentleman class in only his 3rd overall. So let's go down to an interview, because Andrew Mariott is down with the winning crews. Let's hear the latest interview from the happiest people in the paddock. Okay, it was just before then. We will show you the highlights. Brilliant start from Kyle Tilley. So it was Senan Fielding, after all, in the 177 alongside. And David Danglard, the white 911 with the blue and red stripes, running in 3rd place and doing a very, very good job to stick it up with the elite drivers in that first half of the race. The flow was brilliant. 25 cars coming out to play, and certainly a lot of pace shown early on. 91, that was a Portuguese crew. And it was about sorting them out, because of course you had 3 different classes of driver, and the 90-minute race was a pit stop in the middle, and those that were elite crews had to be at a standstill for an awfully long time, extra time over their gentleman class rivals. And some of the crews, of course, were mixed with gentlemen and elite in the car. They had the middle length of pit stops, but once we reached those pit stops, then the stagger started to unwind, and David Danglard in 15, running in the gentleman class, was hanging on in the front. We knew that Ollie Bryant, who'd taken over the number 60, was going to be coming. And certainly of the rivals in the early stages of the race, car 65 driven very well by Risto Virtanen. His teammate Jussi Itävuori gave it a go, but didn't have the pace of some of the others, and it really was a case of having a well-balanced crew and not making mistakes, not running too wide. And the driver who had to stay sensible was David Danglard, but he knew the chase was coming. Ollie Bryant was clogging. Fastest of all was David Versjelbergen, but he was too far behind to do anything other than set the fastest lap of the race, ending up 7th overall. Juan Pablo Oruela pushed and pushed and pushed and had a really good battle towards the end of the race with Seb Perez, and hung it all on. Andrew is back with me now.
Yeah, a bit of logistics there, because the car's gone straight back into the paddock. So Ollie's, we couldn't get the camera down to them because it's quite a long way away. Meanwhile, the pit lane is full of fantastic Formula One cars, and most magnificent, of course, that Ferrari raced in period by Chris Amon, which has the best exhaust system that's ever been on a racing car.
It was rivalled only by the Hondas in period, wasn't it?
Well,
a plate of spaghetti,
yes,
effectively rearranged.
They're going to be going out in a moment. So sadly we couldn't get hold of Ollie. I think he's going to join us in the commentary box either today or tomorrow. So
that'd be excellent.
We'll get his rundown of that race. We'll be pretty pleased with that. Obviously leads the championship now with 3 straight victories. And the point system's a bit strange because they get points for starting as well.
Yes.
Quite short.
Yes, as James was explaining, I was thinking, oh gosh, that seems a bit complicated.
It doesn't make any difference, does it, really?
Points at the end would be, but yes, and that can split a crew if a driver misses a race. But I'm really looking forward to this array of Formula One cars from the mid-60s, from 1967 through to 83.
You've got the one Ferrari, haven't you, from the 60s, and all the other cars are pretty well from the 70s. We've got 3 Ligers, because the famous Mr. John B collects Ligers, and there's 3 of his cars there. And then there's 2 McLarens, and then we've got the ex-David Hobbs McLaren from Formula 5000.
Hopefully. Was that in the pit lane? Because it wasn't in the tent
I didn't see it in the pit lane because I was searching around a little bit, but...
well, the cars are on the track and I can't see it yet, but...
Oh, yeah, and you hear it because it's got a completely different noise. Suhail Ayari, a very successful driver in the past, who looks after Mr. John B's cars. is out there in one of I think he's going to he told me he's going to try the end sign. I call it an end sign because that's what it is really. It was later called a Borrow down to, was it Roland Vonderink, wasn't he the driver of the
it was Larry Perkins.
Oh, Larry Perkins. Yeah, Larry Perkins' name's on the side of the car. Larry Perkins was a bespectacled Australian driver, had a brother as well that did quite well, and Larry went on having had a little bit of a Formula 1 career and came up through being absolutely excellent in Formula 3 and stuff. Larrykins, we used to call him. He had a good career back in Australia afterwards.
Oh, he went on for decades.
Yeah.
But really, above all, for the bulk of the fans here, they're looking at the Ligiers, 3 Ligiers. And you have to remember that when the JS11 hit the ground running at the start of 1979, effectively the second season of ground effects in Formula 1, it went down to Argentina and Brazil. Jacques Lafitte won both of them. And people going, we thought Lotus and maybe Williams were going to challenge. By the end of the year, they ended up down the order. But those 2 wins really,
I've reported those races. It's a big surprise, I can tell you. So we got 2 McLarens out here. Well, 3 if the Formula 5000 one appears, but I don't think it is. And coming into our picture now is an M26 as raced by James Hunt. And no, people weren't really sure about the M26, so there was much of an improvement over the M23. And the M23 spanned about 5 seasons. Yeah. And there is a sort of M23 here, and Bruce will explain a bit more.
Yeah, well, we'll look for it. It's a car raced by Emilio Di Villotto. It's an M23-stroked M25, which was built as a Formula 5000 car. That was the intention. Of course, they wanted to sell cars, but it never raced as such. They repurposed it to Formula 1. Emilio raced it with the livery you see it in now, but it was run by about 3 or 4 people, full-time people, and then a handful of mates.
But then it did run in the Aurora series, where it was very successful. And a lovely man, Emilio De Villotto, we call him Villotto the Pilotta. That's our nickname for him back in the day.
But it's the fact that someone could enter, what was effective. I mean, the M23 was still racing, as you pointed out, because they introduced the M26. Jochen Mass, the late, hugely missed Jochen Mass, who just died recently. He stuck with it, whereas James was going, I'm not racing, I'm going to stick with the M23. And eventually the next season, in 77, he did. But there we are, in the Iberia colours. It looks fantastic, the way it's been restored to the way it was. And the fact that someone could enter that car, effectively gave up their day job so they could concentrate on their racing. And it looks great. Brilliant to have that out there. And Soleil looking neat, tidy and quick, as you'd expect.
And then as we'll see Mr. John B, who is a French entrepreneur who runs a big business in the gas industry, Caligas, that sort of thing, as well as they do a lot of composites, a big company. And for some reason he races under this strange title, Mr. John B. And I determined this weekend to find out what the B is. And I did ask him once at Goodwood, but it was very noisy and I couldn't hear properly. So we need to find out. He's a huge enthusiast. He's got a massive collection of cars. He's got Ligiers, he's got a lot of Matras, and there is John B, look.
With a sort of Jackie Ixie looky-likey helmet design,
it's a Jackie Ixie looky helmet. He's got a Bentley Speed 8, which he probably has raced at Le Mans Classic. We saw him in 250F earlier in the day. He's just got probably the best collection of cars in France, but mostly they're run for him by IRE Formula 1. What's it called?
Ventures or something.
Ventures, well,
chances for mere mortals to have a go in a Formula 1 car. So let's hope this one will fire up and get back out there. It's got that sort of the engine cover has the airbox that. Remember those tall airboxes that lasted until they all had to be cut down for the Spanish Grand Prix in 1976, and I love those tall airboxes. The sponsors love those tall airboxes high above the roll hoop because it gave them brilliant
now
place for the
we've got the Ligiers going round together. Not sure who's in the other one there. And it'd be nice to see the Ferrari again if our director could pick up the Ferrari, who's owned by another very wealthy Frenchman.
Jean-François Decaux.
Yes, and Decaux, you will have seen that name in Britain on every bus shelter virtually, and advertising hoardings.
Discreetly at the bottom of advertising hoardings, but huge global business. But he has an amazing array of cars. But right now, it seems right to be looking at, we were looking at Ligiers. This is a car that was an signed N175.
Yes.
There's Soleil on it board. But it was that one was sponsored in 75 when Wunderink ran in it by HB alarm systems, the Hugenboom brothers.
Yes.
And they were dissatisfied. They took a car in a settlement of some sort, and they called it a borough the next year, and it was their 2 Christian names, BO and RO.
No, I didn't.
Bob and Rhodey.
I mean, I was reporting those races when that car was racing, and I never knew that.
Well, you've got such a man.
Here's a Ferrari.
There's the Ferrari.
Yeah.
Now,
look at the exhaust. Just look at that exhaust.
Did they drop? How did they decide that was the ultimate sort of... well,
not with the computer.
Not with the computer. With a man with a hammer, I think. But the
work of art. I mean, you could take that exhaust off, hang it on a wall, and it'd be an expensive work of art. Let's just look at the Burgundy countryside behind us here.
I want to listen to the V12 engine in the back of that.
And he's wearing a Jackie X helmet as well. I don't...
Well, maybe just circumstance, but obviously Jackie X, so much success.
The picture in the programme's got Chris Amon in the car, but Jackie X must have raced that as well, I would have thought.
Right, so there is not Larry Perkins, there's Larry, tip-top racing driver, but he does a lot of stuff now, with running cars for Mr. John of B, but also he was out at Barcelona, wasn't he, in the Peugeot Group C car, which, alas, had a mechanical problem.
I spoke to him. I spoke to him. It had a brake pipe. Something tagged the brake pipe and all the fluid. That's why he crashed the Peugeot.
At the end of the
right at the
main
end of the race. Yeah.
Thank goodness for gravel tracks sometimes.
Yeah. And there you can see the fuel injection trumpets as well, just under the exhaust system.
And what was so interesting...
This is a Mauro Foggieri design, and I mean, he was different because he designed the chassis and the engine. Not many people did.
But also that year, he had to start designing aerodynamic winglets, because they were the first ones in '67. Ferrari instigated it, and then by midway through '68, they had huge wings fore and aft in the the eternal quest for downforce. But right now, Ligier's in the French countryside.
Yes. Now that notice how far forward the driver sits as well.
It's hideous. I still actually suck in my breath when you get a side view. Before they decided it might be better to have the driver's feet behind the front axle. But the JS21, it wasn't a success. It was 1983.
Is that a Michel Tetu car design? They went through They went through quite a lot of designers. But
they blocked that. There were moments, particularly when you had Didier Pironi and Jacques Lafitte galloping away in the JS17 in 1981. They were suddenly the team to beat. But as fast as they went to the top, they slid down the other side again, which is disappointing. But certainly with that JS11 in 1979 and 80, they really had a car that was, at a time of great aerodynamic advancement, right on the money.
I mean, in a way, we talk about the British motor racing industry and the fact we don't build many single-seaters these days. We were talking about it on the way in. But think about France doesn't have a Formula One team.
Or a Grand Prix, and that just seems...
Or a Grand Prix.
So wrong to me, but anyhow, I'm just still in the old world, which is quite a nice place to be, but for a country that effectively created motor racing and has a strong motor industry as well, it just seems slightly bizarre.
Okay. They dominate sports cars. I mean, they've got Le Mans, which I suppose is... and of course, they make a lot of the sports cars. But even so, look how close they're running that. You can afford to run a car really close to the ground here. But what I like is sometimes you have these demonstrations, you do 2 laps and come in, but they're giving them a good run.
No, I think increasingly, and we've had this at Goodwood over the years, if you're going to have a demo, you might as well get the cars up to about 90% performance, because people want to hear the noise as well, the sound.
I mean, that Ferrari's great. Well, they're typical... shot you see at the back of the cam cover, the DFV engine, obviously working a bit on suspension there. And the big thing about the DFV, of course, it formed the rear end of the chassis, and it was strong enough to hold the whole rear suspension, gearbox, and so on, which was obviously the Cosworth breakthrough, together with Colin Chapman.
And I absolutely love actually looking at these cars from that period. This is my sort of growing up period as a young racing fan. Those great big fat slick tyres front and back, they just entertain me, and they look brilliant. And look at the relative size of the front and back wheels. You were talking about the launch of the Tyrrell P34 and how everyone was foxed, and explain for people of a younger disposition.
Well, the rules were much freer in those days. There was a lot of things you could do. These days, there's hardly anything. It's pretty well prescribed how your car is going to look and the technical spec. But in those, it was wide open. So some clever chap called Derek Gardner thought that we wanted to really lower the frontal area, and the way to do that was make the front wheels smaller. Well, that would give you all kinds of problems. But what if you had 2 sets of front wheels? Nobody thought of it. So anyway, with Ken Tyrrell, they built this car in secret, and it really was in secret. And we went to the launch of the car at a Ford showroom in Regent Street, and I believe that it was on the first floor as well. I don't know how they got it up there. And it was covered in a dust sheet. Well, it's not more than a dust sheet, but it was covered in a piece of material, and there was quite clearly 4 wheels on it. I mean, it's everything what you'd expect, of course. But between the 2 front wheels, there was a wooden fillet they made, so it looked like one big front wheel, but actually these 2 little front wheels. And when Ken Tyrrell, and I've forgotten who else pulled, it might have been Walter Hayes of Ford.
Yeah, that would be about right.
Pulled the sheet off it. Everybody saw these 4 front wheels, and there was total silence for about 5 seconds, and everybody burst into applause. Now, the car did turn out to be a winner on occasion. Later on, they put the biggest problem they had was balancing the braking of the 2 sets of front wheels, and that was very difficult. And in the later ones, they built a little window so you could see what was happening. More recently, the sons of the great car preparer Colin Bennett have built 2 brand new ones from the original drawings, and they do occasionally appear at races, and people, Jody Scheckter raced them, and so on. Well,
right.
Look at this beautiful scene.
Well,
here.
it's fabulous. They've backed the cars up, so we've now got the Ferrari at the front of a train of cars, making the right sort of noises, the right sort of pace. In fact, as he says that, he gets passed by the Borough. Larry's taking his turn, and of course, the relative level of downforce was enormous. For the cars that followed just 10 years later.
That particular Ferrari, I think they were sort of experimenting with a rear wing.
Well, they did. They had a little one. I think it appeared at the Belgian Grand Prix that year, and thereafter they added a little more. First, it was a little lip at the back. It wasn't really a wing, and so it went on. But you look at it there, and it was the last generation before that.
Meanwhile, wings have been tried in America, of course, on the GPAO. What a treat this is for any motor racing fan.
It is, and we bumped into some in our hotel last night who'd just come down and thought 4 of them, they go to lots of events, they'd give it a go. And I said, I think you're in for a bit of a treat.
They didn't know this was happening, for instance. And the great thing is they can come into the paddock here and they can stand within inches. I mean, there are a few ropes around in the tent that these cars are, but...
Well, just great to see, but also to hear that Matra V12 engine in the sort of middle of the Ligiers. It's the JS17. It's got 69 on the nose. It's just coming through the dip now. It's not the McLaren. It's the next one behind. That's the one with the V12 Matra engine. Still one that you could pick out from about 3 or 4 kilometres away when it's at full chat.
Coming up in a little while will be the Gentleman's Challenge.
Yeah.
It's an interesting race with 50s, mainly 50 sports cars. Listers are the main thing. And I think Ollie Bryan's out in that again, so you have to have a quick couple of bottles of water and get into a very different car.
Yeah, it would have been better for him if he'd done the first half of the 90-minute Porsche 2-litre Cup race, which was great, really good viewing, thoroughly enjoyed that. But I'm very much enjoying my first visit here to Dijon-Prenois. And you know what? You come to a circuit for the first time. I knew the circuit went up and down. I watched that 1979 Grand Prix with Villeneuve and Arnoux duking it out for second place, up and down, interlock wheels. But it's only when you walk around here. Because what you've only ever seen from a distance is what you've seen from where the cameras are pointing. But there are more parts, and it really just is a great place. And for people coming to the circuit, they can stand just behind the paddock and they can look down on the left-hand Bretel corner. Fabulous place to watch cars.
A little mistake. I don't think Ollie is in this next race, Gentleman's Challenge. It's the 60s he's in, which are some of the cars are a bit similar.
That's a 2-hour race later in the day.
Yeah. So, but we'll have some great rumbling, very different sort of racing car. So the list is in this Gentleman Challenge, and they get to race. Some of the categories, Bruce, get to race once, some get to race twice. So the Porsches, they're done and dusted. They can push the cars in their transporters now and start heading from whence they came. But we got the Gentleman Challenge will be a 45-minute race, with 2 races. So 2 races, 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 2 races both today and towards the end of tomorrow afternoon. So
yeah, looking at the way the Peter also runs its classic meetings, you have practice and a little bit of qualifying on the Friday. Saturday you have the rest of qualifying, and then you're into the racing, and so it's normally 3 days. But we've also established, walking around the paddock, there's quite a few drivers do quite a few of the races, quite a few of the drivers bring quite a few of their cars, but also I reckon there's a fair degree of horse trading. People go, are you going to be racing that car next year? Can I take it off your hands? Because, you know, there's not a driver in the paddock here or anybody watching the live streaming who doesn't have a favourite sort of car, a favourite period of car. And the fact that so many are coming out of the woodwork, you know, the fields are competitive, and the way it's run by Peter Classic is just so incredibly slick, brilliant, you know, drivers club for the drivers, open paddock, you know, it really is cracking.
You can see the evolution with the Ligiers there. They're getting lots of laps.
Yeah, well, why not? I mean, these cars you know, don't get many outings, and this is a circuit that's just really fun for them. It's one that they would have raced on, obviously, as you said, in those Grand Prix in the very late 70s into the early 80s. So the cars look absolutely right here. And by the way, the other driver who drove the Ensign when it was a Borough was Brian Henton.
Brian Henton from Derby.
And then
Super Hen
didn't have a good run at Monza, and the brothers Hugenboom decided that's it.
Yeah.
Told Gordon Horn to shut the shop because it was run out of base in Amsterdam, and that was that.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Brian was one of those nearly men. Very successful with Tolman in Formula 2. Was in the Tolman team the first year alongside Derek Warwick. Had a little bit of a punt with Team Lotus for a while. And Brian's still around. Turns up at BRDC Suite on occasion. And so of course I come from Derby. I've known Brian since he first started. And I could tell you a story or two about
I think he is a driver of many stories.
But one story I definitely can tell you is that he had a business making plastic road cones.
Road cones?
Yeah.
I had a job nailing them to road when the M25 was being built around London as a student.
You're a man of many parts, Bruce Jones.
Night shifts in coat hanger factories.
Yeah.
Yeah, many others.
Oh, well, yeah.
Anything to buy that next motorbike or whatever it was.
Yeah, yeah. No, but I didn't go to university, so I was set to work in an iron foundry when I was 17. And I wouldn't want to do it again.
No, actually, I was 17 when I was in charge of road cones.
Yeah. So, but I was by that stage I was going to races and started to report them.
And off you went into a lifetime of madness.
When I was 21, I did my engineering apprenticeship. I was designing underfeed stokers and incinerators, believe it or not. And I got the call from Motoring News, do you want a job? Well, you couldn't see me for wheel spin, I can tell you. Down to London, that was it. Never stopped since.
Well, pretty much the time I was knocking cones into roads in my summer holidays, that's when these cars were competitive. I lived about 10 miles from Brands Hatch, and I could hear them from home if the wind was blowing in the right direction.
Why is he? No, he's just waving to the
yeah.
The great thing is you could buy a very competitive Cosworth engine and a very competitive Hewland gearbox. So there you had that part of the car. You built a chassis, and there was all sorts of guys out there thought they could design chassis. And you get this proliferation about it. There's a couple of them. I mean, even Japanese tried a little bit, not very successfully. But there's guys literally building. I mean, the Ensign, not that car, but before that, the early Ensign Formula 3 cars were built on a lean-to next to Morris Dunn's house.
Yeah.
And you could do that. I remember there was what was the name? The Connu.
Connu, I was about to bring it up. Francois Amigo's Connu, built in just a single garage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By Peter Connu. That car has been resurrected recently.
Yes, I've seen it. You know, what I love.
Like quirkies.
Is the quirky ones, and there were a lot of quirky things there. But again, almost all of that was down to the availability at a decent price of the Ford Cosworth DFV, and so many people in this industry. That gave them a career.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whether they were doing composites later or whatever they were doing in the technical world. But what a treat to see those cars.
Well, the red light is flashing now, so the session is over. And coming up, the gentleman challenge. I I'm probably going to pop down there, Bruce. See if I'll wait to see if any cars come into the pit lane, because sometimes it take them. Sometimes you start these races very quickly afterwards. So
no, for sure.
We found out at the beginning of the.
Yes. Yes, and I thought I had a bogus call. I thought it was 10 minutes, 10 seconds to you, but it wasn't.
No, it was very interesting what they did. They put a 5-minute board up, and a minute later they put the 1-minute board up. So they were doing a bit of a...
Well, we're not
some good crowd here, look.
It is.
With a great location.
Well, that is. That's just immediately behind the paddock. You're on the downhill side, looking towards the left-hander at Brettel. The cars come down the slope, over a brow out of the S's from Sablier, down to Brettel. And the people at the bottom of the screen here will have the rear view of the cars as they go onto that loop down towards Parabolic. They continue to drop, but that wonderful thing with historic cars, you can see the angle of the car as the tail's coming round.
Well, that's very period, isn't it?
Yeah,
and that's what they did when the Grand Prix sat in a place like that. They wanted a 250 quid grandstand seat. I think at Silverstone there is still a little bit on the banking.
Yeah, I'm sure there is.
But I think it's close to being a sellout, I believe.
Well, that makes it harder if you then can't do what I like to do, which is just move around the track to different points of the day.
I mean, that's one of the great things about Le Mans, isn't it? You can get into your car and move to different places. A lot less than 20 years ago, or 10 years ago even, but there's still some great places where you can watch. Down at Arnage in particular, there's lots of banking there, and they've got their own catering down there and their own little car park, and you can drive into there and then watch it for there half an hour so and move off to somewhere else. That's one of the things I love about Le Mans.
Yeah, no, exactly. And the more you sort of work your program, the more benefits you get.
And if you go a few years running, you get to know the places you like and so on. And so many people camp there, I can't into ever camping at Le Mans because I've always worked there. But for people who are just going to, I mean, we're in a privileged position. We can do this, but a lot of people just love to go to watch their motor racing. And
but for a lot of people, it's more than just the motor racing. That's the icing on the cake. But it's the fact they're away in France with a group of friends having a fabulous time.
And maybe they've gone in their classic car as well, even not only to the classic Le Mans, but to the main race. You seem to see a lot of TVRs going. Some of them at the side of the road, Bruce.
Oh, I've been stabbed. I wasn't going to talk about it this weekend.
Bruce has got a very nice TVR, which is back
static display
at the moment. Yeah, not for long.
No, won't be long. Just a money matter.
So what have we got coming up? We've got the Gentleman's Challenge, and in Barcelona, we saw him earlier, the Spanish industrialist Guillermo Fierro. He won the race, the first race at Barcelona. I think that was in the wet, and Guillermo had been driving a very rare, different car, actually, the Maserati T61 Birdcage, which we'll talk about a bit later. And then I think there was a couple of listers after that. And then the second race, a different lister with a Chevrolet engine in one, Verquin, and he's the biscuit king of France. He was entered, but I haven't seen his car here, and Fierro was second. Now, we moved to Spa a couple of weeks ago, and we had Gregor Fiskin and Patrick Blakeney-Evans win in the wet on the Saturday night with their Cobra, and we actually had a Porsche finish second, which was a Beck Porsche 904, or 906 rather, and Spears and Greensall third, and then they won the Saturday race in the light. Again, from the Porsche, and Fishkin and PBE were the third in that. So Nigel will be in this race, and the people that he's raced against, I think De Quesada, is he here this time?
He's in the country. Hold on, I think he's due to come and share booth time with us later.
But I don't see his name.
He's in quite a few. He's in a couple of races. Yeah, he may not be in this one.
But anyway, the Fiskin PBE Cobra is not here, and the Verquin lister is not here.
Okay,
doesn't mean to say there aren't an awful lot of very, very good cars. One interesting one to watch for, which has been there and thereabouts, is the Tejero of Dr. Afshin Fatami, the German plastic surgeon. And he'll be right up near the front with that very I think they only ever built 2 of those Tajeros, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, and it's still bearing sort of scars of battle.
But more than, actually, remember it did crash at one of the races in Spa. It's got even more scars.
Yeah, I know.
More unpainted bits.
So instead of being sort of Curiacos blue, which is
the bits of it are. We'll see it.
Front and back are not, but that's starting 4th on the grid behind the Maserati Tipo.
We have some very good listers in this. Yves Shamama and his brother are huge enthusiasts for this particular series, and have been racing with Peter Auto for many years and won a lot of races. And so Yves Shamama is in with Shalom Ma, who is the preparer of the car, or I think the father and the son. They got this huge outfit at Cure Europe that prepares they're probably preparing 20 cars that are racing here this weekend.
When we went into the garages at Spa-Francorchamps, they filled an entire garage, which you can fit about 20 cars in, but multiple cars across multiple races. Just wanted to point out, we were talking about how people can watch these races all around the world through streaming. An old colleague of mine from the Formula One TV crews watching it loud and clear in East Africa.
Wonderful.
Gary Kritcher in Kenya.
Oh, hello, Gary. Well,
a true enthusiast, and a man who appreciates. He'd have loved that historic F1 parade. Did an awful lot of documentary footage on the Lotus 72. Magnus Open.
But one of my all-time favourite cars, a wedge-shaped Lotus 72. I preferred it in the Lucky Strike colours in South Africa. Actually.
Yeah, not the Team Gunston colours. I quite liked them.
No, I was a Lucky Strike. Well, not a smoker, but...
if you were.
Only because I knew Dave Charlton, the driver. We did mention the Vaugelets early on, and I noticed Carlo Vaugelet will be an Alpha in this race.
Yeah, there's an Alpha that's being driven brilliant. Yeah, that's the one. He's 10th overall. I was watching that in practice yesterday when I was walking around the track, and he really had a fantastic flow in his Alpha, the TZ.
Yeah.
Great looking car. Car number 45. Look out for that one. Just
looking at other very good. I mean, this will me. I think particularly around this track will be a lot about the listers. There's a guy called Saif Assam who's racing the Valley Motorsport Prepared Knobley. I suppose we ought to do the Knobley and Costins. I know we've done it before, but you might just worth it. So just to say, Lister was a racing car manufacturer, but before that he made quite a lot of other things. And Brian Lister was a great engineer and up in Cambridge, and they primarily built sports cars using Jaguar parts, but sometimes they used Chevrolet engines and stuff. But just maybe fill in a bit of the gap.
Yeah, basically, you know, if you stand around the circuit and close your eyes but open your ears, you can hear the difference between the Jaguar engine ones and the Chevrolet, because the Chevrolet are a great big thumping V8. However, there's also the different body shape. You've got the one that's known as the Knobley, and that's not its official name. That was how someone once described it.
Yes, a wife.
A wife. I can't remember whose wife. That's why I didn't mention whose wife it was. Said that's rather knobbly. So that became known. And the more streamlined one is the Lister Costin.
Yes.
Because of the Costin brothers. One was an aerodynamicist and the other was a Ford Cosworth engine man.
Yes. And Frank was the... Yeah, he did a lot of different cars. I mean, did the Van Formula One car. He did some Lotus. And then he did a little imp-powered car called the Costin Nathan.
Yeah.
With a guy called Roger Nathan still around. So we'll see those, and it sold quite a lot to America, and they wanted to have a Chevrolet engine in, and you could tell the car. And here are the cars coming onto the grid now, and I wonder I'm not sure if there will be enough time to grab a word with anybody, but I'll certainly go and try.
Okay, well, I will talk you through. I can see we've had Nigel Greensill in the booth earlier. He's sharing the number 88 Lister Jaguar Costin that starts second. He's sharing that with John Spires, who was busy earlier because he was out in the Maserati 250F in the HGPCA event, which was such a treat. Rear-engined and front-engine Formula One cars, so they were great. And likewise with this, a real array of machinery, but certainly it is Lister tinged at the front. And number 3 is the Hart father and son combo. They'll be starting from pole. Theirs is a Costin bodied Lister, and so is the one behind. So they've got a lovely flow from front to back, but the rather lumpier one, sorry, that's not a technical term, but you will find the best of the Knobblies starting in fifth in that line of cars, and when we get them maybe on the grid, you'll see the different. Certainly, the Knobblies look a little more purposeful. They're great big haunches and not as smoothed out as the Costin ones. But we've also got an amazing array of cars, TVR Grand Touras and other smaller cars. We've got lots of Austin Healey's, where the 104s or 106s in the race, and 3000s. We've got the Porsche 9046, really unusual. And that is John Spires down there in car number 8 here. That'll be starting in 2nd place on the grid. David Hart will be starting the Hart family car, the other Costin, the front of the grid, car number 3. And this race is down for 45 minutes. There's the Maserati Tipo 61. Look inside, you can see an awful lot of metalwork. That was the frame that gave it the birdcage nickname. And it was all about using lots of small, narrow pipes because they were lighter. The Tagero will be starting 4th. EE for Curia Kos in this car. This is Dr. Ashton Fatemi. The name on the door is not the driver, of course, at the moment. But it's Jackie Stewart who raced it when those Scottish teams were fighting for glory on the world stage. Curia Kos and the Border Reivers as well. So, and that little glorious contemporary Alpine leads this field around. It's great to have the sunshine here ahead of the Gentleman Challenge. A little bit of rain overnight. There was due to be rain most of the morning. There was a little flurry, but nothing, and it's dried out ever since. So the stage is set all the way through until the final race tomorrow evening that will end at about approaching 5:30. I was talking of a glorious little Alpha. This is the TZ that will start from 10th on the grid for Charles Vogelé. But if you're just joining us, welcome. You could be watching from anywhere in the world on the Peter Auto Classic website, or you could be looking through the Goodwood streaming that has grown so much and so global across recent years of the 3 Goodwood Motorsport events. A big family of motorsport fans from around the world, and we hope you'll add some more to the numbers of people watching this, because it's fantastic to stream the rich diversity of cars and championships that Peter Auto runs in its classic series. And this event is something very special by dint of the fact it's the Grand Prix de l'Âge d'Or, the Grand Prix of the Golden Age, and it's an event, it's France's premier historic race meeting. It started at Rouen in 1964. It decamped to Monnery, the banked circuit outside Paris, and it's found a really good home here at Dijon-Prenois. I've never been here before. I've watched races here before, but never been here, and it exceeded my expectations because the gradients are steeper, the flow is better, and hopefully you'll enjoy all you can see, whether you're a fan of Morgan's Porsche 356s, and at the back the little Matra Jet, really short on cubic capacity, but brimful of enthusiasm, I'm sure. So great to have Eric Buffard in that little René Bonnet Jet from 1962. Multiple class racing. So there can be winners across the board, but largely the cars that are going to be at the front end are in the E2 class. That's the one that seems to have the cars with the power, and that includes the Lister Costins. So certainly with 2 of those at the front of the grid, it's looking strong for them. 45 minutes. And pole position is David Hart. John Spears second, so it's Lister Costin from Lister Costin. Then Guillaume Fiero-Ileta in the glorious-looking Maserati Tipo 61. That's red, and it's 61. The best of the F-class runners is car 100. It's supposed to be blue, but the frontal and rear damage has made it slightly skewballed or pieballed. I never remember which way round in horse terminology. But that's starting from 4th overall. Guillaume Maillet in the Lister Chevrolet. You'll be able to hear the difference of that engine note. And then Saïf Assam in the Lister Jaguar will start 6th. Charles Villers-de-Court in another Lister Jaguar will start from 7th. And then the best of the sort of smaller looking cars. The E1 class leader, and it's the little Lotus. It's car number 99, driven by Serge Kriknov, a Swiss driver. And again, great to see how nimble some of those smaller cars can be. In fact, have to have a chance of keeping up. And good to have Jaguars in the mix. That's car number 124. Just going across the shot, that's Stephen Ward, one of the many British drivers in the field. Fabulous shot, the rear of the grid as it comes around. They can't see the start-finish lights until they come up the straight. Once they get under the gantry in the background and they're still climbing out of that final corner, they'll get the view to the lights ahead. And then this huge field of cars, 1, 2, 3, 4, 38 cars with that little René Bonnet bringing up the rear, the Jet, waiting for the race to be released. 45 minutes lies ahead for the Gentleman Challenge here at Dijon-Prenois. Nice tidy start coming up by the looks of things. Oh, darker clouds starting to roll in the background. David Hart putting the power down as he blasts towards the first corner. Those lights are green on the outside of the circuit. John Spiers, who's made a better start. In fact, David Hart has lost many places, and he's just fallen down to 4th place. The Ecos has got past him, and also the Maserati's moved into 2nd place. But John Spiers, thank you very much, is taking the lead in this one. So was it a missed gear? Certainly, maybe he did the start rather better than David Hart. Maybe David was waiting and it was a long hold and he couldn't see the change to green. But at the moment it's Lister from Maserati from Ecos, and then the chastened David Hart tucking in behind in 4th place. Et al. And look at the short wheelbase 250 GT Aston Martin. Charles Dumoulin, beautiful. Car number 20, lovely, lovely. Sorry, Christian Dumoulin, beg his pardon. Down to the parabolique. This is the point where the cars turn sharply right and sharply uphill, but as we go 2/3 of the way around the opening lap, it is John Spiers leading the way, and 61, the Maserati of Guillaume Fierro Illetta, in 2nd place. So what can David Hart do after that mishap at the start? And then further down the order, around about 20th position, you get into the worlds of Austin Healey's, Lotuses, and many shapes. You got to hear the start down there, Andrew.
I did. It was great. This meeting so slick. The cars came out of the paddock, and within a minute they've been released onto the track. There's no chance of getting an interview, but I'm sure we'll be able to get one at the end. John doing a terrific job here. You know, he's 74 years old, this guy, and he races like a youngster. And obviously for Tamer's just there's that number 100 car. That one with the Jaguar engine. Of course, the Ecos ran mainly Jaguar engines, but they did also run these cars with Buick engines in. I think they built 2 or 3 of them. And David Murray, who ran a Ecos, he persuaded them to build a Tejero, to build this guy called John Tejero. As we got this is the interesting bit at the start here. And look at Fierro diving down the inside in a wonderful bird cage.
Well, he almost touched David Hart, who either missed a gear or something untoward. David Hart's picking up the pace again now.
Yeah, he is now.
Right, here's the top 3, 4 making a break. You've got John Spiers leading in his Lister Costin, and now the pressure is on. But the Ecos is back in 4th place for Fatemi. Hart's in 3rd, but Fierro Illetta in 2nd place.
Illetta's his mother's name, and it's a Spanish thing. But
so we'll just go through Fierro.
Oh,
that's easy.
That's what he pretends.
In the heat of a battle.
Yes,
Yes, exactly. So many Spanish drivers, of course, have their mother's names too. You can think of huge numbers across the years, but quite happy if they're less formal. Yeah,
one of the guys you haven't really mentioned here is in 7th place, another Lister, and that's Charles de Villencourt in his Nobly, Lister Jaguar Nobly. It's one of the, I think it's one of the continuity cars. They have built a lot of these. Some of the cars were built quite a long time ago, but out of period, but some have been built quite recently. And you know, there's a lot of these around.
Yeah, no, certainly. Oh wow! Now the battle for 2nd place is suddenly heating up because David Hart has just dragged his way past the Maserati, and so has certainly Fatemi in that is very loose in that Ecos, but the Maserati seemed to have a bit more grunt on the straight, but certainly almost outbraking himself. Fatemi hooked it up, because otherwise you'd be going on into that gravel trap, and thank goodness he didn't.
I've forgotten the story of why Acura Ecos wanted Tejero to build a coupe, because they had a car a bit like a Lister, John Tejero. He was a rival. Look at this race. We'll describe it a bit further later.
John Spiers leads the race, going into Brettel, that wonderful downhill corner. David Hart on the tail of the Maserati. Maserati way off the track, and the driver in 5th place, Guillaume Mahes, caught the lot of them. So we've got the first 5 cars covered by about 1.5 seconds. So Tejero struggling a little bit at this point, has now got another Lister all over his tail. That's Mahe, but David Hart and Fierro having a real ding-dong, and they're right on the tail of the race leader now.
Lovely little story of Mahe. His father started this, what now is this huge team, and he started by racing an Austin Healey Sprite. And now he prepares for racing cars for, well, obviously the Meal family and the Guinard family, who own Meal watches, of course. We'll get into that a bit later.
Yeah. Well, what a story. So for Mahe's on tail of the battle, so doesn't have to work on anyone's cars when he's out on the track. That's good news for him. And then you got Saïf Assam, a Lister Jaguar, and then you mentioned at the back of the pack in 7th place, Charles de Villencourt.
Yeah, well, he's had quite a lot. I was going to say, because he's had success in this series in the past, and we hadn't seen him in the 2 previous rounds, so it's nice to have him rejoining.
Yeah, not all the drivers do all this. All right, I thought the first car they'd catch would be the last on the grid, and here is the little René Bonnet, and David Hart goes into the lead of the race. John Spears has to cede that position, so it's 2 Lister Costins ahead of the Maserati, but they got past the little 1100cc engine DB Jet, and it's on the outside of the corner, doing exactly what it needs to do, but the speed differential is huge. So the driver of the DB having to just stay to the side and did it very nice and tidily. David Hart should be able to pull away. His margin after qualifying was 0.6 of a second a lap, but just whatever happened at the start, can't quite gauge what it was, but there's no loss of pace for the car. Now he just lost position, had to bide his time.
No, I said some of these cars are original, some of them are continuity cars. So the car in the lead, which has the registration number VPP9, that is a very famous car. But it was raced mainly by a guy called Walt Hanscom, American, but a famous Formula 1 driver called Archie Scott Brown was killed in that car. Archie Scott Brown was a guy with a moustache. There are books about him, but he only had one really functioning arm. And I saw him racing in the very early days of going to Mallory Park. Phenomenal driver.
But he also, just to make his achievements all the greater, he seemed to excel in the wet when you have to adjust the car the whole time. Yeah. On the steering, on the throttle. Right, really hotting up now, because a moment ago, Guillaume Mahé moved his Lister Chevrolet into 4th. That's become 3rd. And suddenly Fierro's back in 4th and being troubled by Fatemi and now by De Villeneuve.
He likes that inside line, though, doesn't he? Nice to see the Maserati is a Tipo 61, and it's running number 61. Now, he did build a 62, which was was it a 63, but there's a rear engine version of that, still with a bird cage. Definitely.
Wow.
Bruce is making faces at me.
No, because I was trying to think while thinking.
And Sterling Moss raced it at a Silverstone Coys meeting about 20 years ago, I remember.
I have half an inkling I've seen it.
Very little racing,
Yeah, draw the picture.
But it had all those tiny little tubes that you were describing just before the start of the race. It's fascinating to see. And again, you know, motor racing engineering's got so many different aspects to it.
It's chopping and changing for third place because Fierro got back ahead of Mahé, and then Mahé's back ahead of Fierro, and hanging on the back is Afshin Fatemi.
Those Listers got to have quite a lot more horsepower, haven't they?
Yeah, for sure.
You know, both the Chevy ones and the Jaguar. Chevy ones, you can tell they've got the exhaust come out both sides.
And they've just got that much harder engine note, which is great. You know, I think it's something that is still such a rich part of motor racing, different engine notes. And certainly this year, next weekend at Le Mans 24 Hours, the Aston Martin Valkyrie is going to win a lot of friends with its 12-cylinder engine. And forget the hybrid stuff, they'll have the full richness of it. So it won't be the quickest. They are gaining pace with it, but they're a full year behind everybody else. Right, the front of this race, David Hart lead John Spears, 3 ahead of 88, both Lister Costins. Gap between them, 1 second on the nose. Behind them it chops and changes, and the Cost now on the straight has blasted past the less powerful Fierro Maserati. As soon as they get to the first corner, the positions almost swapped, but what you do have is tucked in behind Saifa Sam now is joining the party.
There you see, there's the Hart number plate, VPP 9, famous number plate. And of course they did tend to drive these cars to Le Mans on the road. I mean, I wonder why they've left that Tejero with that sort of patchwork quilt of a bodywork.
Well, if
somebody must like it. The owner was the thing is, the guy is a plastic surgeon, a very successful one in Germany, and he repairs people's faces to look better. And he's in a car that looks as if it needs to have an operation.
Well, maybe he's just busy.
No,
busy with his day job.
I'm sure he's busy with his day job. He must have people that can prepare it for him.
We'll probably, we'll probably find it echoes how it ran in a famous race after a
It probably does. I think you're probably right.
But the Cost is going increasingly well. It's now...
he has gone well in this,
but
in the past.
Fatemi's up, washing out a little bit there. Actually, you can see the Maserati that he's passed recently in terms of power is certainly got far more adept handling. It gets the long start-finish straight and loses out, but And in fact, loses out to the extent that Tajero's mighty in a straight line. I think it's just picked off John Spears for second place. Yeah, Fatami's moved ahead by the smallest of blinks of an eye. But who's going to get into the first corner first? When I talk of the first corner, it's the downhill double droite de Villeroy, and Spears got the braking or the little dab done better. But it's like a rocket ship. But as soon as you get to the twisty bits, the Maserati comes right back into the mix. So Fierro having a really, really fun run there.
Yeah, Sterling Moss did race the Birdcage quite a lot, I seem to remember. And another, our friend Mark Gordon, who was up here, of course, is in this race. And where's he running in his lovely XK150 coupe? They're running in 18th place. There's lots of classes in this gentleman's. I think there are about 15 different classes. Everyone gets a cup. You know?
I'll leave it to you.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. I would like to do the podium.
Wow. You know, it is just wonderful because David Hart, having got clear, he's only sitting about a second up the road from John Spears. John, who's just shaken off the attack from the Ecos, the Tajero Ecos of Fatami. I reckon he's got the pace to come back at Hart, but he just needs to shake off that group behind. But they're half a second down on him.
How close are we to the pit stop window?
We're 33. We've got 33 minutes remaining. It was a 45-minute race, so we've got another sort of 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, 5-10. So Olivier Hart will be, or Ollie, he's sometimes known as Ollie, will climb into the car. So the Hearts are a bit flexible with this. Sometimes they do, and you know, going. The great thing is they do have the option to do that. And of course, Nigel Greensill will get into Spears' car, and another fellow journalist of ours in this race, Mark Hales, who for years drove a lot of Nick Mason's cars and did a wonderful book about them. Actually, came complete with a CD, didn't it, of all the sounds of the cars.
All the engine notes, it was fantastic.
I mean.
And of course,
look at this battle between these three. It's fantastic.
Well, what's happened? The Tajero's gone up ahead of John Spears, which will afford David Hart a bit of space. But actually, the attitude, the way Fatami's driving, having got up ahead of John Spears, John's now being attacked into the parabolique, the hairpin, with a very steep exit by the Maserati. Fierro again has got the handling. Actually, did acceleration too.
We haven't got these details. What do you reckon that is? One in that incline?
Oh, it looks about 1 in 4.
It's got one of the steepest inclines on any race circuit. I know Bathurst's got some very steep inclines.
Right, we've got a yellow flag somewhere.
Can we tell why that is?
TVR portfolio, that was the Grand Tour of Mark Ashworth. Can't work it out, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
As long as the drivers can, that's the main thing.
We've got these pure racing cars here, haven't we? But then we got, you know, this smattering of British sports cars, like the Healey's and TRs and stuff.
Fierro goes for a
round
rotation.
And round again and find a gear. Oh, he hasn't got it.
Well, what was fortunate there was Spears was very close to him, and Mahe would have been in that mix as well. So in the final corner, the dip before you climb onto the start-finish straight, round it went. Thank goodness there was enough space outside the racing line for the others to go wide and pass them.
Well, he dropped to 5th with that. I mean, he's just trying really hard. And he has won with that car in Monaco. You know, the Monaco Historic does have one sports car race because you know, well, they had a sports car racing when they were arguing with the Formula 1 people. There he is, just hung the tail out too much, just the momentum, took it round. He's looking, now he turns to look and see if anybody's going to T-bone him. Fortunately, a good avoidance there, and he's back in the race, but in 6th place.
He's behind.
That's Sam's car with the orange nose brand.
That puts him down into 7th place in that case. But a good little battle. 22, that's Charles de Villecourt he's fighting with now, and he's picked him off, and Sam's just tucked him behind as well. So quick recovery there, but that was quite a moment for Fierro going around there. That certainly would have opened his eyes, but again, even as he was spinning, Guillermo was looking to see where he could try and guide the car to get it out of trouble.
So that car with the orange, that car was built in the 80s by the Pearson Engineering in the Midlands, but de Villeneuve's a 54-year-old from Paris. He's got lots. He's raced Bugattis, Cobras, E-types, the Fun Cup, Chevron B6, all kinds of things he's raced.
It's funny actually when you look at some of the drivers in historic racing, they have raced so many different sorts of cars, and sometimes it's almost circumstance. They find themselves in something different.
Go on Ollie Bryant's website.
Oh.
He's got a list of everything he's raced.
I see.
Yeah, and I think it's in. I might have got this wrong. It's up in the 70 or 80 different race cars. For modern race cars, and remember he's raced modern race cars at Le Mans, Ollie. But just a terrific competitor. It was wonderful. James Turner did mention that he got that special BRDC award. They have a special award for the best historic racer of the year, and he won that for last year's performances.
Well, let's face it, historic racing.
There's a lovely D-type.
Wow.
D-types had much more success in Le Mans than the listers with a similar running gear. But sometimes see lots of D-types racing, and it seemed to have dropped off a bit. A lot of people like the listers at the moment. They want to go back to the D-types are worth a lot more money because they tend to have much bigger history.
That's a key point.
Right.
So the race is pouring on, and we have a revolving door in the studio, which is great because we have more visitors. And John Hopwood has come to join us.
Joel, isn't it?
Joel, sorry, can't read my writing. Yeah. But Joel, we're in the midst of this Gentleman Challenge, and it's a cracking race.
Yeah, fabulous bunch of cars, isn't it?
But it's not just a bunch of cars, it's the fact they're chopping and changing position. And, it always helps if the person on pole starts a bit badly and has to fall down the order. But this circuit, Dijon-Prenois, just allows the flow and the majesty of it all to be there.
I absolutely love it, I have to say. I've never raced here before. I've done a few track days here before and come as a visitor. So I'm just thrilled to be here. I'm only in my second season of racing, actually. So it's all very new to me.
Just remind us what you're racing.
Lotus Elan 26R.
Lovely, yeah.
I have a Chevron B8 as well, which I tried to enter to CER1, but they were already full. So I thought, well, I'll bring the Elan for the 60s endurance.
Yeah.
And thought I'd have a crack at it on my own. So
yeah, very good.
Wish me luck.
So you've got 2 hours to play.
Yeah. Bought myself an open face helmet so I can have a drink.
Oh, very period.
Yeah. Because we've been in this I've been in this commentary box for hours. But what's the temperature like outside?
Well, now that I've put my race suit on, it seems
suddenly gone up.
Degrees warmer.
Actually, it's saying it's 25 degrees. No, 25 track temperature. 19.
Joe, just to break in because for Tame is back up to second place in that brutish Tajiro now. John Spears or Spire? I'm not quite sure. I must ask him.
I change it on alternate laps.
Yeah, I know. We'll ask him. And then Mar in fourth place. Mainly listers up there, but that Tajiro that's way before your time, Joel. That Tajiro. But Jackie Stewart did actually race that car. And I'm so old that I saw him do it at Alton Park, but it had a Buick engine in there a long time ago. But this is a nice. Have you thought of doing Gentlemen's? Because this is a nice race with lots of British sports cars in it.
Yeah, and I see the 904 GTS, which has always been a sort of bedroom wall poster car for me. Raced against one last year in Portimao, and it was such a thrill. Even when he was passing me, it was exciting.
Yeah. But because there are multiple classes in most of the races, there is something to race for come what may, even if your car is nowhere near the ultimate pace of the fastest car.
What I'm sensing from you both is that really I should be thinking of buying another racing car.
Well, you've got two.
We'll force you if we have to.
Yeah, but the Chevron's a lovely thing to have.
Yeah.
And so I'm intrigued. You've only been racing 2 years. Had you done lots of track days before? What brought it on? Really?
Well, it's an interesting story. There's a gentleman here called Mark Shaw who races with the HGPCA in a beautiful Lotus 21. And I've been doing track days like, many of us have it with a GT3 or something like that, and you pedal it round at 7/10 and think you're going quickly. Mark turned up with this Lotus Elan 26R and very kindly offered me a passenger lap. And we went out on this, the Dunlop tyres. Took me around Zandvoort, absolutely sideways. Nothing got near us. All these modern cars, we were just going past them. And after 3 laps of that, I just stopped. We got out, and I said, "Look, I'm done with track days. Either I learn how to do what you just did, or I'm never driving on a track again." Yeah.
Wow.
And did you then go to a driver coach, or did he do it?
I then badgered Mark into selling me that car.
Yes.
So I bought the car off him, and happily that came with a great mechanic, Tom Smith, who prepares it beautifully. And so this year I've been doing lots of coaching, getting lots of coaching.
Yes.
I should say. I've been had a fabulous day with Nigel Greenstall, who's here.
Yes.
So Nigel's been very kindly giving me some pointers in between the racing he's doing. So it's a massive learning curve for me, and I'm just happy if I'm progressing and not.
And when you're doing that, how much are you doing sort of seat of the pants, or how much is sort of V-Box information? I know Nigel's big on V-Box.
It's a bit of both. I think what Nigel's brilliant at is sort of get the real basics, like the calmness, how you get in the car, how you feel,
how you conduct yourself.
How you conduct yourself, yeah, exactly. And then once we're sort of up on some sort of pace, we can then get the V-Box out, and he can show me what to do differently.
For Tammy, who was battling for the lead there, is now gone into the pits.
Yeah, with the
and he won't change drivers. I'm not sure if any if there's any drivers with extra pit stops, extra length pit stops, I'm trying to say here.
Well, we'll probably find that.
We haven't got the list, but we'll see, won't we? But if there is, Greeds will obviously be one of them. And there's that
short wheel.
Lovely. Well, look at that, bloke, beautiful.
And you look at it, it's exquisite. Just cream livery, beautiful period feel to it. But that's the thing. There are cars that you lust after.
Yeah.
And others you suddenly see in a racing circuit setting, and it doesn't look like a full racing car, but obviously a short wheelbase GT.
Well, it was a bit of an incident. So that's Mark Gordon, who was in it.
Yeah.
And
he ran out of places to go.
Yeah, he did really.
You can do no more when it's a right-hand hairpin or a left-hand hairpin.
You've got the old grass blowers, keeping the radiators cool. A lot of the running gear, this is Jaguar. I think they're Jaguar wheels, aren't they? So, the Healy down in the pits there. And what we haven't mentioned that's new to me is the American guy, I think he's called John Fudge. He's got a knobbly as well. And it's been going well in that. So currently, up in sixth place. Have the Hearts come in? No, they haven't.
No,
not yet, have they? Or they're just coming in.
They've just come in now. They've just come in now. And in fact, I think John Fudge might be run by the Nuttall ensemble.
I think
under
maybe
their
is. Yes, yeah.
Inside there. Coopers
on the side of that One Life Live It. Saw a car earlier in the paddock, and it had on the back, "This is not a disco," which was
tangential. But where did you start watching racing? When did the bug?
Oh, Goodwood.
Really?
Yeah, a great friend of mine who's been going to Goodwood for years and knows all the people there, so very kindly took me along as his guest.
But you were a car fan.
I was a car fan, but not really a historic car fan. And then as soon as I saw them all racing and realised that, as you were just saying a minute ago, the beautiful sports racing cars of that era were both race cars, and you could drive them on the road.
Yeah.
And I just was completely hooked from that moment on. Really, I thought it'd be great to be part of this somehow.
Yeah.
And then when I had that ride in the Elan, that was when I decided to take the
flick the switch.
Plunge. Yeah, flick the switch.
Indeed. So Sam hasn't pitted, presumably. So the first four, is it just looking across the time screen?
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon.
Yeah. So Greenstall's not in the car yet. So he's managed to therefore pull away from Assam. And Fudge is up to third. He hasn't done. Then the Heart stopped. I wonder if Olivia's got into the car.
I think David might be saying, "I'm having so much fun." And you had an extra race at Spa-Francorchamps a few weeks ago. You stayed out for the whole.
David let son stay out. He's very proud of his son's racing, I know.
Right, there's a little René Bonnet jet.
1100 engine. The Matra this became the Matra.
Yes, it became the design. Yeah.
But there'll be lots of those racing at the more classic. Various iterations of the DB.
But it's 356 there, not much back. You don't often see that.
No, I hadn't seen one until I saw the Julie car at Spa 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So it won its class, so it did well. A large number of Austin Healey's, 160s, 104s and 3000s across the various championships. The thing is, you often think cars like Austin Healey's be raced by British drivers, but a whole load of raced by Germans and Dutch drivers, and you suddenly realise that there were a lot of them around for rallying too, so they did have to find a home somewhere.
And quite a few found their way over to America.
So the Green will be jetting into the car now. We can't see it on our screen, but he will be with his hand-stuck crash helmet. Well, it's a bit of a mixture of hand-stuck and Ronnie Peterson, he tells me.
And especially for Joel, we had the 904.6 Carrera GTS, just a shot for him. It's good to hear the directors listening. Yeah. The Maserati had a little attempt at going off earlier.
Spin, and he's not happy. He's beating his crash helmet, and the bird cage is beached. And I think that will probably bring out a full course yellow. Bruce?
It will, and with yellow flag.
And now, if you haven't, I don't know who does that, that will help Assam.
Absolutely.
Because he's going to dive into the pits. And
so Spears is in the pits at the moment, so he won't be losing too much ground. John Fudge is in the pits in his Lister Nobly. So those that have served their pit stops will now be suffering. Those that are serving them won't be losing too much time, and those that haven't served. But there's gravel and deep in the gravel, and there's deep. How did it happen? First corner and
carried too much speed.
Too much speed into the corner. With a Maserati birdcage, it doesn't have the grunt of the cars it was racing against, but it's very nimble in the corners, but just braking super late. And there's no particular excuse, and nobody was around him, so it wasn't in.
Yeah, it is. And although he's Spanish, I believe with business interests based in Cyprus, actually. Saif Assam is
in the
leading the race, and he's Lebanese, but he works in the City of London, as do quite a lot of people from the financial industry. Have the wherewithal to go racing in these expensive motor cars.
I still expect the number 3 Lister. We've now got Olivier Hart at the wheel.
Yeah, they
will come into the lead of the race.
Speaking of going racing, gents,
you've got to do it.
Get down to the assembly area.
You should. Thank you very much, Joel.
It was nice to get an insight of how somebody started racing. And may I ask how old you are? What, 40?
I'm 48.
48? Oh, very well. Yes. But well, you've probably got many more exciting years. But
I hope so.
I help run an Elan, so I know quite a lot about Elans. And
we could go on all night about how brilliant the Elan is.
Wonderful.
But, I shall go and try and give a decent account of it.
Absolutely.
Well, thanks. It's always good to have another face, another voice in the commentary box, but also, as Andrew pointed out, just very few people come into historic racing in a sort of traditional fashion. They come as and when, and often there are just pivotal moments, and thanks for explaining yours.
My pleasure. Thank you.
So the order at the moment, Assam is just in the pits. At the moment, it's Aubrey, who we haven't really mentioned, have we? But Vinter's staying out longer than anybody else, and he is in his little Gabriel. Oh, no, I think his name is Almarie Gabriel, and he is in a Lotus 11. So one of the little 1100C Climax engine sports car, and I think he's sharing with somebody who could possibly be his brother, Vincent. Could be a father and son.
Could be.
But I think, and there he's in there now. Lovely. Some of these cars for the Lotus 11s raced in aluminium. They didn't paint them, and there he climbs out and. In Team Lotus colours. They all seem to have Team Lotus on them, whether they were...
Do they not? It's almost obligatory.
Yeah, although they weren't actually Team Lotus cars. But,
so, still the yellow flag.
Well, we've got 2 yellow flags there. So what's happened? This must still be pulling the Maserati out.
Yeah, the Maserati out.
So everything is closed up.
Unfortunately, car number 45, one I picked out before the start of the race, the glorious Charles Vogele Alpha's been is under investigation for that awful crime of speeding in the pit lane. It's you race so hard on the track and you blow it all with potential penalty. Yeah.
Now this could. How long have we got left in this? About 35 minutes.
We've got 16 minutes.
Only 16 minutes. So I'm hoping we're going to have a Olivier Hart, Nigel Greensell battle when the green comes out. And with maybe the Tajiro doing so.
So just wait. The green flag is there. Right, let's go racing again. How much has Saif Assam benefited from that. His car's left the pit lane. There's a whole gaggle of cars. It's almost like the start of the race again. It's the 904.6 that Joel Hopwood loves so much, just ahead of the 250 short wheelbase that I love so much as they go down towards the first corner. Oh, the order really has changed. There have been those that have gained a little bit. And,
I mean, that full course yellow has really...
Well, Charles de Villeneuve with the orange lipstick nose, almost like a BRM nose, has benefited there, but the Tejero is coming through either side of the Morgan.
That'll be a great photo. The lush burgundy countryside here. And there, the grunt of that Jaguar pushing. He's really... Dr. Fatemi, he drives it really well.
He certainly doesn't leave anything out there.
He does lose it occasionally, and
Scamama's in that. Scamama's in that mix, and another Chevrolet engine car, but still the Morgan runs around. That's way down the order, but did very well to be monstered from both sides by the front runners.
Real mainstreams of this championship for years, the Schamama brothers, and they lived for most of their life. They're from Switzerland. They lived for most of their life in Cincinnati, where they built up a very big business, which they've sold now, and so they can now love their racing. There's a nice Porsche then going out.
That's Jerome Anastasio, a French racer. That's a 1954 coupe, and we saw earlier Mark Gordon's Jaguar, the 124, another Jaguar in the mix there. That's Stephen Ward.
Now look at this Porsche here. This is we didn't see it probably. There's right,
117, Cypher Sam, race leader.
Cypher Sam,
Just looking to see what his margin is. It really fell into his lap. I tell you, over the start-finish line, it was 18 seconds. The chasing car is Olivier Hart, who's taken over the number 3 Lister Costin from his father, David.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether there's enough time for Hart or Greensill to get at Cypher Sam. He's driven Goodwood with quite a few different people, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
I don't know, Tiffany Dell maybe rings a bell. I don't know. But
probably.
Yeah.
After a while, you cover so many race meetings.
Yeah, you do.
Some of the details do move, but certainly he's been a firm friend of Goodwood, and again, it's...
I don't think he's been racing that long, actually, but...
Oh dear, the little Morgan we was looking at a short while ago was pulled very cleverly to the side of the circuit. Hopefully that won't lead to any stoppages. Just looking... Oh, has he had a spin at the... Is that the final corner? I think it is. That's where we saw the Maserati have a little loop a short while ago. You got the drop into a compression as you go into Corbe de Pouas, and that's where he's pulled to the side of the circuit. Right, the real story is, what can Olivier Hart do in the number 3 Lister Costin about the 117 Lister Costin of Cypher Sam? The gap between them, 15 seconds. Yes, the gap's coming down, but we only have 13 minutes remaining in this race. There's Olivier Hart, car number 3, Dutch racer. He's got some big events coming up ahead of him later this year, sort of doing modern GT3 racing as well. So, as well as getting out in as many of his father's cars as he possibly can in historic racing. And he was the star when it was at its wettest at Spa-Francorchamps a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, so none of these guys come out of the City of London. He works for Blackstone, invest in lots of companies. I think they're American, actually. Yeah. He's a CEO of one of their divisions, and he certainly can drive. But let's have a look at these, concentrate a bit on these lap times now.
Well, let's also just concentrate on...
Oh, yeah, go on.
John Spears handed over to Nigel Greensill, who was in the booth earlier. He's whacked in the fastest lap of the race so far, but he's got to find 21 seconds or so. Yellow flag at turn 9 of that. Morgan has brought out the yellow flag.
Oh, well, that's
going to help Cypher Sam.
Yeah, it's going to help him a lot. Well, they should be able to pull that Morgan out of there pretty quickly. Much quicker job than getting the Giro out. Did the Tejero get going again? Was it allowed to?
Oh, Tajiro's running in 4th place overall. It was the.
I don't mean the Giro. I meant the Maserati.
Yeah. In answer to your question, it would have lost quite a lot of time. Maserati. Stop. And likewise, Götzinger stopped in that Morgan. So still yellow flag, preparing for full course yellow. So they want to move it.
I'd say that's really played into Assam's hands now.
Yeah, because Olivier Hart managed to actually take 6 seconds out of him in the space of about a lap and a half. So that the maths would have been in Olivier's favour. It's a question of how long the full course yellow will be.
Looking like a a list of 1, 2, 3, isn't it?
So Cypher Sam, the 117, going past one of those 356 Porsches. The marshal's doing the excellent job as ever. You can see it's quite a windy day here, a little gusts of wind.
We don't translate the full course yellow into French, do we? Really? Or?
No. It is a thought. Imagine drivers going from country to country. They would be perpetually confused by a 3-letter.
Yeah. Well, here's the snatch vehicle coming, and there's the 124 Jaguar XK 120. Stephen Ward is the driver of that. So a TVR there, just in.
How's that going in
why
class?
is it in those colours? Isn't that a famous Beetle? What's that?
Oh, not Herbie colours.
Herbie colours, isn't it? Isn't it 53 Herbie?
50. It was not 56. I can't remember.
Was it 56 Herbie?
Right. Well, Mark Hale's wheel of that now, so that'll go very well as soon as he gets released properly. So he's got a couple of drives.
Lots of Heelys there, and a
TR3.
British sports cars featuring a little bit.
TR3S, may I apologise to the Triumph aficionados.
Oh, yeah. Of course, they had a big racing team at Le Mans years gone by. In a sort of shade of light green, weren't they? They got top drivers in them. I remember talking to David Hobbs. One Le Mans he did in the Lola that was before the GT40, the Lola GT. The next year, and he hardly got paid. And the next year he did it in a Triumph, something, whatever, and he got paid a lot more money, but he was going half as quickly.
But that's the thing. I think people looking at Le Mans now, it's down to just two classes, the prototypes and the GT3s. But, you know, what people really forget is in the late 50s, early 60s, the sort of index of thermal performance. I mean, you could have the efficiency.
Index of thermal efficiency and the index of performance, which were different.
There we go.
And a bit difficult to work out. But the whole thing was skewed in hoping that the French would win it. And that's why the cars were built to win it. Like the little blue one we see there, or actually versions of that. And it didn't always work, because Lotus managed to win it in the Lotus Elite one year. And of course, Colin Chapman for Lotus famously fell out with Le Mans for a while. Well, there's a great shot. Look at the countryside behind, and marvellous D-type Jaguar, which is being driven by Pierre-Antoine Lotte. L-H-O-T-E. Loot.
And we go to green flag. And the number 3, Olivier Hart-driven Lister, has got 14 seconds to find, going down with every corner he takes. The chase is on for Cypher Sam, but will the clock be his friend or his enemy? Certainly that full course yellow was his friend.
In 8 minutes. So,
I think he can do it.
Do you think he can do it?
I do.
Do you?
Because I think he's capable.
I think it's going to be very, very close.
I think he can take 2 seconds a lap out of him. The fastest lap Cypher Sam has done in his car is a 1:39. Fastest lap that Olivier Hart has done is a 1:35.6, which is not as fast as Nigel Greensall, who's in 3rd place giving chase.
But Nigel is 9 seconds behind Olivier Hart.
Olivier's got it down to 9.4 seconds, so he took about 4.5 seconds out of the race lead last time around.
I think maybe you're right, Bruce. I think then that being the case, let's see what happens. Of course, could get held up by a back marker. Could be another yellow.
I tell you what, though, Olivier Hart, the attitude his car was taking through the S's after the first corner, phenomenal. He is in maximum attack mode. But so Cypher Sam, who's just going to be coming down towards the bottom of the corner there. A parabolique going up the far side, but when you get the body angle coming up any moment now of Olivier Hart, it's going to look far, far more fluid and faster, because he's pulling out all the stops. So 1:17 leads this race. Cypher Sam is Lister Jaguar. It's down to 7.3 seconds. The clock's down to 6.5 minutes. Oh, and he's had to hesitate going past the Triumph. He ducked back in behind it, so he lost the momentum he was trying to carry. Now he goes down the inside as they drop down towards the final corner of this lap. He's got another Austin Healey this time up in front of him. He doesn't want it to block his line. It's not trying to do so, but in the background of the shot any moment now will come Olivier Hart. He's under 6 seconds in arrears now.
That last corner just goes on and on and on and on, doesn't it?
It really does, and it's a steep climb on the exit, then it becomes more gentle, but it still climbs pretty much to where you would cross the finish line, and only then does it flatten out before you get to the first corner and it drops again. The gap is coming down.
5.9, and now, oh, it's still 5.9.
Wait, Olivier Hart.
3.8. Sorry, yep. 3. So he took 2 seconds out of him there.
Not 2 seconds in the lap, that was 2 seconds in the last third of the lap. That's the rate at which it's coming down. Will traffic have a role to play in the Gentleman's Challenge? Let's hope it remains the Gentleman's Challenge.
Yes, it did.
But again, it's where you find the back markers. They're doing their own job, doing it very well. But again, he's had to be hesitant, and he just didn't want the Jaguar to be where it is, and he's going to have lost about 2 seconds in that manoeuvre as well. And into the background, carrying momentum that Cypher Sam does not have, down towards the parabolique. We're looking at the exit of the parabolique, but I would suggest when we get the next cars coming up the hill, it will be the number 3 right on the tail. I thought it might have even gone through under braking, but still Cypher Sam leads the race. Crest the hill, still in front, but just wait. Olivier Hart's just got to bide his time. 5 minutes remain. In fact, he's not bothering to bide his time. He's going to get through on the next corner.
Perfect shot of the different shapes of the two listers as well.
The Nobly is the one behind, the 117 that had been in front, but the smoother body is the Frank Costin-bodied one, the Lister Costin. It's number 3. It's in the lead of the race. Olivier Hart at the wheel. But also in the background, it may not be done because Nigel Greensall is closing in. He's got the fastest lap of the race, and look out for another Lister Costin. It's the blue one with the white stripes. Nigel Greensall, car number 88, coming up the start-finish straight right now.
4 seconds between Nigel.
I fear that Cypher Sam will finish no higher than 3rd, because I think Nigel's got enough time to catch. And
there's so much traffic. And Olivier Hart had to basically take to the curbs then to keep out of the way, didn't he?
It goes to prove you, in a multi-class race, you just cannot relax. It was an inter-Austin-Healey battle.
Yeah, there's a huge speed difference as well. It's massive. They're having fun in their Healeys. But up the front, there you are. Hart family from Holland, massive in warehousing, apparently. Oh, and then again he had to twitch to the left, and now he's got that slow, beautiful Ferrari in front of him. Oh, he's really having to work for this.
Just when you think you've done all the hard yards, you've done the chasing, you've done the
because
racing. Nigel's
coming on, and maybe we couldn't see Nigel is not being held. There they are. That's the battle for second place. At Nigel in the car with the blue with the white stripes, the last Lister that was built in period. That's the last one they built before they.
And he's very positive there. He took the wider line coming out of.
He's got it now. And he's got so much more experience than Saif as well.
Yeah, and he had the flow going there. Saif did as much as he could.
Has he got any chance of getting it at Hart? I don't think so, has he?
No, I think he was a little bit delayed. I think he has got a better fast lap, but
will there be? Could be 2 more laps though. This and the next. Do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, there will be. And. Just seeing the timing screen, so 3.8 between Hart and Greensall. There's Hart. Both the father and son have the blue crash helmet, so it's difficult. I must go and look to see the difference between the two of them.
Right, just running down through the classes, Dr. Afshin Afemi has fallen back somewhat in the Tejero, but in fact, by about 40 seconds, but he's going to win Class F. Top 3 finish, as I said, E2 was the top class, and they're all in that with their listers. So is it going to be Olivier Hart from Nigel Green from Cypher Sam? I think so.
It's interesting because there's lots of subdivisions of the class as well, isn't it? But
Nigel Greensall, the 88, blue with the white stripes, trying to pick off the back markers. He's got the glorious 904.6. Gets past
he's close, isn't he? He's close.
He certainly is. Lister's 3 seconds down on Olivier Hart at the start of this lap. He's certainly almost half that, I'd suggest.
And all kinds of different Porsches in the mix.
But it's funny how you suddenly get them in a gaggle.
Look at this. Nigel will know there's a chance, but he's absolutely on the ragged edge now, on the limit and almost on the limit of the track as well, as you saw.
Yeah.
Let's see what the gap is as they come past. They will go another lap in for sure. And the gap is showing Nigel in the lead.
Olivier Hart has suddenly slowed.
He slowed.
He's about to
pull off.
Well, he's missed the very tricky entrance to the pit lane, so something was untoward, and suddenly Nigel Greensall into the lead of the race. It was closing down, and was it closing because Olivier had a problem? He drove with real gusto, but something has...
that's not Olivier. No, that's a Sam, isn't it?
No, it's number 3.
Oh, sorry, 3. Yeah,
Olivier Hart now,
sorry.
so
my mistake. Yeah, getting too excited here.
That's all right. Excitement's good. Last lap, it most certainly is, and Nigel Greensall went onto it suddenly with a 7.5-second lead because this car, the number 3 of Olivier Hart, is parked at the side of the track. It's still actually in 3rd place because Fatemi hasn't yet passed it in the Tejero, but Nigel Greensall, building on the work of John Spires, out of the Parabolique, up the climb, and then the wonderful end of the lap through the left-hander right here, Courbe de Gaugel, then the virage de la Petite Combe comes around. The track is level here, it drops down towards Petit Combe, and then that flows down into Courbe de Poix. As Andrew said, it's a corner that goes on and on. It drops slowly, 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 goes into the dip here. A few cars we had spinning round in the compression, and then up the climb. Steep at first, gentle thereafter. Here's the steep part, and Nigel Greensall drifting. Hit that glorious Lister Costin car 88. John Spears started it, and he's finished it off. The checkered flag will be up ahead. He'll be the best part of 10 seconds clear, I would suggest, of Saïf Assam. But real praise to Assam. Great run for him. Certainly his pit stop was inspired in terms of its timing, because he was there when the full course yellow happened. But for Olivier Hart, probably should have won. Certainly it was going to be tight at the end, but Greensall was chasing. But then to pull off, that means he's tumbled down the order as a non-finisher. In fact, Charles de Villecourt should come up to 4th, Fatemi to 3rd in the Tejero, 5th to Yves Siamama, Lister Chevrolet, and Olivier Hart listed as 6th at the moment, will possibly fall down behind John Fudge as well. But the top class belongs to Nigel Greensall and John Spires, and certainly there were some great drives earlier on from Fierro in the Maserati birdcage. That got buried in the gravel, so a little bit of disappointment for him and a few other failures, but really great mix of cars in the Gentleman Challenge, and good to see them racing in dry conditions here after the hugely wet time we had at Spa-Francorchamps. Still brilliant racing in Belgium, but it's nice to have the sunshine on these great historic cars. But 3rd overall and winning the F class is Afshin Fatemi. There he goes in his Togero. And he really enjoyed a great scrap early on in the race with the other front runners. Olivier Hart is still listed in 6th place overall by dint of, I think, almost trickling, just about trickling onto the start of lap 25. And the little DB Jet comes on around to the finish. But here is our race-winning driver, car 88, Nigel Greensall, with his blue helmet with the yellow striping on it, and he'll be greeted, no doubt, by John Spears down below the podium at the end of the pit lane. But job well done, and that was a real chase as well. There were winners and losers with that full course yellow period, but some great drives in the second half of the race in particular. Really, for Afshin Fatemi, he was 3rd overall and winning Class F. That put him well clear of next in class, which was the Porsche 9046 that we saw early on, shared by Stefan Koenig and Philipp Koenig. They ended up in 8th overall. 3rd in their class was Carlo Vergle in that glorious Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ, car number 45. But a question of what might have been, but some lovely scrapping and a really brilliant bunch between the early of the race, between the top 6, positions chopping and changing. Things got a little bit broken up by the pit stops, but it can do so. It wasn't so much by the pit stops, it was the timing of them according to when the full course yellow period came. And certainly for Saïf Assam, who ended up in 2nd overall, that was a gift, but he took it with both hands. But for John Spears and Nigel Greensall, it was a chase to the end, and they made it work. And Spears hit the front just as Olivier Hart pulled off. He was catching him fast. It was a question of would he pass him, would he not? But it was certainly going to be a good scrap. Alas, we were denied the chance to see exactly how it would have shaken out. So, plenty was happening. Why don't we take a look back at the highlights of the Gentleman Challenge? Number 3, David Hart starting poorly from the pole position, and the Fiero Maserati coming through, but John Spires sweeping into the lead in his Lister Costin from the outside of the front row. That's car number 88. Brilliant array of cars, little and large, but all putting in their form through the sweepers on the opening lap of the race. Carlo Vogler, car number 45, great looking Alfa Romeo, doing a good job down in the middle order. John Fudge tucked behind in his Lister. Good to see the Morgan out there as well, pushing on in its class. Austin Healey's very popular as well, 104 with 104 on the door, that makes sense. And the 904 Porsche was winning its fans. But up front, it really was the story of the Listers, which shape, which type would be heading off towards victory. But then they were kept honest by the Tejero as well in the back of that pack. This was the 5-car gaggle that was really, really fighting for those top few positions. Race leader David Hart always just a little bit in front, but the others came closing in. Car 32 very much in the mix for Yves Sciamama in his Lister Nobly et al. As well. Mark Gordon in his Jaguar fighting with the 9046. The Triumph TR3S going very well indeed in its class. But one of the best chasers was car number 61, and it was Guillermo Fiero, and unfortunately pressed just a little bit too hard into the final corner, rotated, and everyone else missed him. A few others got past him in that moment, and he did well to avoid all of those as they came through, but he fought his way back. Then it was a time of the pit stops, and a chance for a little word to the drivers before they pressed on all over again. And then unfortunately for Guillermo Fiero, one spin too many, and this time he was stuck in the gravel. That led to a full course yellow period, and that gave some people a massive boost, and certainly you can be sure that Cypher Sam was one of those. Car number 117 suddenly found itself in the lead. Surely the others couldn't catch him. His lead was huge, but certainly Olivier Hart was on a massive, massive charge, and he in turn was being caught by Nigel Greensall in the 88 Lister Costin. And when it all came to an end, Olivier Hart's race had already ended. His car was parked by the pit wall. There it is. But here, with the checkered flag, just a lap later, came Nigel Greensall, car 88, winning the Gentleman Challenge. Really enthralling race and some great scrapping early on. No wonder he and his teammate John Spears would be so delighted with that one.
Well, I've got the winner down here. Nigel, that was a terrific race. But you might not have caught Olivier Hart.
Oh, I know, that would have been very close. I was so disappointed for him to retire, because I can see him parked up on the pit straight here, so he's obviously had a technical problem, mechanical problem of some description. But yeah, the race was fantastic. In the early stages when David was dicing with John for the lead, it was fabulous to watch, wasn't it?
And John did a great job as ever, didn't he?
Absolutely, yeah, he just drives the wheels off every car he gets into, so yeah, he's a real racer.
And you really love this track, don't you?
Oh, yeah, it's one of my all-time favourites. Yeah, it's a very, very special track.
How many wins is this now? Are you keeping count? I know it's on your website.
Oh, I don't know. Me and Nicky were laughing earlier. Yeah, we were laughing earlier. We'll have to add it up at some point.
You're going to go up to that 200 soon?
Well, hopefully, yeah. We'll just keep driving flat out and see where it takes us.
And a quick word for the CKL boys who prepared the car.
They're amazing. They really are. Yeah, it's such a joy to work with. Yeah, we've got one of their top guys, Dave Lampard, here looking after the car and just runs it on his own. And yeah, the CKL guys, what can you say? You know, it's a fabulous car. It's really fast, really reliable, and joy to drive.
Brilliant.
Thank you very much, Andrew Mariott, charging down there from the commentary box and catching Nigel Greensall. But I like the element to just go and drive the wheels off it. But certainly, that was a good chase. There were some cracking moments in that race, and no wonder the people in the spectator banking are staying there. We've got one more race today. Saturday is almost galloped to a close, but it's certainly plenty of action. We've got 2 hours of racing, and it's for the 60s endurance field. What's in that, you may ask? Shelby Cobra 289s, Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupes, Morgan SLRs, real variety, Lotus Elans, lots of those, Jaguar E-types, Austin Healey's as well. So real mix of cars, 2 drivers in a lot of them, but obviously your pit stop is adjusted according to to who's in the car. But Chevrolet Corvettes as well. Well, actually, one was entered and has pulled out. But a real mix of cars to bring the Saturday here at the Grand Prix de l'Âge d'Or, the Grand Prix of the Golden Age, here at this fantastic Dijon-Prenois circuit. It didn't have a long time running Formula One, the World Championship. It was too small really to start, so they built the extra loop, and then it hosted one of the best scraps of all time, 1979. Those that watched the French Grand Prix that year, René Arnoux banging wheels in his Renault with Gilles Villeneuve in his Ferrari. They were fighting as though it was for the world prize. It actually was for second place because Jean-Pierre Jabouille was already off into the distance. But the last few laps, chopping and changing doesn't even start to happen. And the flow of this circuit has been etched in the minds of Formula One fans ever since. If you've never seen it, look it up. Look at it. Anywhere you can find video footage because it was brilliant. But this circuit just works so well for historic racing. And I think every single driver who comes here just loves the place. And I just hope the message gets out to more and more people that this is a place that provides great racing. Anyone watching our broadcast today, whether on the Peter Auto website or live streaming and going out to all the Goodwood fans as well through their network, it's something new to a lot of you, but it's something very special to a lot of us who've been doing it for a long time. So I'm really pleased. So let's see, the next grid of cars is packed. There were 51 cars on the entry list for the 60s endurance. We will have lost a few, one feels, thus far, because not all the entries sort of make it here or have mechanical problems and drop out. But we've got 2 hours of racing coming up, and the race start is due to be at 5:25. So a little bit of a gap. And one of the reasons for that is there is a grid walk, quite a generous amount of time for the grid walk, 20 minutes. So give a lot of people a chance to have that experience of going out there and feeling the sort of tension rise out on the grid, getting a chance to see these cars. And the paddock is open here, so you've already had that opportunity. But there's something rather special when suddenly the ante is upped and you're able to get up close and take a real look and just feel the sort of passion that the teams and the drivers have, not just for their cars, but for this circuit, and certainly for a 2-hour race. It gives them a lot of scope and a lot of seat time, which is something well worthwhile. And don't forget, for a lot of these drivers, they've got a huge event to look forward to coming up midsummer when we get to the Le Mans Classic as well. So that's an entirely different location, an entirely different race meeting. But a lot of them will be racing against people they know very well, people they've probably spent time, had meals with. They travel around with Peter Auto with the Classic Series. And, you know, it's a great environment to be in. And historic racing is just going from strength to strength. And for a lot of drivers, it just gives them a chance to get in, find the sort of car they feel they might be able to race competitively in, or a stepping stone car to build up. But there's so much support, and for a lot of the drivers, we've heard it from people coming into the commentary booth, it's the fact that with a little bit of guidance, and as long as they pay attention, that they can really find leaps and bounds of improvement in terms of their own driving form. Not everybody listens clearly, but the very best driver coaches find the right wavelength, and suddenly it's like scales have fallen from their eyes when they work out how, as a sort of developing driver, I was going to say young and developing, but a lot of the drivers that will come to the sport, you know, even in their 60s, or some possibly even later, and if you get a good driver coach, it just makes all the difference. The grid has just suddenly flashed onto my screen. It has 60s endurance written at the top. It has 2 hours as the elapsed time clock, and that's sitting static until the start of the race. But it also has the sort of cars at the front of the grid. We've got a pair of E-types on the front row, Jaguar E-types the front row, then 1, 2, 3, 4 Shelby Cobras, another Jaguar E-type, another Shelby Cobra, another Jaguar E-type. And to go down to anything that's not a Cobra or an E-type, one has to go to the best of the Lotus Elans, car number 146, starting 16th on this really packed grid, 44 cars. But 16th, not a bad starting position, and that's 146, which is shared by Olivier Meurens and Raphael de Bourman, so a Belgian crewed Lotus Elan. Next best of the cars in the class is another Lotus Elan in GT2. That's another 5 places further back. And so it goes on down. But really, up front, it's Jaguar E-types against Shelby Cobras, and I'm not complaining. Both beguiling cars look entirely different to each other. deliver their performance entirely differently, but their lap times are often not that different. And in fact, I tell you what, the gap between the Jaguar on pole position, which is car number 43, shared by James Thorpe and Phil Quaife, is just 9 thousandths of a second ahead of Jonathan Mitchell's E-Type. But in fact, I tell you what, I might just double back on that one, because John Mitchell is on pole. I may have just made a slight mistake in my timesheets there, so we'll just ignore that for the moment. But anyhow, it's Mitchell from Spears on the front row, so no wonder he's a busy man. John Spears has just had his car, his Lister Costin, win the previous race, a 45-minute race, shared with Nigel Greensall. He's parked that Lister Costin, but probably wasn't there even to speak to Nigel after the race, because he has to get his car round on to start on the front row of the grid here. Dry conditions, it was slightly damp overnight. Well, there was rain overnight, let's be honest. Little flurry of light showers this morning, but it's all set fair, it must be said, for today. And tomorrow was always going to be full sunshine. And today we got away. We expected a little bit more rain, and it really didn't come. So that's great news. But this circuit, the Dijon-Prenois circuit, opened in 1972, lengthened in, I think it was about 1976. And it's winning new fans all the time. Seems strange for a circuit that is as old as it is. It's getting a new lease of life. It had a period when it had international GT races, but it sort of fell away from the pantheon of world motorsport, and it's just good to have it back. And the food's good here, the wine's sensationally good, but the circuit is the star. The circuit is the standout star. And the camera shot is showing the exit of turn 1, which is Double Droite de Villeroy, and the second part goes into the dip, and then it's suddenly the track rears up to the start of the S's, the S de Sablière. And we saw various people trying to make overtaking manoeuvres, but for a lot of people here, they've worked out the fact that some moves, you set up coming into the first corner, and you don't complete it until you get to maybe Bretel, which is effectively 5 corners later. So a lot of thought has to go into all of that, and it does mean if you particularly if you're working your way through the field and there are back markers in lower cars of, let's say, lesser performance, you've really got to plot for their progress as well as you pull off your multi-corner maneuver. Now, among the Shelby Coopers, the Shelby Cobras, you've got the Shelby Daytona Coupes as well. Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupes. Those were given a streamlined body because basically the almost sit up and beg AC Cobras and Shelby Cobras just weren't aerodynamically efficient. So Peter Brock, not the Australian racer, but the aerodynamicist, designed a coupe body, and it looks fantastic, but it also gave them a huge speed, reduced their speed deficit on the long Mulsanne Street. That was long before the arrival of chicanes, and certainly that was a tool that was made to measure, wasn't it?
Yeah, back in the commentary box now after a fruitless search for Olivier Hart, I have to say. But I think he's probably in this next race, isn't he?
More than likely. That's
yeah, they usually do this, I think. Anyway, I couldn't find him. I'm sure we'll find out what happened in the future, or maybe this evening was a bit of a party. They might be there. No, he isn't in this race.
No, he's not. I've just double checked.
The other Ollie is. And I just cracked one. It is definitely Spears. Not Spires.
Yes.
And but what a great performance. You know, so the guy's 74 years old. He drives like that. And obviously Greensall's such a great pair of hands. Nigel's not quite sure how many races he's won now. They'll go back to the computer to check. But it's just, he is extraordinary.
Yeah.
He does 100 races here. Look, we saw him at Spa, of course, and then the next day, he caught a plane. He went to Watkins Glen. Yeah. He tested an LMP3 car. He came back. He raced at Brands Hatch. Didn't win. Was all set to win the TVR, the race in his TVR with John. And I think they probably won something else. But the brakes packed up. And then he's come here. And then he's getting back on the plane, go back to Watkins Glen, where he's racing 2 cars next weekend.
It's just greedy.
Yeah.
Actually, I just double-checked because I suddenly thought, no, the Hearts are in this race. They're starting third on the grid.
Oh, are they? Sorry, I thought they usually are. Yeah.
I wrote the number down as 19. Their number is 9.
Yes.
That threw me. It's one of the Shelby Cobra Daytona coupes.
Okay. So just again, bit like the cars we saw earlier. Some of the listers. And some of these are original and some are not. The Daytonas are not. I mean, Bruce, you could probably tell the story how Ford and with the Cobra wanted to take on Ferrari and all that business, and they built 6 of these, 6 or 7 of these Cobras, not quite certain. These Daytona Cobras. All these are, I call them tribute cars. People might call them replicas, but they're not the real thing. Some of these cars are. Some of the Daytona ones, the John Spears car is definitely an original, and there's some people don't think that the replicas will be allowed to race. So we'll have pretty thin grids without them.
Well, you would, and we'd be denied the chance to see the cars that effectively represent what they were before, and also just in the HGPCA that. Ferrari Dino. Yeah. That was broken down, but then built with original parts, but years later. We didn't
talk much about Tony Smith, did we, in that race?
Tony so Smith, busy.
It was so busy. Tony, of course, was the manager of Genesis for many years. And Phil Collins, of course. So...
Now, I've just noticed that Olivier Hart is down in 2 cars. It's a bit greedy for this race.
He'll
be doing the first half with Abraham Bontrup in the Shelby Cobra.
Who I saw running up and down the pits furiously, actually, just. I think what's going to happen here is that he's going to climb out of one and jump into. They got to coordinate the 2 pit stops.
Yeah.
So interesting to see what happens.
And likewise, the large majority of these cars will have. One driver does the first half, one does the second. So
going back to the previous race, I went to Silverstone meeting the end of last year, and John Spears has got 2. He's got a Nobly and a Costin, and they started both cars, and halfway they switched over. So
how to make your life complicated.
Greenswell jumped from the Costin into the Nobly. John the other way round. He much prefers the Nobly, I think, because I think that's a real one and the other isn't. But anyway, it can be done, and the Pearsons done this quite a bit, where they change cars. So there's the 76 Abraham Bontrup car. And you think that Ollie Hart's driving that one as well, do you?
Yeah.
Because it wasn't in the original.
He's down as a start driver in 6th place. His father's down as a start driver in 3rd place. So.
Well, look, there is a grid walkabout, and I didn't expect this, so I thought, when's the race going to start? I might have a little quick...
Well, it's due to start, according to the hands on the clock, at 5:25. It's now...
5 o'clock.
It's 20 minutes.
Do you know what? I'm going to...
Oh, it's a good idea.
Go down there and see.
Yeah, well, it's actually quite a nice chance because all the other races have started so quickly after the previous one. It hasn't had much of a chance to look down in the cars, and quite a few drivers have stepped from one to another. Saifa Sam, who just finished 2nd in the previous race behind Nigel Greensall, he is down as a start driver. And, sometimes they must pray the calendar and the race schedule is slightly different to give them a bit more breathing space if they're doing multiple races, but it's a nice... treat to have at least the scope to do multiple races. Jaguar E-Type, just still so beautiful in its early form, so sleek. And then the bluffer nose of the Shelby Cobra. That's a Daytona Coupe. Again, if you take a look at the rear view of that car, you can see the longer tail and then the cam at the back, which is a flat tail at the back, a sort of vertical chop from top to bottom. Great big knockoff wheels. Car 17. That's Pierre Verquin, so we're down in about row number 7. So plenty of grunt, and these Cobras are ones with the 289 cubic inch engine. That's 4.7 litres. Of course, later they The wheel arches grew larger and the engine accordingly, or vice versa really. The 427 cubic inch, that was 7 and a bit litres of big thumping power. So a great sound, and of course when racing against the Jaguar D-types, they do not have the equivalent horsepower, but they certainly have superior handling, or certainly in the early days. It's nice the pack has been shuffled in a way so that we can sort of see that and understand it. Looking in shot, the cloud is really clouded over a bit, but the important thing, the news is that it stayed dry, which is entirely what we wanted. And Andrew will be, he's unbelievably fast. He'll be down in the pit lane, maybe at the front, and maybe he'll have an interview coming up. Yes, he has. He's super quick, so let's go down to Andrew.
I'm with David Harthill. Firstly, what happened to Son in that previous race?
Yeah, it's a pity in the last lap the diff broke. I'm happy that's the diff and not the engine.
Yeah, a bit cheaper. So you're on the second row of the grid here in your wonderful Cobra. Can you have a go at these British E-types?
Now, me, I don't know. My son for sure. Yeah. But yeah, I didn't drove in this car for 2 years. So for me, it's the first time out. So yeah, I need to learn a little bit for the old tires and everything. But okay, I will do.
Olivier is starting this race as well.
Yes, he starts in the other Cobra, so he'll pass me in 1 or 2 laps.
I hope you give him a hard time.
But later on, he's driving with me, so...
That's terrific. That sorts that out. Well done. That wonderful team from Holland, the Hearts, so big in this. Let's see who else we can find. I think we'll go and try John Spears, really. Just John.
Here's Andrew.
John, just get the camera come around to this way. And, well, a win in the book already. That's a good start. What about this race? Because it's going to be tough, isn't it?
Oh, super competitive race. I mean, we didn't expect to be this far up, to be honest, but the car's running really nicely. Yeah, I mean, I think the Cobras are going to be swallowing me up on the straight, but I've got to see what I can do in the twisty bits to even it out.
How easy is it to jump out of one car into another just like that with different characteristics?
Yeah, no problem at all.
Not for you.
I don't.
Well, I'm afraid we just lost the sound there for a second, but you get the gist. And I mean, the fact what Andrew was asking there is about jumping from one car to another. John jumps from car to car to car, but he also grabs them by the scruff of the neck, drives them beautifully and very fast. So he's got to start with high hopes at the front of the grid up there. Great sight. And further back, you can see the first of the Elans. You've got Mustangs, and so on down to the of this field. So really, really great gaggle of cars and 2 hours of racing. What a nice way for these drivers on this fabulous circuit to round it out. I'm just looking to see if anybody in this 44 car field is sort of out of kilter on the grid. There is a Jaguar E-Type right at the back. That's so that should make progress. Maybe it didn't have a good run in qualifying for Patrick Michelier. But other than that, down towards the... oh, I tell you, there's another car that could go quite well. Another E-Type down in 38th position. Nick Finborough at the wheel of that. So car 168, that should make progress. He's showing that with Mark Gordon, who was another driver who blessed us with his time in the commentary booth earlier today. Andrew's getting close to E-Types up front. That's the other side of the front row. That's Jonathan Mitchell. And Olivier Hart is not in his car. He's standing next to the car. He'll take over later in the race. Father David at the wheel of that. Car number 65, Vincent Kolb. Look out for him. He should be very, very handy in that AC Cobra. And then the number 18, that's Vincent Gay. He has an array of fantastic cars, and he'll be showing that with Ollie Bryant. So the second half of the race, really look for progress, and that car is starting third in its class, the GT4 class, 7th overall. Progress will be made. Marcus Anderson, his car, and then number 3, that's Armand Mille. Amazing collection of cars, the son of the watchmaker, races, and working down the order again. Luc-Pierre Verquin, we had a look at that car. That's a regular body-shaped Shelby Cobra 289, as is the one tucked in behind. That's car number 7, which is owned by and raced by Eugene Delaplanque. And on it goes. Talk about a richness of Cobras. Damien Kohler at the wheel of that. Car number 12, another Cobra in behind. That's Charles de Villecourt, another driver who's just hopped from a Lister not long ago to have even more fun here at the Circuit de Dijon-Prenois. The paddock is so large that the field is so large across the Peter Auto Classic events that two of the fields of cars are parked on the outside of the circuit. You see the background of the shot. And they have to then go behind the transporters, and the only access to the middle of the circuit is through a tunnel. But actually, the traffic flow is pretty good here. The fans come in through the tunnel as well, and they can get some fantastic vantage points around the circuit. So after all the other races starting super quickly, that gave Andrew Mariott a chance to go down. And well done, Andrew. Some good interviews down there on the grid. And it's very good to have David Hart sort of outlining what exactly Olivier was up to.
Yeah, yeah. You said Cobras, it's a curl of Cobras, you think, or a squiggle?
Oh, I don't know.
No, there must
explosion.
Be, no. No. A viper of, I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Lots of them.
This is going to be a great race. What a field, what a field. So,
well, there was
Jonathan Mitchell, the Valley Motorsport E-Type, they are the go-to people for building E-Types like this. And Jonathan Mitchell, he isn't a full-time driver, he's really quick. Saw him at Donington a few weeks ago in a fairly recent Aston Martin in the GT3, the new GT3 Classic Series, or Legend Series, what they're calling it. The car's up to, it was 2003 or something like that, is it?
Right.
Anyway, he won both the races, and he's a quick boy.
You were talking earlier about the respective helmet designs of David and Olivier Hart. Olivier's is less blue, and it has a series of hearts just sort of in the cockpit, but there's still sort of sky blue flanks on his father's helmet, and then the Dutch colours as well.
But David is a good interview, isn't he? He's a lovely man, and as I said, he absolutely dominates the business of building huge warehouses in Holland, and but there's lots of lands in this. I'm just wondering a little bit about fuel. We know the Elan will go without fuel, but I'm not sure Cobra will.
No, one feels the way they gulp their fuel is somewhat different. But
yeah, but a cracking race to bring a terrific afternoon of racing to a close, I think.
Yeah, and I think
there'll be lots more action than this. But again, it's going to be people like the Harts. It's going to be Spears. It's going to be Bryant again, and so on. I think an old friend of ours, Callum Lockie. Watch out for him. He's going to be trying to win his class in that SLR-bodied Morgan. And I'm sure you know the story, but the same body went on a Triumph and a Morgan, and a special body designed by Chris Lawrence.
Chris Lawrence of Lawrence.
And John Sprinsel as well, the famous Austin Healey rallyist, was involved in that project. But the body's the same, because the chassis were... But now, of course, you think about it, LMP2, Orica's finished up with the same chassis and lots of different bodies.
Yeah. And they, well, it's just also the fact that for LMP2 you were supposed to have, was it 4 or 5 people manufacturers who are constructors who make it, but one hardly featured and the others dropped by the wayside, and Udashonak and Orica.
But now, of course, in hypercar it's different, isn't it?
Oh, in hypercar it's different.
So you've got, but you still only got 4, is it? If you're in that section, quite a lot of people are using Multimatic chassis, Orica, and Dallara as well. The Cadillac definitely Dallara chassis.
Yeah. You got me. Sorry, I was also sorry.
So you were too busy.
I was slightly distracted.
All these different.
I just wanted to check where the Morgan SLR was starting. It's starting 32nd with Simon Array began at the wheel before Callum Lockie would take it over. But it's first in its class. Second in its class is one place further back, which is Austin Healey with Serge Liebens, and third in class in GT3 is Nick Finborough and Jaguar E-Type. So expect progress from him. He's back in 38th. But up front, it's Jaguar E-Types at the very front, and then whichever body shape of Cobra you want in behind.
We just saw Luc-Pierre Vercoing there, who's been driving other cars in this. We expect to see him in a Lister, actually, which I think he he had a very good result at Barcelona, but he is the sort of biscuit king of France. He's one of the biscuit kings of France. He makes a lot of biscuits, and I read the other day that he recently bought an ice cream cone manufacturer. Sort of information that you don't really need, but I still find
No, you love it. And
I love that. I find it fascinating.
Expert.
I'm the world expert on ice cream cone manufacturers.
It's taken a while, but you've got there. That's a good thing.
Yeah, but would he damage the nose cone of his car?
Oh, no, too good to be.
Yeah.
Instead of 99.
But you're going to get a shot of
Sébastien Berchon.
Sébastien Berchon.
It's a lovely livery, the two-tone blue.
Pilot, that's what it says on it, yeah.
Cool.
He's cool. He hasn't got his crash helmet on yet.
Need to get it on soon because the race is due to start at 25 past, so 10 minutes from now. But it's people have been saying it's quite humid out there.
Yeah, and they let the public have a walk. Yeah, and a pit walk. Well, not a pit. They had a grid walk, which was nice, wasn't it?
Well, it is because I was saying you can see the cars in the assembly area. You can see them in the paddock. But to get them on the grid, it is a little bit special. It's a rare treat.
You can look at the drivers and you see their body language and them tightening their belts, and you can look really closely at the instruments and all that kind of stuff. So the AC Cobras started with did you tell the story about how it started with the Bristol engine and they built in Thames Ditton and all that?
No, I didn't.
AC,
but I could have done.
AC cars, yeah. And
I used to drive into work past the Thames Ditton place, or what's the point? Go to the Albany pub just around the corner on the river. That was good.
But so the big engine, American engine, squeezed into a nice British chassis.
I would still love an AC Ace Bristol.
Yeah,
the road. I think they're just fabulous.
One of your old colleague Simon Taylor had one at one stage.
Yeah, I just think the balance of the car just looks right.
Yeah.
I like the concept of a British-built engine. And
well, I like the. One thing we haven't seen in this, which was really nice to see, and I think we do something at a Le Mans Classic maybe, the Bristol racing cars with the fins on the back that I had a dink of. I love the fact that an aircraft manufacturer also built racing cars and road cars. And weren't the only ones to do it either, because Saab also built planes. And of course, so did Spyco, the little Dutch manufacturer.
Yeah,
so,
No, I love some of the extra detailing that comes with something that's got an aeronautical background.
I mean, there's quite a lot of cross-fertilisation between automotive and aeronautical, isn't there?
Oh, for sure.
And particularly with aerodynamics, of course, but other aspects as well, and engines. And once in a while, people put aircraft engines into racing cars. And
well, we see quite a lot of those racing the early races at Goodwood, in the Edwardian race. What size engine would it? 28 litres, that'll do nicely. 4-cylinder.
Well, it's clear the grid now, look.
Well, that's good. It encourages people to learn about what is required. Now we get to I love that moment where the grid suddenly clears. You can see the cars in their beauty.
And the drivers are there alone with their thoughts and their concentration, and maybe a bit of nerves as well.
Well, one of the trickiest corners on the circuit here is that first corner, because it drops away from the drivers. It keeps on arcing to the right, and then once you got to the bottom of the compression, it suddenly flicks to the left. You're going up the hill through an S, and then you've got a very short point before you need to start turning to the right and getting into the right position, which is the right-hand side of the track, as you drop down the slope to the bit where you go on what we still think of as the Grand Prix loop. Even 49 years later, it's known as the loop, but it's from La Bretelle along to Parabolique, and then that really steep climb on the way back up the slope.
The man behind this circuit originally was, I've forgotten his first name.
François
Chamberlain. He was a wrestler. He was a rugby player and a wrestler, and I believe he was a masked wrestler.
Oh.
One of those. I mean, who was the one in England? Count Bartelski, was he called, maybe? Anyway, but he was a force of nature, but he made it happen. Of course, there was no government help with this circuit at all, and they carved this wonderful track out. And the nice thing is they kept it in such good condition.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Another Frenchman with a lot of push had a rugby background, was, of course, Guy Ligier, but he did get government support for his circuit.
Yeah, but there were two other circuits close to here. I think you were...
Yeah, Ursy and Longvic. I haven't had a chance to really find the history.
I mentioned earlier in the afternoon that upper level of the whole pits building, there's lots of tableaus with posters and history. And one of them was for the first race here of Gerard Larousse. And it said Larousse was the only person to win all three circuits.
On all 3 circuits.
Yeah.
Cool, isn't it? So
there's lots of nice tableaus.
Well, talking of Guy Ligier, they had a shot of him driving that first Ligier in 1975.
Yeah, I've really fallen back in love with this place because it's not ultra modern, is it? But it's, you know, we've got this fantastic pits building, great pits and all that. But there's still a bit of old school motor racing out there. We're sitting looking at how the people are sitting just on the banks and stuff like that. I think they found a lovely blend of the classic and the modern here.
Yeah, the unusual bit is actually the shot that's seeing on screen now. It's got a paddock in the background and some trucks.
Yeah.
And then it's a car park out beyond. So you're not seeing the circuit at its finest. But if the camera was on the other side looking back, you'd see the fine long pits building and something I'm trying to remember. James Turner, wasn't it, talking about the pit entry here? It's almost like just a gap in the pit wall rather than a regular pit.
Now look at those two cars at the top of the windscreen. DHG, both of them. David Hart Group. Or David Hart Group.
David Hart. So that's looking at the pack. We have 2 hours of racing to conclude to Saturday here. The Pete Auto Classic. SIXTIES Endurance is the race, and it's largely Cobras and Jaguars at the front, going down through the nimble Lotus Elan 26 hours further back. And it's going to be a cracker of a race, because this is a circuit that enables drivers to get alongside each other, and sometimes an overtaking manoeuvre can last several corners, certainly at the start of the lap.
As we've seen, Bruce.
Yeah. So fantastic spread of cars down through the field. 44 cars coming out to play for 2 hours. Why wouldn't you, Andrew? Why would you not want to do this race? Track temperatures fallen a degree, still 24 degrees. Gosh, the Elans look tiny next to the AC Cobras, so nimble looking. But of course, the Lotus Elan was always seen as a car that handled well, but not by Jackie Stewart. And he said, if you want to race it, you're going to need to do something about the handling, and that was the 26R. That's toughened the whole thing up, tightened it up, and right the way back to Ginetta at the back of the field.
So this race has been won here for the last 4 years by Cobras. Twice by Max Guenard, I'm sure we'll talk about. Once in 22 by Saif Assami, and last year it was won by Olivier Gallon, who isn't taking part today. Obviously the perfume maker's got other things, but back in 2019 John Minshaw won in an E-Type. And just to take us through the races this season we've had, Barcelona, it was Guenard won the first race, and the second, and well, there was one race there, and then at Spa, Bontrup and Hart won, and Guenard was second. And
yeah, great.
So it could be a sort of French-Dutch battle, or maybe Jonathan Mitchell can uphold the honour for E-Type and Jaguar here. The Londoner John Mitchell is a great racer, actually. I think he could be in amongst them. Obviously, he's on the pole, and see what happens.
Right, now let's just cast our minds back to the Gentleman Challenge. The timing of the pit stop was absolutely critical there, because the arrival of Course Yellow really affected that race. It made it super exciting at the end, but the drivers will be aware of that, and they'll have to try and work out when exactly in this race within the pit window.
Yeah, and if people are getting penalties or extra, well, not penalties, a handicap, isn't it? We haven't got that information to hand, but actually aren't too many of the real pros in here, are there?
No, it's a more comfortable mix in some ways. Just noticing but wind noise on the mics around the circuit, looking out of our commentary box window, the trees are really beating around, so it's blowing up this afternoon, but still track temperature 24, air temperature about 18 degrees.
Ollie Bryant told me that he's got a 90-second penalty. Yes.
Right.
And I don't think anybody else has.
And just to explain why he would have a penalty. and do it quickly because we're
because he's considered a professional driver with a lot of success and speed, just to try and even. Otherwise, they say he would run away with the race. I'm not going to get involved with that.
Well, let's see. The clouds appear to have rolled away because there's sunshine on the grid as the 60s endurance race starts. 2 hours up ahead.
Oh, one for the pit lane.
E-types. It's the Alpine in the pit lane, and then it's the Cobras chasing those E-types. It's a long, long hold. Now we go to green. Who's it going to be? Jonathan Mitchell or John Spears? It looks like it's going to be Mitchell on the middle of the screen, but around the outside tries to go one of the Cobras. Looks like it may get second place, may not. Is that Maxime Guénin or
I think so.
David Hart? Waiting to see. Down into the compression they go. Oh dear, that was a Cobra that was starting sort of mid-grid. I think it was car 56, if my memory serves me, which is the Mullerchek car. The Mullerchek brothers from the States.
They come over from the States. What a disappointment for them.
Yeah, well, hopefully it's something that...
might be able to fire it up again. And a yellow flag waving, of course.
That's very tricky when you get a yellow flag waved as early as this, because they're just, you at that point you're thinking, I'm just going to line out the car down the inside into Bretel. They're coming into the Bretel now, but as the last cars come out of the S's, Jonathan Mitchell comfortably at the front and John Spears in behind. Safety car, that came quickly, but with that car having stopped effectively on the exit of the first corner. And again, a lot of points around the circuit. It's blind, your entry. And you're committed, and you don't want to find someone stationary where you need to be carrying your car. So very, very disappointing for the Mullerchek brothers. It was Sterling, I think, at the wheel. Yeah, Sterling at the side of the track.
I think there's father and sons. Might even be a wife that gets involved in it. They've got a lot of Ford machinery back in the States.
Of course, safety car, there is no overtaking. You maintain your position on the circuit.
That little Ginetta.
Yeah.
Which, it's actually only built 4 years ago. But it's two-way designed from the Walklett brothers from all those years ago from Essex. And a good Ginetta can race well against an Elan.
Yep.
Yep.
For sure.
In British racing, we've seen a lot of success with Ginettas beating Elans.
And of course, Lawrence Tomlinson about 10, probably more, 15 years ago tried to really get Ginetta back on the map. But where he's had the greatest success has been all the junior categories he has for young drivers, and a whole host of people now scaling or having scaled the single-seater order got their chance because they could race them at 14.
Yeah, he's done a marvellous job with that and kept the Ginetta. Tried to push into the sort of Le Mans territory, and they tried 1 year, didn't they, with it, and sadly that's been put to one side, that project. But how many young kids started their racing careers in Ginettas and are doing well? A lot.
But if you told me when I was looking at racing, Ginettas was just at the tail end of their, with these cars effectively, they're still racing in early historic racing. But what young single-seater drivers drive these. Have a series by Ginetta, because Ginetta was teetering on its final road cars and it would blow in and blow out. But full marks to Tomlinson and the gang. And they've got, I think, a latest generation of LMP3 car now.
Yes.
Out competing. So that's good. It lives on. But right, this race lives on. But we just have to wait for the Mullerchek Cobra Daytona Coupe to be scooped up and removed, but sitting just outside the edge of the circuit, but certainly where it would be in harm's way if anything else came through the corner. SC flashing away on the warning boards, the marshals holding up the boards as well, and the waved yellow flags.
The red car is the Morgan SLR that Callum will drive later.
And he had
There's a Ginetta.
Yeah, and Callum had a fantastic run in at Spa. The car had been put in the gravel. He thought it was out of the race, but it wasn't put behind the barriers, and it resumed full wet, and he was on full charge. And he said the car, this year, they've just found something enormous. I think he reckoned they'd found 3 or 4 seconds a lap at Spa-Francorchamps. A longer lap than here, but anyhow, he's on in-class lead and still circulating. So 43 cars go around the track, 44 started. In fact, one hasn't started. Timo Moll's car number 82. So we're down to 42 cars. 82 was Porsche 911. He was sharing with Patrick Kolb, so that's disappointing.
Certainly a full circuit anyway, and hopefully we'll get under race soon. Just look at that Ginetta again, a classic G4 shape. One of the most exhilarating drives I've ever had as a passenger, was in a Ginetta G16 with a 1 litre Formula 2 BRM engine in, driven by Willie Green up in the Dales of Derbyshire, and it was just unbelievable. I mean, it was a racing car on the road, and it, just for that.
Isn't that his home country as well?
Yeah, that's
Derbyshire?
Right, Derby, yeah.
Derby, so wow, and fantastic roads.
Yeah, Willie Green was a great historic racer in his time.
Right, looks like the safety car, green flag. We go racing. Who's napping? Who's not? And there's a car coming into the pit lane in the back. I thought it might be the Cobra, but anyhow, the safety car.
Well, it's Mitchell, isn't it? He's really got a flying start. Yeah.
I said who was going to be awake, who wasn't. And at the Dijon-Prenois circuit, you cannot see up the start finish straight from the final corner because of the great climb. Mitchell nailed it, and it's a lock up in behind. We have a couple off.
Sort it out.
I felt a little sorry for him. Was at 76 on the outside. He had to avoid other people's mistakes, and that was Olivier Hart.
And the Harts are running nose to tail. The helmets hit each other.
That was a massive save, but it would have been Olivier being taken off as the innocent party. But Jonathan Mitchell's got the job done, and the chase is absolutely on. But having had that enormous start, he was quite cautious into the first corner. The others weren't, all going a little faster than they'd planned. Now they're settling down the slope to Labretel, the left-hander.
And I hear there's a Mustang in there as well, just something a bit different. We haven't really given much of a shout out to Christophe Van Riet, I should say, the Belgian driver. He's pretty competitive in these races as well. It's been up on the podium before now. Another lock up there from the...
Such a good corner at the top of the hill. The drivers can't see the corner until they've actually flattened out. If anyone's been to the Algarve International Circuit at Portimao, there are points on that circuit with even more gradient change where you can't even see the road as it drops away from you after about turn 10. But gradient just makes a circuit for me. And so, Andrew, as we talk to all the drivers, they just love this place.
Yeah, they do, yeah. How do we resolve the Phil Keane situation? Because he's listed for an E-Type and a Cobra.
Well, he's in a Cobra at the moment, so that he's getting his start of the race in the 207 Cobra, which he's sharing with Saif Assam. Of course, Saif was busy in the previous race, so. But I thought I saw Saif in the car at the start when they quickly on the grid walk. So I'll keep an eye out for that.
Maybe doing one of these switches, because.
One of the Cobra Daytona coupes going so deep into the first corner, they were kicking up the dirt. Number 9 being pushed very hard in second place by David Hart. I think it was him who kicked up the dust.
Yeah,
got away with it, though.
The Cobra's certainly on the warpath after those 2 E-Types now, aren't they?
Yeah, down to parabolic. Still Jonathan Mitchell with that margin of about 1.5 seconds, but the group is coming, and if they hadn't pushed so hard a lap and a half ago into the first corner, they'd be a bit closer, but they avoided contact, regained their momentum, but it's 2 of those Shelby Daytona coupes in second and third, with Maxime Guinat in the 51 in third place. Olivier Hart is now closing in. I think he's the fastest of the Cobra. Car number 76, the one with the red noseband on the blue background. Not by a huge margin, but I think if you could get up with those cars ahead, he's the one who ought to lead the chase to Jonathan Mitchell. Just a hunch.
John Spears is the person who lost out, I think, really, in that schmozzle at the beginning. And just looking for a replay to come up in a moment.
Well, it was Jonathan Mitchell read the restart so well.
Yeah, he did.
But then there was a big gap back to et al. But et al. Was still. Where is Spears? Actually, he's fallen down. He lost enormously in that. He was caught napping in the dip. One presumes, or mechanical problem in the dip before he came at the rise. And he's only just ahead of the best of the rest. So he lost 5 places or 4 places, and it was those up. The Cobras that went past him that nearly took each other off at the first corner. In fact, you can see on the tracks and big lock-ups further down the order as well. But certainly the tyre marks tell the tale that some people went way, way too deep into Double Dwight de Villeroy. That's the first corner. And someone has gone all the way through the gravel trap. And I think escaped out the far side. Yeah, one of the Cobras driving out of the background of the exit of turn 1. That would have been bumpy, it would have been scary, it would have been dusty, visibility would be limited, and for those behind, they'd have no idea what had kicked up the dust, but it escaped.
So here is Jonathan Mitchell, the Lunders.
Then Hart, then Guinat, then Olivier Hart, and then Christophe Van Riet.
And then
Spears.
And Phil Keane is shown in 12th place. A little look what sort of time Phil's doing.
He's doing. I think it's safe for Sam in the car.
I think it got well.
Because his best lap is a 1:38 flat. The fastest lap of the race, also in a Cobra, is a 1:32.6. Yeah. I was fairly sure I saw a safe in the car. In fact, now I think about it, on the grid, I saw Phil leaning in to talk to him.
Well, there you are.
There's my own answer to a question I hadn't quite answered.
Yeah, but
sorry. The front gaggle of cars beginning to pull away a little bit. At this rate, they'll be starting to lap people fairly soon. But can Jonathan Mitchell, he's got a 2 and a bit second advantage, can he keep that cushion and then use it to pick off people when he wants to pick them off? That's the question.
There's someone up there that I'm not fully aware of. Marcus Anderson in E-Type. He's up in 10th place. He's not one of the regular front runners, so...
No, another thing that caught my eye just there is the fact that Sterling Mulacek's Cobra did get going again.
Oh, did it? Oh, that's good.
He's about 4 laps down, but the good news, in fact, he's just been passed by most of the front runners. He's just settling himself back into the groove. Jonathan Mitchell is in the groove, but it's a battle for second place behind 1, 2, let's try 3 abreast as they come up the crest to Courbe de Gourgiol. It then doubles to the left, but David Hart, Maxime Guéna, Olivier Hart shake the order, and it's Olivier Hart who went from 4th to 3rd to 2nd in the blink of the eye, and in the opposite direction went his father David from 2nd down to 4th, and in between them Maxime Guéna, car number 51, Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe. Tucked in behind with that little ducktail, and a twitch from Guéna in the compression. That would have lost him momentum coming onto through the final corner.
This is the incident on the very first corner.
Well, it was a complete lock-up from the inside. Olivier Hart got shoveled wide, and it was the 55 Cobra of Christophe Van Riet who got a little bit up close and personal with David Hart, delayed the pair of them and Olivier Hart. Olivier Hart has now fought his way back fleetingly into second place, but Maxime Guéna's Cobra's got plenty of punch. That just went ahead by a short nose as they ran across the start-finish line, but they're 3 and a bit seconds, 3.6 seconds now down on the race leader, Jonathan Mitchell. I said Mitchell just needs to get a big enough cushion, Andrew, to make sure he doesn't have to compromise his line or anything, and 3.5 seconds, that's a comfortable cushion. He can turn into wherever he wants on whatever line he wants until he starts getting in among the back markers. Olivier Hart deep into parabolique. Talking to the drivers, they've been talking about how you can throw your car into that right-hand hairpin because the track, as you get to the apex, suddenly cups the car and gives you extra grip, and certainly Olivier Hart is the master of that at the moment. Maxime Guéna back into 3rd place, David Hart into 4th, little bit of a gap, and then Christophe Riet, the driver who nearly dropped it on that opening lap of the race going into the first corner, is recovering, and he's closing in on all of that gaggle in front of him. The 2 Harts and Maxime Guéna and Christophe Van Riet getting closer and closer. He's got a metallic blue Cobra with a big broad white stripe from front to back, and he's definitely catching them. Right, going down through the classes, well, GT5 fills 2nd to 7th position, so that's all those Cobras, but the smaller engine Jaguar E-Type is leading the race. That's leading GT4, that's Jonathan Mitchell. Let's go back and have a look at the next class down. It's GT2, Olivier Moriens, best of the Lotus Elans in 17th place, and best of the GT... What am I looking for?
Well, it must be the Callum's
class. Yeah, well, we've got GT4 car leading the race, GT5 class is 2nd, GT2, Olivier Moriens,
I mean, there are a lot of classes in here.
There are. And the Morgan in GT3. The GT3 was the class I was looking for. Serge Liebens, pair of Austin Healey's, Jerome de Rocha, and then Simon Arabi-Gan in that Morgan SLR we were talking about. Sorry, they're 31st to 33rd. I had a glitch.
One little cameo when I was down in the pit lane after the end of the previous race. They lined up the 3 Healeys and all the other British sports cars, the Triumph, and did a photo of the 5 or 6 of them together. It was terrific.
Sensible, clever, and...
there was one England, but they were all French. That was it, except the one guy at the back, I think it was in the TR. But it looked, what a clever thing to do. And you were allowed to do it, you know.
Yeah, you can make too many rods for your own back.
We haven't said this. We've talked a lot about the pits here, but it's also a very wide, nice wide pit lane as well.
Yeah, it is. That was one of the things that really surprised me. Just going back to that little battle in GT2, Olivier Murin's well clear in class. He's 16th overall. The next is a fantastic little battle between Ivan Ivanov and Mark Drain, and there's a 124 and 79 there, Lotus Elan 26 hours. And that's what it's all about. It's about having a scrap with someone. In fact, in recent laps, Ivan Ivanov has pulled some way clear. But for people watching trackside, people watching the streaming around the world, it's just the different engine notes. The nice smooth note of the Jaguar, the 3.8 litre engine in the E-Types, but then the roar of the Cobras. 289 cubic inches of grunt, proper grunt. So on that rising start finish straight, just talk is your friend. 4 seconds clear now, Jonathan Mitchell. Then behind his E-Type come 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 E-Types, and then Vincent Gay has now moved ahead of John Spears in the battle of the E-Types. So second and third in the E-Type class, if you will. And Vincent, car number 18, has just picked off a position. In fact, John Spears, has he got a problem? No, it's been so close. He's now fourth in the class because Marcus Anderson has gone through as well. Yeah, well, Marcus Anderson is better known for doing long-distance sort of marathon-type events, which he does very well in. But I haven't seen him racing at this level before, but he's certainly quick, isn't he? Yeah, doing a very good job. And making progress. You commented about the fact he got up into the top 10. Well, he's up to 9th now. He's under a second down on Vincent Gay. So, again, where can moves be made? Yeah, I'm just looking to see if anybody's got any problems in that sort of middle order. Billy Bonadell. Phil Keane is now listed in the car behind, so maybe he did make the start. Simon Arabi-Gann is quite down at about 38th in the Morgan SLR. Yeah, he's just ahead and possibly now just falling behind Nick Finborough in a Jaguar E-Type as well. No doubt Callum will wind that up later. I don't think we're sure of when the window opens. Probably in about 50 minutes, I would. Yeah, I think so. It's a 2-hour race, so we've got plenty of time left. But Olivier Hart is on the charge. You could tell it as he's working his way up the order. He's finally shaken off Maxime Guinard by a small margin, but the race lead for Jonathan Mitchell, it looked a short while ago, it's 4.1 seconds. It's down to 2.3. Lapping an E-Type as the second, third, and the Morgan SLR go the second and third place cars. Big hit into the number 4 car, and that is Gian Meal, as one of the Meal watch family, and I think it may be a female member of the watch family. Yeah, I think so too. I'm just trying to see where they were listed on the list, but anyhow, they were down towards the tail. But that's because they have stopped. They'd just been passed in lapping, but we are going to have it. It's a yellow flag at turn 4. I think that is more than likely to go to full course yellow, but luckily it's not going to interrupt a pit window by looks of things. No, nobody can use a pit window. Jonathan Mitchell comes through, his margin coming down 2.1 seconds now, and then another 1.5 seconds back from Olivier Hart to Maxime Guinard, but just waiting for any messages. But Bruce, they're in the middle of the traffic again, aren't they? They've got a lot of work to do with getting past these various Healey's and Elans and stuff. With these, still the E-Type leading the Cobras. The yellow flag's waving there. What's in between? An Austin Healey, and it was coming down into Bretel, I think, that the number 4 went off the circuit. Yeah, down on driver's left into La Bretel, into the compression. You come down the slope, you're turning to the left. There's plenty of space to run out over the curbs on the outside, but maybe just a little bit of a snap, and round went Jean in the number 4, Jean Mille. Safety car will be out. So unlike full course yellow, it is going to be the field bunching up. Yeah, so for Jonathan Mitchell, he lost the lead. Looked like a female driver climbing over the barrier. Yeah. I'm not certain about that, but what do you say? I think so, but male or female, they'll be a little bit winded from that, contact, and they will be upset. And, you know, it's probably, you never know, were they just compromised by another car on their part of the track? It was at the point where I think we're already getting drivers being lapped, so that makes it more complicated.
There's a course car come out, and he's picked up Mitchell, so that's good.
Okay, of course, the gaps behind will come down, but there is an Austin Healey 3000, as you can see, between him and the next car. 76 is the car that's second in the race. Here it comes now, Olivier Hart. Then there's another Austin Healey, and then the best of the rest is car number 51, which is effective third overall, but about fifth in the line of cars. That's Maxime Guéna, and then David Hart would be right with him in the number 9 Cobra Daytona Coupe. That's the green one. So it's a little bit of stop and start, a chance for the drivers to just refocus, or more to the point, try not to lose focus. They'll be wanting to know and looking each time they come round to see where that rather battered number 4 is sitting. Is it cleared, the Jaguar E-Type?
Yeah, they will have spotted it. Some of them will be assessing how long it might take. Others will just go with the flow. It looks as if it'd been into the barrier pretty hard, actually.
Yeah. Well, it's the point we're seeing the cars now. They're coming down the dip, into the dip. They're turning to the left. There's lots of space on the exit, and lots of people can lose it on the exit. But on the other side of the track, having looped around, is where the Jaguar number 4 ended up for John Mill.
John Spears dropped all the way down to 10th place now. So, a bit of work to do for Nigel when he gets in the car.
Oh, he doesn't mind.
He loves it.
But you must say, you were mentioning that John Spears is 74, did you say?
74 years old he is, yeah.
You know, he's done a lot of racing already today.
Yeah, yeah.
He is allowed to feel a little tired. I'm sure he won't admit to it, but it's...
Yeah.
Right. Pretty perfect driving conditions, I must say, at the moment.
Trying to look at the E-Type of Anderson. I think it's a red car. That I think it's the same car he's done these marathons in. Certainly the marathons he's done were in a red E-Type. I mean, maybe he's got a couple of them, I don't know, but... Our old friend Tony Jardine's very much involved in those hero...
Doesn't he?
Doesn't he just? Well, if he's listening, maybe he could send it. He will know all about this chap, I've no doubt.
Wonderful mixture of cars in the 60s endurance. It's sort of... They're just... as they should be. They're evocative of their age, but these were cars that weren't enormously dissimilar to their road-going versions, which always has a great connection.
Jaguar, of course, built this series of lightweight cars, factory cars, specifically for racing with a different engine spec, and they're known as the lightweights, and John Spears is in one of those. The car that Jonathan Mitchell in is a recreation by Valley Motorsport. And that doesn't have the aluminium body. That's got a steel body, so it's obviously weighs more, but it's mechanically it's the same. And that's what they call the semi-lightweight.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
But the Spears car is pretty special. They didn't build many of them. They had built... before that, it wasn't the first time they'd gone the aluminium route. They built some XK 120s in aluminium with aluminium bodies for racing as well.
Just taking a look, Andrew, on screen, drivers always get a little bit hot in the car.
Yes.
I noticed that Sébastien Berchon, your man of biscuit, has got the door open on his just to get a little heat out of that cockpit, or a little cool in. Air temperature is still sitting at steady 19 degrees. Track temperature, should you care about these things, 23 degrees, so that's perfectly fine for the tyres, but I think people have said it's a little bit humid today.
Yeah.
56% humidity, so yeah.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's not really just the heat you're lowering, it's the concept of the heat, isn't it? You've got to convince yourself you're doing something to keep yourself cool.
Yeah, giving everybody a little bit of rest and respite, I suppose, but they'd rather be racing. And
well, clearly one more lap at the least.
One more lap, I should think. Maybe we'll go past the scene of the incident and see how it's being cleared up.
I mean, in terms of the speed going into Bretel, it's not great. It's not a huge speed corner. It's I think a lot of people drop down to about second gear if they want to get it. No, sorry, no, a bit fast there, the third gear. But certainly at the end of that dipping straight down to parabolique, it's into second, and they accelerate hard up the really, really steep climb. So this is a 2-hour race. the 60s endurance, and a little hiatus at the moment while a stricken Jaguar E-Type is to be cleared. Light still flashing on the roof bar of the BMW safety car that takes them round, so until those are extinguished, the drivers behind know that the safety car will continue. I thought for a second as they approached Parabolique they were going out, but in fact I must say the driver of the safety car is carrying a very good pace at the moment. Very nice line into Parabolique, so he's not bunching the field up too much. In fact, they need to do their job of keeping up with the cars in front of them. They do not want that field because they can't overtake to string out, but they need not to be losing ground in this train of cars, particularly as I think it's going to come in relatively soon. I think it'll be one more lap before it comes in, but the line behind the safety car is really extended rather than coming down. So not all the drivers really doing their job as well as they could, and those who are further back and looking forward and going, keep up, they'll be getting really rather frustrated, I must say. So what have we got? Let's just run down the order. Jonathan Mitchell leading this race, Jaguar E-Type, that's car number 157. Olivier Hart will be taking the restart in second. He's had a mixed start to this race. He got caught out in someone else's moment down into the first corner. And green flag, we go, green flag. The safety car does pull in. Maybe that's why he was accelerating to get away. But a huge advantage for Jonathan Mitchell.
That's the second time he's done that.
I think it's also just indicative of the fact that you don't have a long line of sight here at Dijon. Oh, very, very certainly busy. A couple of the Ginetta and a couple of Austin Healey 3000s needing to keep out of the way as the gaggle of Cobras fighting over second, third, fourth and fifth pile in. But the restart twice now, both times, has been read brilliantly by Jonathan Mitchell. He's been keeping his eye on the cars ahead and the light gantry and just rocketing off. Those behind, they'll be frustrated because they know even if they were ready, they can't move ahead until the start-finish line of someone in front of them. So if someone was a little bit dozy, that was a gift.
Maybe he ought to go drag racing, Jonathan Mitchell, but he leads the race by 4.8 seconds from Olivier Hart, Maxime Guénard, Dad David Hart, Van Vriet, Vincent Gay, Meal, and then the surprise package, I suppose, with Anderson in 8th place.
Yeah, he was 9, but he's got ahead of Vincent Kolb's Cobra just before, and that means of course, the top 10 is John Spears.
And mixed in, of course, with them are quite a few of the people have been lapped. So,
I mean, that was a helping hand, certainly, because Jonathan Mitchell had an Austin Healey between him and the rest, and if that just wasn't paying sufficient attention or didn't have the performance to keep up or whatever, it certainly hampered those in behind, Olivier Hart et al. Fantastic images of side-by-side racing from, you know, I defy anybody not to enjoy watching E-Types and Cobras race against each other.
In the day, of course, very famous drivers at the bigger meetings in Britain, the Graham Hills of this world, raced E-Types, where Jackie Stewart made his debut racing an E-Type. That wasn't some special lightweight, that was the family garage demonstrator that I first saw him at Rufford, I think it was, a very long time ago. J.Y. Stewart, it said in the programme. But subsequently, of course, John Coombs was a team that ran these cars in a grey, actually, very similar to the grey of the leading car.
Right.
But lots of other people ran E-Types successfully in them.
Well, I mean, let's face it, most of the top meetings would have a big single-seater race, a non-championship race, you have a sports car race, you have a saloon car race, and all the drivers wanted to do it because it was starting money and prize money.
This is I suppose in Britain there was 4 or 5 non-championship Formula 1 races, and they've formed the core of the big meetings of the year way back then, and nearly all would have had a GT race, and then the Cobras would have come and so on, but not these Daytona ones.
No, not those.
Jack Sears, of course, was the great hero in a Cobra. Gentleman Jack.
Said to be very fast on the M1, wasn't he, for testing?
Ah, well, yes.
The M1 being a motorway north of London.
Yes, right. That was a Daytona, though, I think.
No, it was a.
Oh, was it not?
No, I think it was right at the start. I think it was actually maybe even before the M1 was officially open. Rings a bell.
Yeah.
Just want to point out that Christophe Van Riet, car number 55, has picked up 1 position. He's passed
well done to him.
Meal.
There's a lovely shot here of the Jonathan Mitchell car. You see Jonathan with his yellow driving gloves working at the wheel.
Yeah, his advantage is coming down. It suddenly went out to 5.2 seconds. He's lost 2 seconds within that. But again, as he was early in this race, he's had this opportunity to run his own race, take the corners how he wants to take them, and that's certainly going to be kinder on his tyres. He's not compromised himself by locking brakes, but the real motion now is Olivier Hart is coming after him. No surprise, the 76 Cobra really, really pressing on. But just also remember, this is a 2-driver race. It's 2 hours in all. We've got through the first 30 minutes, so we're at 1/4 distance. David Hart said to Andrew on the grid that hasn't driven his Cobra for a couple of years, but he's doing a good job of it right now. Not as good as Maxime Guénard, number 51. Cobra Daytona Coupe is ahead of David Hart and Christophe Van Riet, but hasn't got any answers to Olivier Hart, who's escaped from him and is closing in on race leader Jonathan Mitchell. But as I say that, it absolutely has stabilised. In fact, Jonathan Mitchell's gained a little more. 3.5 seconds clear he is now, but they shouldn't hit traffic for another lap or 2 because of the safety car period, and that may give Olivier Hart a chance to close in the way he expects to without being interrupted by others.
The engine in the Jaguar is phenomenal, isn't that? Straight 6 motor. Well, Jaguar put that in cars from 1949 to 1992. It had that long life, and because it's twin overhead camshaft, and so there was 2.4 litres up to 4.2. There's some E-types that didn't race, I don't think. I might be correct on that. Race with, they had V12 engines on the road somehow. They never looked quite the same or as good, did they?
No, it just didn't seem to lend itself to V12. I think it was heavier, and I'm sure it was heavier. And I think that was probably the tipping point, literally. Right, having thought that Jonathan Mitchell was going to be caught, you know, he certainly gained a helping hand at the restart. Olivier Hart's staying with him, but first 2/3 of the lap, actually, Jonathan Mitchell gains another 1/10 of a second or so. So round the really twisty bits, that is where the E-Type has its advantage.
Yeah. Oh, tyre squealing.
Reed is in 4th place, but he could be in a gravel trap soon because he is really hanging out the tail of his number 55 because David Hart has suddenly responded in the number 9 Daytona Cobra Coupe. Or Cobra Daytona Coupe.
That Cobra hasn't got it, but normally they have a large number painted on the back of that cam tail.
Yeah, the other two do. Maxime Guénard's does.
I think that's what the factory cars had. So, yeah, it's just pegged at about 4 seconds there between, and then a similar back to Guénard.
Into the first corner, 2 laps running, we've had the cameras picking up tyre squeal from Christophe Van Riet. He takes a really tight line. I think he's so concerned about David Hart trying to take a run on him that he's hugging the curb on the driver's right as they go in, which means he's got to take a tighter corner. And I don't mind a car going sideways and making tyre squeal. I'm just that immature. But
12 minutes until the pit window opens, so it'll be interesting to see what strategies we've got going on here. We know the Hearts are doing something clever because David told us.
Yeah, we know that Olivier's going to have to pit sooner to be ready.
Yes, because Olivier's going to get out and get into his dad's car. That'll be interesting. They should be able to synchronise that pretty well. They're 2 shapes of Cobra together. That's great, isn't it?
And of course, the original Shelby Cobra would have had a, started life there. It's a hard.
Oh, that completely sideways rally style.
Okay,
he's going to go off.
Well, he's going to have no tyres left. This is Christophe Van Riet, and I tell you what, in the lead up to the Pete Auto Classic at Spa-Francorchamps a couple of weeks ago, there was brilliant onboard footage of Christophe Van Riet in this Cobra, and at certain points when he was enjoying himself in the rain, he's humming, singing, and making engine noise, just having such a good time.
The best of land in 17th place is still Murans, and
yeah, just looking down to check what's happening in GT3, and it's it's the Jaguar E-Type now of Nick Finborough, who's picked himself up in 168 to 32nd position. He's moved ahead of the Jerome De Rocha and Serge Lieben, Austin Healy. Simon Arabi Gann in the Morgan SLR is in 4th in class. He's a little, about 7 seconds off the back of them.
Yeah, the Finborough family of a big motor racing family, aren't they? With a lot of very nice cars. I think GT40. Okay, we've got another guest. We'll just get him settled in the chair.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
It's great to have new faces. I'm really enjoying having a run of drivers coming through, because also for a lot of you, Ed, you're looking at a race that you're not doing. Well, it's a good thing you're not doing it because you're here. But it's just a chance to sit down and really look at the footage. And as historic races, you enjoy everything across the board.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get much better than Dijon, certainly in the warm, muggy conditions. But yeah, no, it's great. So Ivan's doing really well. Settled into 20th and chasing Olivier. So.
Ed Morris, you often race with Ivan, don't you, in the Porsche?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, in the Elan, and yeah, we've had Barcelona and Spa. Spa was a tough one. This has been a tough weekend so far.
Yeah.
We had some setup issues on the practice, and then we were exploring track limits on qualifying, so unfortunately we dropped a few places unplanned. But
it's a 2-hour race, so
anything can happen. Absolutely.
Now, just speculating, you might not know this. Will the Cobra go 2 hours on one tank of fuel?
Ooh,
I wonder.
That is a.
We know Elan will, but I think it'll be close.
I was talking to Nick Padmore last week or 2 weeks ago at Spa, and I believe he was in a Cobra with Tony Sinclair, and I think they were talking about fueling.
Yeah.
So I believe, I mean, I guess it is dependent on the track. And,
yeah, it must be. We'll see, won't we? Anyway, it'll pan out.
I would imagine probably not in these conditions.
No.
Dry. I would hazard a guess that maybe they will be doing some refueling. It will certainly help us if they do.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we just briefly had a safety car period.
Yes.
They might be dealing with small fractions, going, oh, is that saving us enough fuel? It could be totally marginal, but there's one out there, I think it's going to be completely marginal on tyres, because I said to Andrew, I never complained seeing an AC Cobra tyre squealing and going sideways.
Absolutely.
I've never seen a bloke throw one quite so sideways so often.
No.
I mean, when we were talking, reflecting the old days, I mean, Jack Sears did sort of drive a car quite a lot like that. But and Olivier Hart, there he is working the wheel like his dad, with the yellow gloves, and he's closing up. He closed up a little bit on Mitchell, but then it's opened up again.
I just think I honestly think the change is just down to how they're handling the traffic. I think they're almost equally paced. Actually, that said, suddenly into shot comes to 76, far closer. Yeah, he's just suddenly found a second. That's not because he's found it in terms of his own pace per se. It's how they're working the traffic.
I don't know if you heard it. He's going to climb out of that car and climb in, take over from his dad. So he's going to drive separately. You would if you could, wouldn't you?
You would if you could, absolutely. Yeah. But he's definitely driving the wheels off of that. That's for sure. It's yeah. I mean, driving a big car like that, cutting through the traffic. It's, yeah, it keeps you on your toes. And it's funny, actually, Dijon is incredibly flowing. Actually, regardless of how long the straight is, it's amazing how little time you have just to catch your breath here.
Yeah. But also the fact there are many points on the circuit where you can't see that far ahead, whether you're going up a crest. So there's always that sort of concern about what's
I mean, you're really reliant on the marshals. Obviously, they always do a great job for us, but, you know, they're our first point of call, you know, to let us know what's going on. And, yeah, that climb up onto the straight is pretty daunting. Certainly every time you're starting the race, or, you know, obviously coming from a safety car.
Well, exactly. What we've seen is Jonathan Mitchell at the restart each time has suddenly got about 5-second advantage. It's the second time he had an Austin Healey between him and the rest, but he just apprehends it. But when you're coming out, you're going through the compression of the final corner.
Yeah.
That gives you enough to think about.
It does, yeah.
But to come up, how far up the climb are you before you can see the start-finish line? Effectively, where the checkered flag would wave.
Probably,
starting gantry.
I'd say if you're going to go on garages, you're probably garage 1 or 2 before you can really see. And that's quite a long way from the pit entry. But it was funny, actually, sat having lunch with Jonathan this afternoon, and he was pretty keen for it. He said this is going to be my race. So fingers crossed. Well, you know, I hope
he's got a lot of pressure on him now, because the gap has closed right up to 0.346 of a second, and there you see them. Second of the E-types. That's the battle for the lead. The 76 car is in second place.
But what we do know, of course, is Olivier Hart's probably going to pit before Jonathan Mitchell, because he's got to get in and get out of that car to get ready to take over his father's Cobra.
Yeah. He could finishing first and second, in theory.
Yes, he could. He could.
I mean, it's a very interesting one as well, because, you know, with a two-driver pairing, you know, as we found in Spa, you know, 2 weekends ago, we actually lost out quite a lot of time, because the Elan that won, their pairing, they managed to pit under a full course yellow. So of course I came out of the pits thinking brilliant, managed to overtake them, saw our pit board and went, I'm still in the same position. Little did I think we'd lost a whole lap in that period. So, you know, this is again a big thing that I guess Olivier is going to have to, you know, keep an eye on.
No, for sure. Now, tell us about your passage into historic racing. We've had all sorts of stories from drivers coming in, and not all of them have been sort of obvious approach.
No, well, actually, so it actually segued on from an end of I guess, contemporary motorsport. So 2013, very close friends with a well-known Lotus man called Malcolm Ricketts, and Mr. Ricketts had a Shakecraft Elan. And so we had a little dabble in that in the Masters Series.
They're side by side, by the way, now for the lead. Well, not quite, but
Mitchell's got it under control for now.
Far more interesting than my backstory.
Yeah.
Not at all, but anyhow, so there's a Ford Mustang up ahead of them, a 289. They're about to put a lap on that, and the Mustang driver keeps beautifully out of the way.
So much traffic out there, though.
Oh, huge amount of traffic.
It's just so flowing. It's very difficult to, you know, to sight through. You catch it so quickly. I wonder if he'll get a run down the straight.
Yeah, pick up your story. We'll break it if
So I had a little dabble in Malcolm's car for 2013, and then, you know, just kind of went from there. And a lot of it has been Lotus Elans. I'm you know, well versed in Lotus Elan territory, and have been there since. And I can't believe where the 12 years has gone, to be honest.
Was Hart's in the lead?
You know, you could just see it was a better exit from the corner from the Jaguar. It just doesn't have the grunt though. And Olivier is very, very good at carrying any momentum he can. But was there any history of racing or cars in your family beforehand, or are you the black sheep?
Yeah, no. My late father was in British GT in the late 90s. Bit of Caterhams before, you know, kind of worked his way through. Late to it. Dabbled in bike racing before, but as ever, too dangerous. Family. And then, yeah, sure enough, found his way into, and you know, coincidentally, started it all off in road sport Elans.
Right.
So it's kind of almost come full circle, really.
It was meant to be.
Yeah. It's but no, exciting stuff here. I mean, I hope. I think if Jonathan can stay on the back of Olivier, I think. Yeah, this will be an interesting race.
Okay, so it's a 2-hour race. We've dispensed with 42 minutes of it or so. Yeah. So the pit window is, someone's approaching the latch to push it open, but not yet. But as I said before, Jonathan Mitchell will stay out longer than Olivier Hart.
Yeah.
So
that's it, isn't it? I mean, if you know, if Jonathan can stay out, you know, and hold on for a safety,
he might get a yellow.
He might get yellow. You know, that's going to help him immensely.
Yeah. And Jonathan's driving solo, so is it an advantage or not? I presume it is, as long as you're fit enough to do the second half of the race, because you know what you're expecting when you go back
absolutely.
out of the pits.
And of course it also helps with qualifying, because you know, there is no aggregate time between the two drivers. I mean, he's scything beautifully through there, isn't he? I mean, they're doing well to...
rather appropriately going around there, Jonathan's helmet's a Villeneuve style helmet. It's not exact copy, but it is.
Right.
Style on Villeneuve.
Spirit of 79 he was on. There was a spinner.
Oh, they had a spin there.
So Ginetta went round, dropping down the slope into Bretel. So that was quite good to gather it up again. But you know, sometimes you can pick up sound from the TV cameras. You don't know if the drivers can.
Beautiful.
Two brothers racing that car, Josh and Thomas Ward.
It's nimble, isn't it? It just seems to do what it's meant to do.
I had a good race back in 2013 when Ron Maiden and Dave Methley had a red one.
Yes.
And you know, obviously in period the G4 was probably, you know, considered an Elan beater. And Dave, again, when he drove the wheels off that thing, he was a hard man to beat.
Yeah, we discussed that a little bit earlier. But that Ginetta that Ron was racing was pretty new.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
It was such a pleasure racing, racing something other than a land. Obviously, these big cars, they've just got the power. And certainly here, it's such a flowing circuit. They can just keep that momentum going, and that's where these little twin cams just really struggled.
So the window open yet? It's just about to open, is it?
The window opens in 30 seconds, it's open from after 45 minutes, and it's probably quite a generous pit window, so maybe it will stay open until 45 minutes left.
Although he was passed, Jonathan Mitchell is hanging on to the back of the Heart Cobra as we have a yellow. We're not sure what that's for.
Turn 5, so that is parabolique, I think.
He raved quite vigorously, so...
Just as the pit window opens, how prescient is that? Or actually, if it's a generous pit window, they'll just stay out.
Yeah. This will be interesting to see.
Yeah, but interesting to see what Jonathan Mitchell does here.
I think a lot of people may actually just dive in. But are they closed? It's yellow flag, not safety car.
Yes, that is true. Yes, it's not a safety car as of
No, so I think they're okay. So if you're near the end of your lap, but now it's open.
So David Hart is like almost 20 seconds behind his son. So they're going to lose that, aren't they? Because he's got to wait for the dad to pitch up, if you see what I mean.
Yeah. It's going to have to be a very clear message on a pit ball somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, fortunately enough, there's a good 5-minute window. So what's that? That's going to be 2 or 3 laps of a window for him. But
You mentioned the Shapecrafted Land. Was that the one Sean Walker raced so successfully? The golden one?
No. So a little.
Oh.
Is it 1 or 2 spinners?
That's the Jagger, the guy that we were a bit... Anderson, wasn't it then?
Yeah, I think it must have been. Hold on. Marcus Anderson's in 8th place.
Yeah, that's him, because there's only one red E-type like that.
Shame, you've been driving that really, really well.
Yeah.
83.
Is it looking square?
I'm not sure.
Square or not?
That's a different E-type. That's Pascal Rapalino and Jose de Rocha. So
I said there was only one. Correct myself. There was more than one red E-type.
Yes, I'm not entirely sure it's square. Sometimes I have to look for a little longer just to take, because sometimes it's just the way the light hits them or whatever.
Well, it's certainly going to be a hit in for them.
He's limping a bit, isn't he?
Yeah, it's had a front and side.
Yeah, a little scrape.
Doesn't seem to be rubbing against a tyre.
But it wasn't a case of a driver having just taken over, and they wouldn't have had time to get to that part of the circuit.
No.
Pit window only just opened, but I think driver 1 will be stepping out. And just double checking. It's one of the mysteries of life. If you suddenly look at the timing board, you can never see anything. It was Pascal Rapalino who was the driver at the wheel.
Just seen Phil Keane has come in.
It's a big weekend for Ivan. He's got his family here.
Has he?
It's more of his local circuit, this one. So it's great to have some team and family support, which is fantastic.
And food.
And food, yeah.
And drink.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So what's his history in racing? Has he been with racing this for a while, or is this?
No, fairly inexperienced actually. We met in the beginning of 2023. We competed at Mugello.
Another shabby circuit. It's an awful place. No flow to it at all.
No, not at all. And so we had a tough weekend, but and that was it. It was one round of 2023, and then we joined forces with a different team in 2024. We did about 3 rounds again.
And had he raced before in other?
So I think he'd done some Caterham racing in the Far East, but beyond that, I mean, he's got some fantastic car control for someone with such little race experience.
Right.
And it's he's a great pairing, great duo. So, yeah, which is good, and we are contemplating whether we're going to do the 6 hour this year. So trying my hardest to
convince him.
To convince him, absolutely. So we'll see. But Yeah, but I think I'm probably going to love you and leave you, gentlemen.
No, that's fine. Thank you very much. Because that's your car in the pits. I'm joking. Certainly, Olivier Hart is in.
That's it. Absolutely.
It's funny, it's got exactly the same livery as yours.
Brill. Thank you, chaps.
Thank you very much.
Great to have you here. That's Ed Morris, and best of luck to him for the rest of the season. As Jonathan Mitchell has not stopped, so he is back in the lead of the race from Guenard, who hasn't stopped. And then I presume the Harts are doing their synchronised pit stopping at the moment.
Well, David Hart will probably come in next time around, won't he? Because he just wants Olivier to be in and out of the car, and then at 76 code will be taken over by Abraham Bontrup.
Yeah, it's all part of that sort of happy team. Bram Bontrup, he calls himself.
Bram for sure.
He's had a win, not in this class, but he had a win this
Spa, didn't he?
Yeah, had a win in a Mustang, I think. At Barcelona.
I think he also.
I think he had a win at Spa as well. Yeah, I think he did.
I think again with Olivier.
Yeah. Then he was a good strong runner, and so. See, Olivier Hart is in, and David Hart is now, presumably, he's going to come in this next lap.
You think so? He's just coming. It's the second time he's halfway around the lap.
Yeah.
David Hart. In fact, he's getting a little bit. He's still tucked in behind.
Still got tyre squeals.
Christophe Van Riet.
Yeah.
Just double checking, is anyone taking over for Christophe? The car will have very shabby tyres.
Yeah, I think so. Look, he's sideways there. I think he's just enjoying himself, isn't he? He's not the fastest way around there, I don't think, like that.
No.
But
the most fun, for sure.
Fun. And best for the spectators as well.
Absolutely.
So he gets 5 stars for that. Mitchell pulling away a little bit from Guenard. Mitchell's definitely in with a shout of this. He's a canny driver.
He is, and again, having these battles further down the order helps him big time. He just has managed to keep himself suitably clear.
There's David Hart, and he's probably a little bit wary of the car that's going sideways all around it.
Well, it makes a narrower place for going through. Right, it's good to have some nice arty shots of an Austin Hilly sitting on the jacks in the pit lane. That's the Damien Roller Maverick car. We still haven't got to the
don't know who Maverick is.
True name. It may remain a mystery.
Yeah. So surely David Hart will come in now then.
Still just great rumbling engine notes.
I suppose it doesn't really matter when, it's got to be in the window when David Hart comes in, because Olivier is there waiting. His car's carried on racing.
Yeah.
And
in fact, the longer he gives Olivier, the better, because he'll have a chance to cool down.
Have a breather and a bottle of water, and he's still throwing it sideways. This is magnificent. It's fantastic, isn't it?
Oh.
I mean, this is why I fell in love with motor racing originally, isn't it? There's craziness like this going on.
But it is, but it's also...
Hart's doing it as well.
It's contagious out there. So of all the places you probably don't want to get totally sideways is the final corner, because you'll lose any momentum you're trying to carry through. And then, of course, with the Cobra, you've got plenty of grunt. But relative to Van Riet, suddenly that has opened out between them. But I think it was just he saw him having so much fun and thought, I'll do what Van Riet's doing. Or maybe he was reacting, but he's close enough, even despite that, to get up the inside and take a look into the first corner. It doesn't work. Van Riet still remains there. But
John Spears has moved up to 6th place, and I suggest he'll be coming in very soon to hand over to Nigel Greensill. Winners of the previous race, of course. There's the 77 Cobra of
that's the Robin and Allen.
2 Swiss drivers, apparently.
Armand Miel is suddenly getting a lot closer to those fighting Van Riet and David Hart combo. They're fighting over 3rd place, and suddenly it's almost a 3-car battle into Parabolique. They go, the steep right-hander. Yeah, and suddenly Armand Miel, who was some distance behind them, has just said, thank you very much. You play, I'll enjoy it, and I'll catch you.
Of course, he's just also involved in the watchmaking family. He's close mate with Max Guénard, because their two families started Richard Mille watches, which is only about just over 20 years old. As the Cobras go sideways again.
Just keep the camera on that one.
I did see a shot on the internet this week of Lewis Hamilton with a brand new Richard Mille watch. They are sponsored Ferrari, of course. They're very much the upmarket Swiss brand these days.
Right, David Hart's coming in this time.
He is.
Off. Van Riet carries on with the sideways action, and looks so Armand Mille will follow him through. But Jonathan Mitchell, just for the record, as the front runners make their pit stops, 4.3 seconds clear. Just remember that.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Sorry to cut across your thought. It was
no,
just
absolutely,
David Hart
absolutely.
forcing to the pits.
And David Hart has got the fabric safety pull dangling down on the front of it, if you see. It won't make any difference. It might wear out, of course. You might just see it in this shot. Our cameraman will dive up there. And there he climbs out. Yeah, we talked about his helmet earlier, because it's the ring is the Dutch colours, isn't it?
Yeah. Where's Olivier?
Where is he?
We talk up the fact that Olivier's had a couple of laps.
These pit stops are quite. He is just in the background there. Look. And here he comes.
Here he comes.
So waving his.
Not quite a 2-second Formula 1 pit stop, but
no,
thank goodness it's not.
And yeah, Olivier's the one that's got the hearts around his helmet. Yeah.
Heart.
Meanwhile, we've still got Cobras going sideways out there.
As you say, it's not the quickest way, and Armand Mille really fancies getting past Christophe Van Riet. Maybe he feels he's happy to take the risks. Whereas David Hart was a little.
Well, he kept it straight that time, didn't he?
Yeah. Oh, out of cue. Well, this time finally Christophe Van Riet has blown it. He didn't drop it. He went so sideways, and it started wagging.
Yeah.
Somehow got it in a straight line, and I think suddenly Armand Mille was thinking, "Oh my golly!" Now, is either of those going to dive into the pits? The answer to that is no. But certainly Van Riet has lost a position. So Armand Mille goes up behind Maxime Guénard into second place. Jonathan Mitchell still leads the way.
Well, there's that dangly bit. Actually, it's the wrong car. But well, if you like sequences. Max Guénard won this in 21 and 23, so he's win it in 25, shouldn't he? Well, he's definitely got a chance at that.
Yeah, for sure.
No.
But he's going to have to come in soon. He's listed as sharing with Yves Schimama, and just going past Simon Arabi Gans Morgan. Or has that changed? No, that's still in Simon's hands. A very good-looking car with that sort of a pointed red tail on it. Christophe Van Riet was running really wide towards the back of the Morgan there. I think he was just trying to do his sideways antics.
Squealing the tyres.
It's got some poke, his car. I mean, it's a stupid thing to say about a Cobra, but he got it so sideways at the final corner, and yet still was able to keep up with Armand Mille. The fact he held it when it was about to go off into the undergrowth was the first remarkable thing, but it's got the gas.
I think they're sort of teammates. I think they're both. A lot of these Cobras, the French drivers prepared by Equipe Europe.
You were talking about Marcus Anderson early on, and going well. He's just about to be in trouble for exceeding track limits.
Oh, is he? Oh dear.
I'm afraid. I think he's had 4.
Well, I suppose if you do things like the marathons, you know, there's no track limits in wherever they go.
Right, our race leader, Jonathan Mitchell, 4 seconds clear. Exactly 4.2 seconds clear now, but
he's got 17. The window's not closing for 17 minutes, so you know, he's got plenty of time and hope for a yellow that will benefit him.
But you know, he's not handing over to anyone. It's just about the timing of the stop. Let's just go down through the other classes. The best of the Lotus Elans, Olivier Murens, he's led the class from very early on. Car 146, 9th place overall. Okay, a couple of the front runners in the big bangers, the Cobras and the E-types have made their pit stops, but that is very good. Even off. Thank goodness he's still out on the track, because we've only just given his teammate Ed Morris a chance to run downstairs from the commentary box. He's second in GT2. Third in GT2 is car number 122, which is the Armstrong car, Nigel Armstrong, sharing with Stephen Skipworth, another Lotus Elan.
I think that's a famous motor racing family, isn't it? Skipworth.
Absolutely. Dick Skipworth and the gang.
Yeah.
GT3 is being led by Jerome de Rocha. Austin Healy, he's in 18th place overall, but a whole host of cars have just pitted, so his effective position is somewhere in the mid-20s.
What did we do before leaf blowers?
No idea. It was silent in the countryside without wind blowers, or silent in the suburbs.
So Mitchell said that gap is pretty stable around the 4.5 seconds. And they pull well away from Beale.
Yeah, the 30.
A lot of these people haven't made a pit stop, of course, have they? And,
no.
And I wonder if John Spears has to do more than half the race. I suspect he does.
Okay, well, we're very nearly there. Another minute, and we're there. But
so Nigel will be waiting in anticipation.
Just wanted to see where number 76 has gone after Olivier Hart brought that in. Where's Bontrop?
He's well down.
He's down in 24th position, but the pit stops are so long that and there's still about a dozen cars that haven't come in. He'll be back at the very sharp end. You can be sure of that.
Mitchell, Gunnar, Van Riet, the sideways boy, Meal, Kolb is up there in 5th place at the moment. Then Anderson, and Spears has just come in with the very lovely original E-Type.
Yeah, the pit lane just starting to get a bit busy. It's been, I think, with such a long pit window, it gives no one wants to come into a crowded pit lane, but it is a good, generous pit lane.
See how wide it is, Well, it's a full Formula One.
Well, it's when you compare that with when they come piling in at Goodwood to that super narrow pit lane. You don't dare open your door if you're on a left-hand drive car. So plenty of space. That's a luxury for them all. Start of the race was just being treated to highlights of that, and it was a clean start from Jonathan Mitchell, and John Spears just suddenly found himself going backwards. He didn't want to take too many risks, and the Cobras were coming. They were in great packs, but for them it was about Jonathan Mitchell keeping his nose clean. He did precisely that. Of course, provocation as Olivier Hart worked his way up the order and got through, but really the early stages of the race, I think Jonathan Mitchell has done what he needs to do. These cars just look brilliant on this circuit, whether it's an E-Type, whether it's a Lelan, but certainly the Cobras, and certainly Christophe Van Riet's Cobra, have just kept us royally entertained. All that performance, all that handling, all that sideways.
Maybe he just likes the livery, but I noticed in Lelan there were Rob Walker racing colours, the dark blue with a white stripe across the bonnet. I don't think he was ever involved. Somebody just likes the scheme, I think, which is fair enough.
Yeah, very well. It's a fabulous
tribute to
I think any car looks good in navy blue.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. Well, I mean, I think one of the big questions now is, because it is a phenomenon, is what is Nigel Greensill going to do? Can he come carving his way through from, I mean, basically it was in 8th place, wasn't it, effectively? Dropped to 10th. It'd be interesting. So, but there's one, and he left black lines. You see that? You can see the black lines. He can't have much rubber left, can he?
No, Christophe Van Riet,
I presume they'll put 2 new back tyres on it.
You think they'd have to, other's at the end of 2 hours of that level of abuse, there would be.
Abuse is the right word.
Too many surprises, one feels.
Yeah,
maybe just one.
Just over half distance. And there's the E-Type going away.
So Jonathan Mitchell, 0 pit stops thus far. Pressing on. His margin, again, 4 and a bit seconds from Maxime Guinard's Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe.
So a copy of the lightweight bonnet with the 2 air vents at the back, both on the boot and on the top of the, just over the top of the windscreen. You'll see them in just a moment with the holes there. That's just one hole at the top, but the whole road to I presume to let out the temperature from the heat's coming off the brakes and exhaust, I suppose. That gap just staying constant, just 4 seconds-ish. Let's see. Timing is refreshing now, and
I'm just looking down and down to 19th place to see where Bram Bontrop is. He's in the 76 Cobra that Olivier Hart got up into 2nd place, got up to challenge and get ahead of Jonathan Mitchell, got into the lead of the race before those pit stops. But he was an early pit stopper because we knew Olivier was in another car. He's in another car now, and it's a few positions behind where he was in his previous one, because he's in the David Hart car, number 9 now. Oh, big twitchy moment for the Morgan SLR. Car number 61.
Has Callum got in it yet? I'm not sure.
I'm scrolling down. Callum's just taken it over. The Scottish driver giving it maximum attack from the outset. But saving that moment. That was on his outlap. I think he was actually, it was the Cobra was in behind, and I think he was trying to adjust position for it. But
I think at the moment, it's a bit difficult to read what's going to happen, isn't it? Because we've got people that are very fast, but we have this long pit stops. Quite a lot of people haven't done them yet. And obviously Mitchell being one of them, and Guénard has not. The first 6 haven't stopped yet, have they?
No, indeed, and then almost all of the top 10. In fact, 9 of the top 10 haven't stopped yet. Christophe Van Riet is listed as still in the top 10, but his pit stop would go on for longer than others who pitted a lap before. So the order will be changing. But Jonathan Mitchell, of course, still leading the race. Still, well, in fact, he's just gaining a 1/10 of a second here or there in the number 157 E-Type in that sort of dove grey, and these 10ths could be important.
They make just a great noise as well, don't they? These Kodak thumping great Ford engine.
Yeah, I'm never averse to a V8 rumble, it must be said. Right, who else is going to wear us a pit stop? Who else is going to dive in?
Yeah, this lap. Surely somebody will come in this lap.
I thought Armand Meal might, but he's in second place. He's third place. He's close to Maxime Guénard, but
little Jeanette, the Vonton Gay car. He's in at the moment. There's that's Bontrup with the blue one. Two Cobras, not quite the same colour, are they? But,
no, but
I don't think no. One looks a bit darker than the other.
But the confusing thing there is 9 and 3 are together, or 3 and 9, and 9 is the one that was David Hart's car from the start of the race. But Olivier Hart is in that, and he's hassling one that hasn't made a pit stop yet.
Yeah.
And he's got through. He's got the yellow band on his bonnet, and he's moved ahead of Armand Meal. Armand did not need to get involved in any bustling there, and he didn't. But he has yet to pit. He's running around in third place overall. He's 37, way 37 seconds down on Jonathan Mitchell's E-Type. But didn't want to get sort of dragged into that little battle. And Olivier Hart didn't want him to either. He wanted to keep pressing on, and has done a good job there in the number 9 Daytona Coupe.
Yeah, there's that little strap hanging down on the 3.
Just having
flames are coming out of the exhaust of the 3. We noticed out of Spa, didn't we? Some didn't, some didn't. Were fueled more than others, presumably. Fuel setting.
Yeah, well, certainly the driver of number 3, Armand Meal, is not too interested in coming in. And another Cobra has had an off somewhere. But a lot of cars seem to manage to run through the gravel traps and continue on their way. It's normally on the exit of the first corner. Again, it's very hard to actually see the turning point. And just running a little bit wide. It must be just heart in mouth at your moment. It's a big gravel trap, but you don't want to get stuck in it.
Oh, there's a bonnet that hasn't been sprayed yet, I noticed.
Yeah.
Nice E-Type panel bashing going on.
Right, 2 cars have been given a big time penalty for speeding in the pit lane, and they are, respectively, car 22, which is Jean-Luc Blanchemin's E-Type, and, what did I say, the other one, 79, which is Mark Drain's Lotus. That was one I think you spotted. I think that might be the one that was in the dark blue.
Yeah, we just had a replay of a very big moment through the gravel.
Which of the Cobras was that?
That was the Eugène Delaplanque, who's not a front runner, but
right. Well,
the number 7 car.
Oh yeah, he's somewhat down the order, but he didn't stick it in the gravel. Well, he did, but he got it out, so that's good. He's down in 19th place. He has served a pit stop, so he's probably ranked a bit higher than that.
Yeah.
Suddenly got 3 Lotus Elans in the top 10, 8th, 9th and 10th, but the ones in 8th and 9th, Olivier Meurens and Nigel Armstrong in the pits, and the last of that trio by dint of not having pitted. But anyhow, the order will shuffle, it will change, but who's going to be at the top? You just have to assume, after Jonathan Mitchell finally serves his pit stop, but it should be him.
How about that? The man who was commentating with us, 10 minutes ago, just racing around the track now.
Things they do to get out of the commentary box.
Yeah.
Just noticing, we're looking at Callum Lockie's Morgan SLR. He's flinging it around at the moment. Took it over from Sam Arabi Gan. He's running in the GT3 class. And will be looking to move that red Morgan SLR up. At the moment, he's down 5th in class, but I do expect some progress. But he's got to find a little bit to catch Mark Gordon's E-type.
Grainard's closing up a bit, if you notice, Bruce. The gap's 2 seconds now.
That's the gap to Jonathan Mitchell's E-type.
But they've got to execute their pit stops well, because just like in Formula 1, you can in these pit stops lose 2 or 3 seconds.
Because certainly if you're operating the camera at the final corner, as the cars drop into the dip, you must be, with all that tyre squirrel, thinking, should I suddenly whip my camera around from dead ahead to look at the tail end of the cars?
There's a 7 car. You can
slightly dusty.
Tell it's been, you tell it's been off. So.
Right, Mitchell into the pits with his E-type. So 40 lap, well, effectively 41 laps on the board. It will be when he's limped across the pit lane at limited speed. Just double checking, we've got lots of drivers getting warned for exceeding track limits. They sort of build up through the course of a 2-hour race.
So absolutely key moment of the race. Interested to see if Grainard comes in the next lap.
Yeah, just remember he was effectively 2.1 seconds behind Jonathan Mitchell, but it stabilised there and it was just moving according to traffic.
Well, see what the Valley team from Shropshire will do at their pit stop with their driver.
So still out in not having made a pit stop yet, but I think probably have to come in. Hold on, let's see what have we got left. 49 minutes. So we've still got a few more, about 5 more minutes, 4 more minutes. 2 more laps, probably to be on the safe side.
Grainard and Reel have not been in.
Vincent Kolb hadn't, but he's just moved in now.
Yeah, he's just in,
and he's in the 65 Cobra.
And Anderson in that E-type. Having an outstanding run.
They are the only runners in the race who haven't made a pit stop as yet.
Yeah, looks like it, doesn't it? That's the colour scheme I was talking about.
Yeah, number 146, it is that Rob Water, it's the Olivier Murins. It's a class-leading car, and Raphael de Bourman. Yeah. De Bourman should be at the wheel soon. It's just come out of the pits. It's still saying Olivier Murins, but he certainly did the first half of the race, leading GT2 trio of Lotus Land 26 hours. Yes, it's not a 250 GT short wheelbase. It's not a Jaguar E-type, but that livery still looks very tidy. Blue with the white band on it. I love the story about Rob Walker's road car, that he adapted the speedometer so it didn't show the speed he was doing. So when they were driving down through France, his dear wife didn't get to know what pace he was doing. I think it was a Facel Vega.
Yeah, it was a Facel Vega, and I think our colleague Bob Constanduras owns the car now. And yeah, Betty, she was a wonderful woman. I mean, imagine this happening in Formula 1 now. In practice, she would suddenly appear with sort of ginger parking, she called it.
Yeah, lovely.
And would arrive down the pits and hand it to various members of the pit crew. And I even got handed it once in a while. I mean, it's just absolutely marvellous. But different days.
Entirely different days. And I love the story from when 1976 US Grand Prix West at Long Beach, and they moved onto the Queen Mary, and other people were queuing for cabins.
This is a great story.
And they said, and he just pulled rank without, the last man in the world to pull rank, and they said, "You're having your usual suite, or your normal suite," didn't they? To Rob Walker.
Yes, but
was there a twist?
There's a twist to this. They didn't know which it was. He knew the number of the cabin that he'd always crossed the Atlantic in. Rob Walker was from the Johnny Walker Scotch
family.
If you didn't realise that, and so they didn't know which cabin it was, because the room numbers did not coincide with what the cabin numbers. But so Rob knew exactly how to get there, and he took them and said, "This is the one," or "This is the one," and yeah, it's absolutely true.
Another story butchered by Jones.
Yeah, I managed to run a press launch on the boat once a press do for Unipart all those years ago. Yeah.
Unipart what? Was that their Formula 3 team?
No, that one was sponsoring Watty. McLaren. Unipart responsible.
Well, yes, I've forgotten that. Sorry.
Oh, we made a film with them called The Englishman, the Irishman, and the Motor Race. And the Englishman was the organiser, Chris Boot. The Irishman was John Watson, the motor race. And we had a funny deal with Bernie where we could show everything until the start of the race. So we made
Get it out quickly.
Made a sort of background story of it. Now, so
the window closes in 1 minute.
Well, Grainard's he's got to come in then, hasn't he?
Yep.
Well, he is in.
Grainard's just come in.
And Anderson isn't in.
No.
It's a bit of a mystery.
He's got time.
He's got time. He's a bit of a mystery. I'm not sure he's used to this sort of racing. So he's a long distance rally marathon type man. So has he clocked it?
Yeah.
Is he being very clever, or is he going to break it? Because it will destroy a fantastic result.
Wouldn't it? Yeah. Well, he sometimes drives with Mark Blair, but he's down as listed as starting. Oh, hold on, there's an E-Type at the side of the road. Car number 91. Yeah. That's his car. So were you thinking it was red?
Well, I thought it was red
with the white stripe, but it stopped out on the circuit car. It stopped. It's pulled over. I think that's the paddock in the background.
Was he trying to get into?
I can't get to the full of that one. He's still listed at the top of our time charts with no pit stop served and the pit stop window closing in 10 seconds. Cars already in the pits are fine. Oh my golly! So it stopped very early in the lap, actually. Didn't even complete the first timing sector and what ought to have been its last lap before the pit stop, and it was the last lap he could possibly have it. The pit window is now closed. He hasn't got around to it, so over and out for Marcus Anderson. What a shame. And what was the reason? We'll never know.
Well, we might know.
Oh, we might.
We might meet him tonight because there's a.
So disappointing. Of course, when you've got such a long pit window, half an hour in the middle of a 2-hour race, you've got scope according to when you want to pit. And Marcus wasn't going to hand over the car to anyone, so he could really just work it out on the hoof to own the longer first half or the. Whatever, you're about to tell me something.
Yeah, I told you that there was a Rob Walker version of the Lotus Elan back in 1968. But it wasn't painted in that colour scheme, and it was a road car. There was a sort of road car.
So I wonder what the tweak was. Of course, he was running Lotuses in Formula 1 at the time,
yes,
so was that tie-up?
I'm going to try and find out. So it was just, I started to Google, because it's just in the back of my mind that maybe there was something went on.
Gosh, it'd be a desirable model to have, wouldn't it? Very special. Right.
It said, if we've got a moment.
Go for it.
On offer from the Piddington Collection, this is from the auctioneer, prepared for Grand Prix Privateer and the Ultimate Gentleman Racer, RRC Rob Walker, to commemorate Sterling Moss's legendary Monaco Grand Prix win in 1961 with the Lotus 18. I don't know how long ago this was. Sold for £49,000.
Oh, my word.
It sounds cheap to me.
Oh, it certainly does. Right, the real key is what's happening on this lap, because a handful of cars still in the pits, but we'd already had Jonathan Mitchell coming in a lap or so ago. He is out of the pits.
Yep.
Oh dear, there's another E-Type stopped halfway around the first corner. It's now just trickled to the side of the track. It was that glorious one in 2 shades of blue. I think that was the Berchon car, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And he gets going again. Looks like it come to a halt. He must have had a moment, contained it. That'd be scary over the brow. No, going perfectly. It's car 100, which is the Sebastian Berchon car, but it certainly was not going at proper speed in the middle of the corner. So problem avoided.
Callum Lockie is leading the class now, incidentally, in the Morgan.
Oh, talking of car 100, well, he went spinning, Sebastian Berchon, through the first corner, but somehow he stayed on the black stuff, even within the white lines. But his problem isn't over. He's just been served a stop-and-go penalty for 5 minutes for constant abuse of track limits. Oh, dear.
Grainard is in the pits, and Anderson's still shown as leading.
I'm beginning to think, I'm just wondering if my screen has frozen. I'm just going to refresh it.
Sure.
I'll wait and see. No, I'm still getting the messages further down.
Well, the fact it's on our live coverage as well.
Yeah, but you get this period, it's such, with the long pit stops. If someone has kept on until the last moment, they've got a sufficient distance ahead, and the others are playing catch up. And
I think we'll be sure in a moment or two, won't we?
Yeah, still one car sitting in the pit lane.
showing the countdown.
I'm slightly concerned. I'm going to refresh my timing screen.
Yeah.
Simply because it suddenly was saying 43 laps elapsed, and we've got.
I think the one on our screen is a little bit out of date, and I think Guenard finally made his pit stop, and I think the timing screen's having a bit of a hiccup, to be honest.
Yeah,
it's been a long day.
We'll hang in there, but it's a 2-hour race. We'll reset.
Well,
the clock continues to turn. We'll keep an eye out, but certainly by running deep into the pit window, but not right to the end, I think Jonathan Mitchell has done the right thing. I think
Marr is in the lead then in the 51 car, because that's.
Yeah.
We know Anderson's not there, but he's going out
yellow
of the pits.
Yellow flag at turn 2. Is that
There's
a delay?
Mitchell.
Okay, turn 2 is the compression that we're looking at now. Can't see anybody sitting there. Is there a yellow flag on the exit? Has someone gone for a spin?
No, that was Mitchell overtaking Marr just then. Well, not overtaking him as it happens. There is Marr.
Okay, now it's moving around. So it's Meyer from Mitchell, Shelby Cobra from Jaguar D-Type, just a third of a second between them. Another 4 and a bit seconds back to Olivier Hart. Remember that name. I think we'll have a roll to play. Now, of course, in the green
and now,
yellow band.
Oh, that's brave all around the outside. Up the hill, gets the drive and moves into the lead of the race, I think. Now, our time screen has corrected. It's showing Marr, but it's a little 30 seconds behind.
Yeah, well, it needs to get to the next timing sector.
So the deal now, isn't it, is Hart chasing Mitchell.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about.
And Guillaume Maillet is going to sort of fall away, one thinks. Yeah, Olivier Hart's coming, but Maillet's driven very, very well indeed.
Yeah.
But the car to look for is the green one with the yellow band, chasing the 51 Cobra. That's the blue metallic one. And it's Olivier Hart on the move. And not that far ahead is Jonathan Mitchell. Up the climb he goes, onto the start-finish straight. The gap between, I'd say, the top 3 is only going to be about 2 or 3 seconds. We've got plenty of time to play. Just under 40 minutes remain in this race. This is great.
Yeah, Hart is he's quicker than anybody else, I think, at the moment. I think he's going to close up on the Mitchell has to find his way around the 119 Elan of Joel Hopwood, who we had up in the commentary box earlier on in the day. And the other one, of course, to watch was Greensall. What sort of lap times is Nigel doing?
Well, he's done the
not the fastest.
Not the fastest, but probably second fastest.
Looking at his splits at the moment, look. And
but he's quicker than Jonathan Mitchell is, so 2 E-types. But bear in mind, they started on the front row together. Jonathan Mitchell, of course, is doing the entire race, whereas Nigel took over from John Spears, and John had fallen to 10th place or thereabout. Nigel's got it back to 7th. As other people pitted, he's got ahead of all of the Lotus Elans, that gaggle of 26 cars. But the chase is on. He's got time. But he needs to find just the mere minute.
Yeah, I think Nigel's got a chance of a podium. Sadly, the Dutch, is that Dutch Elan? Looking at the number 30.
Gilles Corridon and Serge Cozzolino. It's a French pairing. French and German pairing. That was Kim Gaia, French pairing.
There's that Rob Walker liveried Elan. The 18 with the unusual red numbers.
Sort of American style, really. They often like to have red numbers on a white background, but certainly very stylish.
No, is Ollie Bryant in that 18?
He is. Yes. He's in that. Took it over from Vincent Gay, so expect progress on that front. It's car number 18, as we mentioned, just scrolling down. It's down in 19th position. So it will make progress, but he's got quite a few seconds. He'll gain the next couple of places quite easily, but then to chase after Phil Keane in the Shelby Cobra, who's the next car in his own class or thereabouts, it's going to be harder.
Well, our man Ed Morris, who was up in the commentary booth not 20 minutes ago,
second in class,
9th overall. Going really well. And how close are they between?
Well, he's only 2 seconds down on the car that's 8th, which is Olivier Murens, who clearly is doing the whole race solo.
Yeah, and has led that class throughout.
But the fastest lap that Ed Morris has done is already 1.5 seconds faster than the best lap seen from the class leader, Olivier Murens.
Yeah.
Quite a few penalties are coming through. I'm just not going to run through the whole lot, but 2 2-minute stop-and-go penalty for Nigel Greensall. So his run is over.
That's the end of
Constant abuse of track limits. And I can only presume it sort of builds up across the course of the race. He can't have been that naughty that quickly after a pit stop, so he would have taken some for his teammate. Yeah, he certainly will. Won't stop him racing hard on the track, but...
Now Hart's right on the tail of Jonathan Mitchell. We'll catch it in just a moment, but there's only 3/4 of a second between the pair of them.
Well, it was always a question. He was going to get up close. It might take a few laps to pull off the move because Jonathan Mitchell is driving supremely well, but it's also going to be where they come across the traffic. Good to see the Mullercheck car is still going after its problem on the opening lap of the race. That means both get to have a go. Phil at the wheel at the moment.
Yep. I like it in that white, actually. It looks...
Yeah, but it almost changes the shape of the car. You're so accustomed to sort of pale blue metallic ones and green ones. And
there is a Meal, Armand Meal. It's a little bumpy at that coming out of that corner, I notice.
Well, we've been lucky with the weather. It's not been warm summer weather. It's the start of summer here in France, and certainly a lot of people coming to Le Mans will prefer it to stay a bit cooler because that pit lane, as you know and I know, Andrew, can get a real heat soak. And I'm more than happy to have grey weather. Actually, it's the humidity that's the real thing that drains you at Le Mans. But
Van Riet, I stay in 4th place. 2 Cobras racing wheel to wheel. There's Mitchell just going through our picture.
Half a second to the good, that's all he's got.
His heart being... Yeah.
Well, Armand Mill very interested in getting past Christophe Van Riet. He's got right onto his tail very quickly, but he's got to find a way past. And Bram Bontrup is in the mix as well. He's 6th overall. GT4 still being led by our race leader Jonathan Mitchell. GT5 class is being led by Olivier Hart in 2nd place overall. He's right on Mitchell's tail. GT2 class by Olivier Murins, but Ed Morris getting closer and closer and closer. Probably coming through this lap.
Yeah, let's...
in the Battle of the Alans.
I wonder if we can catch up with Jonathan Mitchell. See if he's going to be overtaken as the Armand Meal.
Right, Olivier Hart has just taken the lead by half a second going over the start-finish line. Good grunt for him. The Cobra goes past the E-Type. And I'm afraid with just over half an hour to go, that should only extend because Olivier Hart has great pace.
Yeah. Well, terrible disappointment in the previous race, so hopefully this will make up for it. And,
spread the joy.
Yeah.
Right, I'm just waiting.
What did David say? It's the transmission, wasn't it, that broke?
Yeah.
In the
Lister Costin.
Lister, yeah.
And still a few of the Cobras spitting flame. That's
some do and some don't.
Right, Ed Morris is now in the lead.
Is he? Well done to Ed.
GT2 class.
Yeah.
So coming and helping us in the commentary box adds, takes a second off your lap time.
Yeah, well, he can watch the lines and then...
Yeah, it's the unfair advantage in so many ways.
Yeah.
But not by much. Maybe Olivier Murins can hang on, but actually, as I pointed out, the difference between their fastest laps is 1.5 seconds. And
but the timing screen will not reflect the 2 minutes for Greensall, presumably.
No, because it's stop and go though. So
it's stop and go, is it?
Yeah.
Ah.
So
is that what it says?
Yeah.
Oh.
Not serving it yet. Constant abuse of track limits.
Yeah.
But
well, that's unlike Nigel because he's so pro, and it didn't do it in the previous, race.
Yeah, without diving into the rule book, it might have been done by John in the first part of the race.
It might have been, yeah. But then
John's tidy.
He's
the corner that most people were being pinged for, have been pinged for, has been the drop into the compression, which is part of the final corner.
Yeah.
And because obviously you want to take the wider line you can to get the best slingshot, and it's just, sometimes your tyres say no, and you end up drifting over the white lines to driver's left.
Well, Hart pulling away now. He's starting to take a second a lap out of Mitchell,
You know, they are running in different classes as well. You have to remember that as well in terms of the expected performance of their cars. And the Cobras have so much more grunt than the Jaguars, but the Jaguars just a little better through the corners. Right, E-Type coming in the pit lane.
It was an E-Type, wasn't it?
Yeah, E-Type. I was trying to work out which one it was.
Mitchell.
It probably was Greensal's.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. He's now in the pits.
Just
took a moment to suddenly flick. I just didn't.
Look at this screen full of racing cars. All sorts of
revisited. How do you like your mix?
Yeah.
You've got your race-leading Cobra Daytona Coupe, you had the Morgan SLR, you had a Ford Mustang, a little orange and black Lotus Elan, another racing Cobra.
Picture,
Why not?
And
in fact, in GT3, Callum Lockie has taken the lead in the class. That's the Morgan SLR.
Had he?
So he had that little moment, literally 5 corners since he left the pits, but he was trying to keep out of the way of someone else. Saved that and has been pulling clear. He's 10 seconds clear of Mark Gordon's E-Type. So he'll be enjoying that run.
So Mitchell's, I mentioned his success in the Aston Martin at Donington a few weeks ago. He's had a lot of success in the C-Type, but he started his career in Caterhams. He's one of those Caterham Academy boys.
Yeah, well, it's dynamic environment in which to start your racing career.
I mean,
again, with timing screens, you have to look at the bottom. You can get live timing if you go to the Peter Auto website. You can get the screens that we can see, live timing, Alcamel systems. But you know, sometimes you see a little message and you look and you go, "Who's that?" As you're not conversant with all the numbers, and suddenly go, "Good grief, it's the race leader."
Interested to see where Nigel drops to, but I think he's going to be down about 16th or 17th.
Well, it's 2 minutes stationary.
Yeah, 2 minutes stationary, and coming in.
That's a lap and a bit.
Yeah.
Just looking.
But look at this, just car after. There's that orangey elite just popping out of the slipstream. Yeah, Olivier Hart pulling away now.
Yeah, he gained a best part of a second on that lap. A little bit of traffic affecting the pair of them, but a gaggle of cars.
The other Hart car with Bontrup at the wheel now is up to 6th.
Yeah,
that's Olivier Hart as well. Of course, he started it.
He started it.
Yeah.
It's now in the hands of Bram Bontrup, and it's chasing Armand Mille. Has to find 3 seconds or 2.5 seconds to pass that for 5th overall. Christophe Van Riet somehow still has some rubber on his tyres, but he's running around. He's racing solo. He's 4th.
We just entered, as Jonathan flashes his lights, we just entered the last quarter of this race. So still very overcast here at Dijon.
It's warm. In fact, the humidity has increased. It's now 60%. So the drivers were talking
Mitchell's got a lot of work to do here with some of the.
Yeah, the traffic hasn't fallen well for the E-Type driver.
He goes past the 65 Cobra, Vincent Kolb. And he'll zap past that Elan. And
that would have hurt him. Yeah, he's now 4.5 seconds in arrears. There's nothing you can do. Maybe next time around, or the next gaggle of traffic will affect the number 9 Olivier Hart-driven Cobra Daytona Coupe worse than him. But that was definitely an advantage to the Dutch racer.
And quite a few people who have raced both Cobras and E-Types. Really interesting, you know, in the past. Interesting how they would compare them. I'm assuming that the E-Type handles a bit better than the Cobra, but it's got less grunt.
Yeah. I mean, you know, sometimes certain circuits, I'd say this one is.
And certain circuits, yes.
You know, the difference would be greater, but if you've got a car that has a nice flow, that's, I think, the only reason the E-Type can really stay up here.
And now we've got 3 Elans up in the top 10.
Yeah, we had that just before the pit stops, and I thought they would be expelled and fall down the order. But yes, we've had a few problems with some of the front runners, but good job. And Ed Morris leading that gaggle of cars. He's 7th. The next one is Olivier Mourins in 9th. And not too far behind him. He's about 7 seconds behind. And then Andrew Haddon in another Lotus Elan 26R. He's about 7 seconds behind Murins. Yeah, spreading out a bit, but Morris just blazed his way to the front.
Yeah, Haddon be racing a Lotus Cortina this weekend as well. But, so now it's wide to 6 seconds now, but Marr isn't catching Mitchell, so.
No, he's not. He's and Van Riet's. But actually, so you go basically 6 seconds from first to second, from Olivier Hart, Shelby to the Jonathan Mitchell E-Type. Then you've got another, nearly getting on towards 20 seconds to Guillaume Mayer in his Cobra Daytona Coupe, and then almost double that, another 26 seconds back to Christophe Van Riet in 4th place overall.
That penalty dropped Nigel down to 20th place.
Okay, well,
he's right behind Andy Newell, well-known builder of Cobras, actually.
Yeah.
Well, he's pretty well retired from that now, but I haven't mentioned him before, but he's one of those stalwarts of historic car racing.
Yeah, and he's...
so Mark Hales is in 21st spot.
Yeah, he was out in the previous race in the TVR, and he's hopped into Jaguar E-Type. Good to see Mark. Lovely.
We'll try and get him into the...
I think that'd be a very good idea.
If we can. I haven't seen him around.
Then I think what we need him to do is we talked about the book you did with Nick Mason. We'll get him to do some engine notes, and we'll see if we can guess which they are. You can all enter. Just going back down to check the order here. Callum Lockey still leading Mark Gordon, pulling away in the GT3 class. They're 28th and 29th overall. Morgan SLR ahead of Jaguar E-Type. Then Francois de Chanterac and Austin Healy. So good mix in the classes as well. But that one looks as though the Morgan SLR crew will have the biggest smile on their face come the end. How soon is the end? 25 minutes away. Windscreen wipers on. That is the 51 Guillaume Mahe car. We've had.
As we look out of the commentary box window and see it's greyed up a lot, hasn't it?
Well, I noticed the humidity started to climb quite markedly before the race. I'm quickly going to look at the weather forecast on my telephonic device.
So the Flying Dutchman in the lead from Jonathan Mitchell. Now some 8 seconds, the best part of behind. But some further 29. Actually, that's a cumulative, isn't it? 22 seconds behind that. So
okay, the Mulacek car is at a standstill, but the fact there are little dots of rain on the camera lens in the pit lane, because I was wondering if it was only at one part of the circuit that this problem was occurring in terms of downpour. It's not heavy.
That might be something to do with brakes down in there, or clutch, maybe.
Just looking to see if all the drivers we spot have got their wipers on. Again, we only see the cars we see, but there's always that desire to keep your blades off the screen as long as you can, not just smear. And certainly some of the front runners are not touching their windscreen wipers. They're just going to brave it out and hope that water disperses off the screen. Yeah, in fact, the vast majority are not with their blades. The 55 Cobra pushing on in the hands of Christophe Van Riet. Well... He just wants even less grip, so he can get even more sideways. Still running in 4th place, but 5 seconds clear of Armand Mille. But the gap hasn't really come down.
Notice the one Jaguar's a drop head that's in there. It's not the only Cobra that's screeching its tyres, is it?
No, I think the Armand Mille car has been starting to screech a little bit as they press on. 76 Cobra is Bram Bontrop getting closer and closer to Armand.
See the rain coming down now. The rain
as an indication, it was light in the pit lane, but as you come up the climb from Parabolique and you get to Courbe de Gauguiol, it's suddenly properly wet. But looking in the background, there was one notable dark cloud, and it's dropping its contents big time.
We had this yesterday, didn't we? And it went away in 5 minutes. As hard as it to hear the rain, look, on the... They are, of course, on treaded tyres. We don't have that terrible situation for some people on slicks, but these older cars, and the number 19 Elan has stopped, and that's a big disappointment for Jerome Puch.
And
France.
Yeah, well, he's
a funny place to stop.
You don't want to be there. He's falling down the order 9th, and a really weird place. It's at the Parabolique, so it's that right-hand hairpin. And it's just where it suddenly climbs, and it climbs incredibly steeply, but that's not sort of the natural place a car's dynamics would take it. However, dynamics are very, very different when it's as wet as it is now. It's gone from no rain to light sprinkle. Not many people even a minute ago had their windscreen wipers on, and now you need the blades on full speed. Just
tricky moments, and you see, look, the number 9 car really twitching there with and off it goes.
Well, that's our race leader.
Yeah, that's our race leader.
And that is Olivier Hart into the gravel. Can he keep it going?
And it's caught fire, and it's burning underneath just as well. He's going to bail out, look.
He's opened the door. I think the flames may... No, they're still flashing under the car. Flashing under the car. The car's stuck in...
He's going to try and get it out.
He wasn't looking for the flames. He was trying to gauge how deep the gravel was. And more sideways action from a Cobra, but this time, Olivier Hart...
And he's going to get it out of there. Well done.
Save of the day.
So he twitched, and then he should have caught it, then it went again.
Yeah, it was when it just suddenly bogged down. So he'll be bringing gravel onto the track that's already wet.
Oh,
That'll be a popular manoeuvre.
Great, isn't it? But it just shows how slippy the track is now. And Jonathan Mitchell goes back into the lead. This is it.
So well, actually, the save of the day was the miss of the day was the number 22 E-Type just somehow avoided the Cobra coming across its nose, and that was Jean-Luc Blanchemin.
Yeah, well done to him.
Because right across his nose, because locked up and approaching turn 1 about 30 degrees out of true, the tail wanting to go one way, then stuck in the gravel. But we thought the problem was the flame.
And we've still got this Elan stuck there.
His screen to be steamed up now because, of course, he's at a standstill in a wet car. But right, what we have is Jonathan Mitchell now leading the race by 8 seconds.
20 minutes to go.
Safety car.
Safety
no
car.
Surprise. And I like on my little screen further down, it says rain reported on track.
Ah, well, that is correct. Well,
wow.
You never tell him, we were sort of thinking, well, Olivier Hart's, having had that problem in the previous race, going to make up for it with a nice win, and it's all gone away.
Certainly has. And again, it started with a little light sprinkle. A few drivers put their windscreen wipers on, others resisted it, and then moments after that, so about 3 minutes after, it looked as though the little cloud had gone through. It was a very dark cloud hanging over the hill here at Dijon-Prenois, and then from the backside of the circuit down came the rain. Red flag. I'm not surprised.
So
when said and
win
done.
for Jonathan Mitchell. We'll go back a lap, I suppose, Bruce. So
well, he was still ahead. He was still ahead of Hart. Oh dear, Callum Lockie's gone off. But actually, Callum, if you're going to do that, do it when the red flags come out. So if you count back, this looks like there's a load of gravel across the circuit there.
Did they keep the race running long enough to go? I mean, if they go back a lap, do you think it'll still? I'm just wondering.
God, another Cobra's gone around on the approach to Parabolique, and in fact, ironically, the weather is now clearing. Suddenly the skies are brighter, but it was always going to be when you saw how dark that cloud was and how small it was, that it was going to drop and then move.
It was like that storm yesterday, wasn't it? They just came and then went away just as quick. So I just wonder if they go back a lap, would it give the race back to Hart?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think
I think it was just, well, he had just started. It could be very close, because obviously he'd only just started that lap where he dropped it. So many things to consider, but...
well, we'll know very soon anyway.
We will indeed. But, you know, it was a 2-hour race. We didn't get to the end of 2 hours. We could potentially have had effectively about another 20 minutes, but we do not have them. But
I don't know whether I can grab an interview with Jonathan Mitchell. But hopefully our cameraman's still down there. And it's worth a try, isn't it?
Well, I think it's worth a try. Absolutely. I don't want to go in the rain. No, sorry. No, do go ahead, Andrew. But, you know, extraordinary. So red flag with several cars littered around the track. When a storm comes suddenly like that, it can catch people out. But the fact of the matter is, by the time all the cars have got in the pit lane, it's probably almost going to be sunny down there. Not quite, but certainly the rain has passed by. But it came down very, very heavily indeed. So the message on the timing screen is all cars in Parc Fermé conditions on the fast lane. Right, Jonathan Mitchell sitting at the top of the time charts, sitting in the pit lane along with everybody else. The cars, I think, are going to be driven off now into the paddock. But the question is, did Olivier Hart just start the previous lap in the lead of the race, or was it the lap before in that flurry at the end? Because with one lap count back, he could still be at the top. I still think that was the lap ahead of that. So I think Jonathan Mitchell will take victory in GT4 and outright in this race in his number 157 Jaguar E-Type, driving it solo. Whereas Olivier Hart in the number 9 Cobra Daytona Coupe had already started the race just in a regular Shelby Cobra. And that was the 76 that Bram Bontrup took over later on and came around into 6th place overall. So busy race for Olivier Hart, but I don't yet know, can't be entirely sure which side of the equation he's fallen when the race results are declared 1 lap back after the calling of the red flag. But Saturday action here at the Circuit Dijon-Prenois, opened in 1972, enlarged with the fantastic Luke down to Parabolique in 76, lost its Grand Prix in the mid-80s, but has been an absolute staple of the French racing scene. International GTs came for a while, but it's a perfect circuit for historic racing. And I hope you have enjoyed the action you've seen with us today, because we've got plenty more tomorrow. In fact, we kick off at 9 o'clock with the first of the races, and that's Heritage Touring Cup. And if you want to know what that is, they're some of the most exquisite cars of my childhood. BMW 3-litre CSLs, Ford Cologne Capris, et al. And they look absolutely mighty. So packed grid of cars for that. And we work our way through, all the way through to the last race, which is the Classic Touring Challenge. At the end of the day, starting at 4:20. So touring cars, sports cars, prototypes, we have them here, and it's going to be great. And all the drivers love this place. And you know what, even though it became very tricky indeed for the drivers on the circuit, let's go down here from Olivier Hart.
What a rainstorm, and it caught you out.
Yes, the lap before was alright, but then I braked and suddenly the rear locked, and I saw the E-Type in front, and I was like, okay, I like the car more than the race. So I just went straight on to miss the E-Type, and then I thought the engine was still running, but it was engine cut off by itself. So I tried to restart and slowly get out of the gravel, and that's what I did. But yeah,
you didn't see it. Was a lot of flames under the car.
Yes, I did see it, and I did hear it. So I was a bit careful, but I was like, yeah, better drive and cool the engine than stop the car. But yeah, the stint was pretty good. So we went, I think we cleared a 25-second gap, and we overtook Mitchell. So yeah, we'll see. Hopefully the race doesn't restart. I think it's fine like this.
Well, it's a pace car out there. We don't really know, but and they might go back a lap. And I don't if they
ask them to not start.
Yeah, I go and ask them to not start it. Okay, let's just have a quick move down to here to Jonathan Mitchell if we can, and I can just dive in with Jonathan. Well, Jonathan, I guess you don't want them to restart.
I don't know. I'd quite like to go and have a go in this, but I don't know if I'm classified winner or second if we don't restart. I'm not sure, to be honest.
Yeah, we're not sure if they count back whether they've done an extra. You know, you've done the sufficient lap. We're not sure that it's going to be very close.
Okay, let's see how we go.
Anyway, it's a fantastic drive in the E-Type, and obviously the Cobra's got quite a lot more power.
Yeah, it's pretty. I think it's pretty even round here. It's been a cracking race. I've really enjoyed it. So, yeah, let's see if we can go again.
Yeah, and actually the rain started to come down more. Thanks very much. Well, there he is.
Andrew Mariott doing a fantastic job down there, and of course he's wearing short sleeves and a gilet, so if the rain is coming down more heavily, and you can see it in the pit lanes, puddles and even the flow of water, because the pit lane actually climbs from the entrance to the exit, so the water will flow down towards pit in. Yes, it's drumming down hard. Decisions to be made. It's still quite bright down there, but again, that classic case, drivers never quite know exactly how the countback worked. Where were they? Because they were in the cars, they know that, but when the red flag decision was taken, and there will be some time penalties for some of the drivers in the field for largely, well, it could be an array of offences. It can be for exceeding track limits too many times. That's what pushed Nigel Greensall down towards 20th position. And others, a minimum pit stop time, not quite staying there long enough. And 168 was a car that's been, looks like it's been pinged for that. And that certainly won't be a helping hand. But, you know, just hearing from Jonathan Mitchell, he just enjoyed it so much. That was the Mark Gordon, Nick Finborough Lotus Elite that's been given 150 seconds, which certainly hurts your chances in a race. But waiting, and Andrew Mariott is busy down in the pit lane. Let's hope and see if we can get some more interviews from him, but we don't have the answer as yet. So the windows are steaming up. Jonathan Mitchell doesn't know if he's starting. Has he been told it's going to stop now? He was the one who wanted to go back out. He's enjoyed it so much, but still just waiting for any notification. A race will not restart. That's just come up on the screen. Andrew's just swum back into the commentary booth, so properly hard rain, but must be said that it's been a fantastic Saturday of qualifying, track displays, and don't forget we had the Formula 1 cars on the circuit earlier today. But in terms of racing for Saturday at Dijon-Prenois, it has come to a conclusion. And the cars go back to the paddock. A lot of the drivers are racing in quite a few of the races, and of course they've got other cars to race tomorrow as well. But and some of the races get multiple outlets. But it's been great. And Andrew, just looking today at Dijon-Prenois, it's just, you were here in period when the Formula 1 cars were racing in the late 70s into the early 80s, but seeing it through the prism of historic racing, it just seems the perfect home.
It was great then. It's wonderful now. I mean, that was the cutting edge of racing when we were here back then, and the cutting edge of John Watson when he ran out of fuel in that race he almost won all those years ago.
1977, yeah.
And obviously the famous wheel banging of Arnoux and Villeneuve and the first Renault victory. A lot of things happened here, and of course the strange Swiss Grand Prix they had one year here. It's a terrific venue, and everybody's been so friendly and helpful as well. It always makes a difference, doesn't it? But we're not really quite sure. I mean, obviously, neither Olivier or John really know who's won. And they both deserve a prize, that's for sure.
Well, they do. They do indeed.
And interesting to hear John Mitchell say that he thought the two cars were pretty well matched, actually.
That was very gracious of him. But,
yes.
but you know, we knew around one lap that he proved it by getting pole position. But one thing that really strikes me is a lot of the drivers competing in the Peter Auto Classic Series will have watched those classic Formula 1 races as young enthusiasts, and here they are racing on the circuit. I think that's really important. They saw how it works as a proper racing track.
Yeah, and some of them would have been fired up by that, who've had a successful business and are now able to buy these cars. And obviously we've got a few pros in here as well, the likes of Ollie Bryant. But, you know, it's a terrific mix, isn't it?
No, it really is.
But I think everybody's being waved away now. I think it is finally over.
Yeah, no,
it's just whether they go back that lap and quite where the juxtaposition of where the cars were when that red flag went out. That's the problem, isn't it?
Well, it's ever been thus with the use of a red flag. Are you just a few seconds the good, or if only you'd had a few seconds more before it fell? But, you know, looking to tomorrow, we're going to kick off with the Heritage Touring Cup. Then we'll move to the Classic Endurance Racing 2 categories, so you're talking small prototypes and proper sports cars, the earlier ones.
So there's a lot of them too, lots of great. And then of course we go to the later cars of that era, and that's the one I think where we have the DFV powered cars who go in, Max going out so quick, and that group of people. Although that'd be a very intriguing race, because around here there's a couple of really quick Brits who might be able to challenge those DFV cars, particularly Martin O'Connell. And he's pretty close actually in the lineup. So the short of it is we've got some more great racing coming tomorrow. We've got, and the Grand Prix cars will demonstrate again, which we enjoyed so much. But let's have a look at some of the highlights of a terrific day here at Dijon, despite what the weather tried to hand to us right in the closing stages.
Well, it started in the dry. It didn't stay that way, but the racing was brilliant from start to finish. Jonathan Mitchell, a real star.
Yeah. Elan's wheel hopping there. Look, the wheel still off the ground. And there's that E-Type that needs a bit of extra paint. The marvellous Daytona Cobras, what a sight they make, and there was David Hart there. I thought Olivier gave a nice interview, didn't he?
Yeah, no, it's very good.
Yeah.
But, you know, so it was also little Lotus Elan's having their scrap for class.
Get Ed Morrison. I mean, I've never done that before in all the years of motor racing. I've had plenty of drivers. I've never had a driver, I don't think, maybe in a Le Mans 24 hours, but not in a race meeting like this, where the guy's sitting in the chair and 15 minutes later he's out and leading his class. I mean,
do you mind if I go now? Why? What are you up to? Oh, racing. Yes, off you go.
Yeah.
But, you know...
It gives the punters out there a flavour of the people as well.
I think so too. But also just tells the stories and people coming at it all from all different angles. And, you know, we heard from Joel Hopwood as well earlier, just different routes to the top. But then out on track, Christophe Van Riet just showing how you can drive a Cobra super sideways. And it got caught out a couple of times.
Well, that was spectacular, wasn't it? You know, look at that. Mind you, that got a bit out of hand, that one. I mean, it wasn't...
but
it bit back a bit,
He hardly came off the power. It was very close to the car.
I don't think you saw that before. I think you were just checking some timing screen when that bloke went off, spreading the gravel. And now that was lucky to get away with that spin. But lots of action in this race.
You need to take a replay of all of it because there was so much to take in. And then came the rain.
Then came the rain. Just off it went. You heard Olivier describe that. And he knew about the flames. I was interested. I thought he wouldn't, but... And then we thought he was abandoning ship, didn't we? Red flag came out just at that moment.
But still, the big question is, which lap was it going to be called back to? Our timing screens have got him at the top ahead of Jonathan Mitchell.
I suspect he's going to claim the victory. Is there any other notes on that?
No, not really. Race will not restart. Red flag, da-di-da, and more time penalties for people for various infringements. So he had just started the lap where he dropped it into the gravel. That was just the rain was sitting on the start-finish straight. It'd been light rate further around the circuit, but then it came down hard. And at that point, when you're trying to brake, even building a bit of braking distance, and it was so heavy you had to build in, double your braking distance, and just wasn't capable of doing that.
But I'm pretty confident Hart retains the win by the count back of the lap. Because I believe that the timing and scoring would have adjusted.
I think it's adjusted now, and puts him 9 seconds clear of Jonathan Mitchell. But that seems about right.
Yes.
But Jonathan Mitchell was driving solo. Yeah. So really good job.
And Mar in third place. Van Riet, Miel, Ed Morris, terrific drive up to 6th in the Elan. Kolb. Murren's in the second Elan. Phil Keane came all the way up to 9th place. That was a good drive. And then Haddon in another Elan. So there's this little formula for the 60s endurance, always very good.
Yeah, and just looking back, it does seem that Callum Lockie did hang on to class victory.
Yeah, because I would have gone back on that as well.
Okay, well, that's a wrap for Saturday here. Do join us tomorrow. We start racing just around 9 o'clock. So join about 8:45. You can watch Around the World on streaming on the Peter Auto website and also through Goodwood. So thanks very much for joining us.
Absolutely, from me, Andrew Mariott, and for Bruce, of course. See you tomorrow.